Okay, folks. Um, we can see one of the upgrades that I've made to the system, and that is. Let me just double check. I've actually got the microphone on. Okay, so one of the upgrades that's happening is what's happening in the left center there is that camera is not properly active. So it is not showing. Hey there, Okami. I'm trying a new chat solution today. It's not perfect. I'm seeing if I can make it perfect. I'm also trying some adjustments to the camera solution. We can see, like I said, left center, the bed cam is sort of malfunctioning, so it's not sitting in a frozen state. It's not great that it's malfunctioning, but you know. How are you doing today? Hmm. Hey there, casemate. Hopefully the cameras will stay stable a little bit more. Let me see if I can give that one a kick here. Don't know if ultimately this is going to be any better than Stream Elements because of what I'm seeing here, but we may have some improvements. Give this camera a little smack here. But it is a Danganronpa 2 day here. I think this... Oh, no. Okay. Woke up. Oh, everybody's joining today. Hey, Envy. It's kind of working. Other buttons can I press? So let's see how it looks here. Chat. That one's not working, so cross desk. Oh, no, that functioned. Come on. You can do it. There we go. So this is the newer solution. We can see right up at the top that part that says gaming with the cats. That should have been removed. But I don't know how to get the solution to do that. That's one of the things that I wanted it to do, was to be able to filter things that had been filtered in the chat windows already. But it not doing that, which is unfortunate. Do that. Not that. But yeah, I hope everybody's doing good today. Like I said, Danganronpa today. Sorry for the delays. I am continuing to push buttons to see if I can make things work. Said with an upward inflection at the end. do it. You know what? I think this'll do it. Don't really want to do that. Wait. Well, welcome to being guinea pigs, folks. Hey there, Levi. Can I do anything else with this? For those joining, like I said, I am working on a new chat solution here. It is easier to use than Restream, so that is lovely no matter what. I think we have won in that regard. Way easier to use. But trying to see if there's a way I can filter words. Filter things that have been moderated. Because if I can do that, that'll help. I think that might help there. Okay, we're gonna do a thing here. Please wait while I press more buttons. Browser dock. I promise there'll be a game. Totally gonna happen. Let me do this and do this. They have. Let's scan here. So it's if you watch, there's a little bit of a hiccup that happens whenever I transition. I've got it set up so it'll forcibly reset the camera connection each time that goes on. That way we don't get as many frozen cameras. Probably tilt camera 7 down a little bit. Well, let's see. We have Sky up in the tree, Sammy left center, and then one of the two brothers down center there. But yeah. Okay. We do have a game. We do. For realsies. Yeah. I think that'll do. Danganronpa. We're getting back into this. Plus, we get to see that CAT scan image more often, and I put a disproportionate amount of work into that sort of thing. I really do love the Danganronpa music. The chat is working. I do. Okay. Okay. Totally functional. Now, one of the advantages I have with this is that for the purposes of starting the stream, I just have to take 2 quick actions instead of having to go to a page and fiddle with permissions. So if it does, if it actually starts reacting to moderation actions, which supposedly I've got that turned on now, or at least stream events, which should include moderation actions, then we have a better solution. Yay! Alright, when last we left off, I don't think anyone's died yet. And we're at free time now. We do have the little Yakuza boy is being very confrontational. Everybody else is kind of frightened. So I suspect murder is imminent soon. If for no other reason than this is a Danganronpa game. So yes, murder. But we have a free time segment here. I don't think we've had a killing yet, even a demonstration killing, aside from Usagi, who I can't remember what Monokuma has renamed her to. Usami. Which reminds me, not that button. This button? Yeah. Let's check our little Tamagotchi. Monomi. That's right, casemate. Monomi. Definitely haven't had an actual killing. Alright. This? I have to remember all the buttons. Okay, so I think our target was, we want to see if we can find Nagito. Okay, whom we cannot find. Oh, okay, so the alternative was Ninja Boy here. Going to the hotel site. Okay, should be around here somewhere. Right? In his room. Okay. jet lag is definitely a thing. Previously, I've but I've worked with folks that have been in UK time at the same time that, I'm operating in US time. Okay, well, I'm glad one of you guys said it, because I remember Hisoka, somebody translating the symbols for me. Hey there, Hisoka. But I've worked with other people in UK time while in US time, and it was always interesting getting meetings wrangled. Who's there? Gundam Tanaka. Oh my god. So, this is cute. From what I've learned, these types of cages are actually not good for hamsters. Like, the tubes are fun for them, but hamsters like an actual, deep space to burrow in. Like, it's something like... It's like 8 to 12 inches of space minimum to burrow down into. They like dirt, but you can use, bedding and whatnot in a pinch. Hey there, Sighty. Oh boy, everybody's here for some Danganronpa. Kinda feel like I should be playing this more often, huh? That is why I set up a double stream for tonight, just in case. I don't know if we'll get to it, but we're gonna try. But I do like that he has the whole hamster array set up in his room.
This, too, must be the will of causality.
Okay, this too must be the will of causality. For what? I know the reason why I am. For those that saw, I had posted a remix of Guts' theme from the original Berserk anime set. It was like some sort of Euro discotheque remix of it. And that got me interested, so I am rereading Berserk. So him saying this too is the will of causality reminded me of that, because that is one of the some of the lines aligned with what the God Hand says. But yes, make sure to take care of yourself, Okami. I appreciate that you can show up for a stream. But if you reach a point where you need to be sleeping, you should probably consider doing that. So, let's switch over here real quick and show you what I'm contending with. Scanning. So, you see where the cat cam is right now. Positioned on the screen, how it's right below It's Been Ages. Ember's head, as far as my point of view, is right below Ben. So when she's looking up and around like that, her ears are passing over the text. So if you ever see me doing stuff like this while looking right at the screen, I'm usually looking around Ember. It's been ages since I've attended a banquet. Ah, that's right. Okay, they were setting up some sort of banquet in the, or party in the old lodge. Sky is up here. Flicker there. Might be able to set the cameras to re-log in faster. Here we can zoom in. There he is. You can actually see some of the cat track I've got set up there. It's not supposed to be positioned the way I've got it. How you've got the little hole right above my head, and then the track over to the left in the little C shape. How old is Sky? I'd have to check his records. He's less than 10. I'm pretty sure of that. I think he's around 7. But I don't actually recall. He is currently the oldest, yes. Actually, yeah, he's been the oldest for a bit. You'd be hard-pressed to think, aside from Sky's propensity to nap more and more, but that's really variable with cats. When you see him fully active, you'd be hard-pressed to think that he's an older cat. Especially when he gets that super dilated pupil, hey, you noticed me, look. He does occasionally get the zoomies, Envy. Not terribly much. He likes to snooze quite a bit. But especially now with Mason and Sherbet, the likelihood of zoomies amongst all of the cats has increased because both of them are really active with each other, and it's sort of infectious. Even Sammy and Ember will get in on it. Sky occasionally. The last time I was at such a party was shortly before I departed the Netherworld. The way Gundam talks is akin to trying to keep in character from a VTubing perspective. When you actively try not to say real places and names. What should I do? Can I even hang out with someone like Gundam? I also like how Can I Even Hang Out with Someone Like Gundam is presented in... It's you get a similar vibe to what happened when you tried to hang out with Toka when... it was Toka, right? Toko. Toko when she was in genocide mode. When it was Genocide Jill instead of Toko. How it was like, is it wise? Can I even? Kind of thing. So I've piqued your curiosity. I shall tell you a little story as a perfect way to kill time. Toko was often the worst. Toko was also one of those people that makes sure you're really aware of their fetishes. Have you ever encountered somebody like that who kind of makes it their whole projected personality, what they're into in that way? I was forced to hear Gundam's story about a parallel universe that I swear he'd already told me before. It's like Gundam and I grew closer today. Sure. Do I have anything hamster related? He didn't like the Curlian photography thing. I remember the plastic versions of these that seemed solely designed to break teeth, knuckles, or just generally give children concussions. Oh, you know he doesn't have a rocking chair, Envy. He's got some sort of throne constructed of paper mache and, like, Halloween decorations. Maybe the iguana daughter? Creepy skull head mask that appears in Time Travelers, the lackeys of the terror. Oh, you're right. No, there is a rocking chair. What am I thinking? Okay, let's try the skull mask.
Good instincts.
It actually says good instincts. See, you're holding quite an interesting item there. That item must be beyond your power. You can entrust it into my care for free.
Let me tell you this.
Hold it. If you cherish your life, it's better if you don't come any closer. That seems to be the general art style of a lot in this, is unless the character is ripped as all get out and is getting that shoulder blends into the jawline kind of physique, they tend to have longer necks. Not quite the full, like, Bones willowy art style, but, you know, finer features. My magical beasts have a thirst to kill. Mean your hamsters? I thought they were docile animals.
How pitiful.
Just as I thought, you know nothing. You will know true terror if you look down on them just because they fit in your palm. Was it the Overlord anime? There is the Wise King of the Forest, which is a chimera-like creature in that it has the sort of striking tail kind of thing, but otherwise it looks like a giant type of hamster. It's like a Jungarian hamster. A Jungarian hamster. Don't know how that G gets pronounced or not. And the character couldn't get, like, the lead couldn't get over that it's like, yes, it's a supposedly a big, powerful creature, but it's like, you look like a hamster. They are cruel devil beasts that will devour their parents, their siblings, and even their own children. This is accurate. Their territoriality is frightening. They'll never stop attacking until their opponent is dead.
Oh, my tears.
Today's fight started when Sandy got greedy and encroached upon Jumpy's territory. Jumpy was knocked aside and his foot stepped into Magazi's territory. Then Magazi got angry and unleashed his anger onto Jumpy.
Listen well.
I was able to quell their rage by sacrificing my left hand, but it may not be as easy next time. Oh, so it is bandaged up. Oh my god. Like, even when he puts bandages on, he has to make it look as puny as possible. I see. That's troubling. Could that be the reason Gundam's hand is always wrapped in that bandage?
Let me ask.
By the way, do you know which species of my 4 Dark Devas of Destruction has the largest body? Okay. Okay, so it's not going to be Roborovsky. That is, a variety, but the dwarf hamster. They're like palm-sized at best. So which one? Well, now I need to know. Oh no, Hungarians are even tinier. Those are the ones that I've seen referred to as pygmy hamsters. So it's got to be the golden hamster then, huh? Because the other two are little bitty types. Golden hamsters are the biggest species, right?
It was close.
Yes, those fearsome demon beasts boast the largest size amongst all hamster species. However, they are also the most docile and are known for being the smartest, too. There was someone that had some of the Hungarian ones, and I don't know how to pronounce DJ. That's too many. That's too many disparate consonant sounds in a row. That's, 2. But 2 is too many. They will tear each other apart, literally. Other tribes feel no fear, thus they give it their all when biting and ripping what stands before them.
It appears you cannot escape.
But only Goldens know fear, thus they usually do not bare their teeth once they recognize you. You're saying they understand what happens when they bite people.
This, too, must be the
That's why you must pay attention to their stress levels when you're breeding them. I certainly didn't know that.
Nature, the collective will of the world.
Nature, the collective will of the world. However, that isn't the only feature of Goldens. They have many other unlimited possibilities. Their fur color, quality, patterns. You could even say they have unlimited combinations.
Body is uncooperative.
After much research, the fruits of my labor was about to be born. A fearsome demon beast with sparkling silver fur, a hybrid creature with dominant spots and bands.
How foolish of me!
But now, all I can do is pray for the safety of the mother and child I've left behind. Cute. Cute. Why that? Why that being all tippy? That'll have to do. You need to come up with a better grippy solution for the camera. The little ball socket I've got is not so good. I don't really understand what he's saying, but he seems to be worried about the hamsters he left behind. We're probably taking care of other animals, right? Are those demon beasts okay too?
Let's make history.
There are no problems in that regard. I have pupils all around the world. I've already given them orders to continue my research in the synthesis of demon beasts. They know how to avoid any lethal genetics. They will carry out my will and conduct no atrocious experiments.
I shall engulf this world.
Beyond that, I've already made arrangements to leave my demon beast to those I trust. He's crazy prepared. Apocalypse contingency plans in order to deal with his hamsters. Listening to Gundam makes me rethink how much of a responsibility it is to raise pets.
What do you yearn for?
You will never experience such a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. But if you ever do breed them, make sure you provide plenty of exercise, high-quality food, and a place to sleep.
How pitiful.
Such luxuries mean everything to creatures who only live 1,095 days after they're born. Remember well. Circles he's painted on the curtains. Or that he had curtains with those prepared on them, either way. For saying that, Gundam walked away. I feel like I got a glimpse of the deep affection Gundam feels towards all animals, not just hamsters. Report card upgrade. After seeing Gundam wallowing in sadness, I left the area. Wallowing. There's still time left. You know, he's got some extra curtains so that he can, dramatically walk off camera in a single room. Is now at the ranch. Make sure our Tamagotchi doesn't die. It's the weird, very floaty paper doll run that the character does. You seem to understand which master you must follow. However, to become the supreme overlord of ice like me, you must train your soul in a much higher dimension. See, so you are resolved to relinquish your soul.
Burn in the fires of pandemonium!
Let us away. The world beyond the veil lies here. While Gundam performed a strange ritual, he regularly whispered to me about the kindness of animals.
Good instincts.
Animals in occult stuff. You're holding quite an interesting item there.
I can see it!
Do you know that even I don't know?
So you have appeared.
Now then, summon your familiar. I don't have anything like that.
You fiend.
You've come challenging me many times. I thought you finally obtained at least one familiar. Just as I thought, you were just a mere human, and a strange one at that. Despite what he's saying, Gundam doesn't seem all that annoyed. Is he opening up to me a little?
How pitiful.
However, you probably don't understand how pointless this place is for a demon beast tamer. Now that you mention it, even though this is a tropical island, I don't see any wild animals.
Fine.
If this place really was a normal tropical island, I wouldn't have time to talk to you so freely. Many beasts inhabit the thick forest. There may even be rare species that only exist in this land. Just thinking about it makes me tingle. Now, he's smiling right now. I seem to recall seeing a cow at the ranch. You mean that cow right behind him?
Let me tell you this.
I'm not interested in some domesticated animal. I had a feeling you'd say that.
Fall, my tears.
After all, I cannot look at it without feeling pity. Huh? That's a bit unexpected.
How pitiful.
Such creatures are born to be eaten by humans. Even if I had the all-seeing eye, I couldn't change that fate. Thus, I try not to involve myself with livestock. It would bring a calamity unto my mind, after all. Gundam understands the feelings of animals, so this must be a complicated subject for him.
This body is uncooperative.
I appear to be getting oddly sentimental since I haven't encountered any new demon beasts. I've tamed various creatures such as the Cerberus, the Phoenix, even the Midgard Serpent. He probably means dogs, birds, and lizards. When you say tamed, what exactly does that entail? Guess it's fine to tell a mere human. I don't believe you'll get in my way.
Listen well.
Basically, you must say, good girl, good girl. Huh? You must repeatedly speak to them and make sure they understand that there is no ill will on our end. In order to do that, you need to appear innocent.
This too must be the
Of course,
will
there are
of
some
causality.
that like to be touched and some that don't. Better if you keep these basics
It
down.
appears you cannot escape.
Afterwards, as long as you spend a long time together, you'll eventually start to hear your partner's words. I'm pretty sure that only happens to ultimate breeders. But Gundam seems different from usual when he talks about animals. Somehow his face seems gentler. Must really love animals.
Fine.
Now then, I wonder if there are evil demon beasts that will rile me up on this island somewhere. Monokuma and Monomi are sort of shaped like animals.
I renounce you.
They are no good. Anything that can talk will eventually betray you.
How pitiful.
And more importantly, they aren't cute. I agree. But I don't plan to betray you at all. Such exaggerations coming from a mere human like you. However, that's a nice line. They're starting to run around a bit in the background. Which means we're unlikely to spot them while they do it, otherwise only in passing. Scanning. So those of you that weren't here for the last stream, Ember is sitting next to a paper bag that is made at least in part with catnip. Like the paper is. So she's kind of guarding that because she's one of the catnip junkies amongst them. Cuteness. I'll have to lay out more catnip for them today and see what they do. Gundam left the area with a different smile on his face than usual. I hope we'll be able to understand each other, even if it's just a little bit at a time. Dislikes earthly life. It's hard to understand, but I can make out the gist of it. I'm interested in reading this exciting breeding journal, so he said he'd show it to me when we get out of here. Sky is watching them. Oh, well, I should probably have this part visible. Thank you, MB. Okay, yeah. So it was Sherbet that was messing around in the tube there. See, he's definitely tough to understand, but I can tell he truly loves animals. It made me realize just how much of a responsibility. Okay, yeah. All right, these are lines that were said during it. It's good to have folks here that can, point out when I've left the mic off or I have the game screen not set. After seeing Gundam walk away, I left the area. So we should have the party.
Ahem! Hope's Peak Academy School Trip Executive Committee has an announcement to make.
I like how long the name is.
It is now 10 p.m. Please return to your rooms and relax. Let the sound of the ocean gently rock you to sleep. Now then, sweet dreams, everyone. Good night.
Good night, he says. Whatever, I have a party to attend. Time to go to the old building. Check the Tamagotchi. Chibi me. Have some mineral water.
Oh my!
Oh, are you also here for the party? When that's the only kind of slangy term in it, it does have that, like, somebody who's trying the word on for a fit. Why else would I be here? Anyway, what are you doing in at a place like this? Doing a little exercise so I can enjoy all the yummy food we're gonna eat. I'm excited to eat Taro's cooking. Yeah, especially since he's the ultimate cook. It's about time for the party. I'm really excited. I'll do my best to not be in the way. So, it's fine if I stay here, right? Mikan is so sad. Are you really worrying about something like that? Yes. Dreadfully worried. I let Fuyuhiko know about the party, but he didn't look too pleased about it. Mafioso boy. Let me enter the lobby. Wanted to see if there were any people hanging around in the actual hotel main building. This is correct, Lunar. And apparently the little social app I'm using to aggregate chat doesn't like the word murder. Well, luckily it can't filter sounds because I say that a lot. I wonder if I can change that without breaking everything. There's probably just a list of words in it that are a bit aggressive. This is the old building. Compared to the hotel, it looks worse for wear. You're here. The dramatic head turn. Let's test. Yeah, that should have defiltered it. Then stand up straight and raise your arms. Why do I have to do that? Because I need to do a body check. Body check? Since I'm the one hosting the party, it's necessary for me to take all possible security measures.
Listen.
I already promised that I would not allow even one person to become a victim. I get it. And so I reluctantly raised my arms and stood up straight. Byakuya went ahead and thoroughly searched me, starting with my legs and working his way up. It appears you haven't brought anything dangerous. Of course I haven't.
That's fine.
Very well, I shall allow you to enter. It was at that moment that I noticed a strange item near where Byakuya was standing. Metal cases.
What?
Duralumin, actually. I found them at the supermarket. This one is used to store any dangerous items I find during body checks. The other one is for... well, let's just say it's for emergencies only. What do you mean, emergencies?
Stop talking.
Don't worry about it. This is my contingency plan. Ember bouncing around over there. As soon as he said that, Byakuya turned his back to me. Guess that's the end of our talk, but he's so cautious. I didn't expect him to perform a body check. And what did he mean by emergencies only? Between the catnip and the two newer kittens, Ember has simultaneously become a little more standoffish, but also a little more... she has people to play with, you know? Since Sky is friendly, but not as playful. The others are already here, gathered at the dining hall in the back. Go there and wait. It's a game that originates in Japan, and it's old enough that some of those heavy stereotypes might still be used in said game.
I've been found.
It's not very remote if it's still kept tethered to it by a wire and within like 5 feet of it, right? It's a remote control for the air conditioner. I wonder if the filter is clean. Well, more importantly, I should go to the dining hall. The bathroom appears to be unisex. I don't need to go now. The bolts that they use on these windows are a little more uniform than they were at Hope's Peak. I mean, the bolts themselves are still all over the place, but each one has 9 sockets, you know?
Oh?
There's a tantalizing aroma wafting from the kitchen.
Jeez.
However, Byakuya will yell at me if I don't go straight to the dining hall. You should head over there as well. Well, I ain't gonna do that then. He's not the boss of me. Lots of different types of dishes, but this meat on the bone looks like something a caveman would eat. Where do you even get something like this? Hungry, so I guess I should go to the dining hall. Why aren't you at the dining hall? It's a knife set. I never knew there were so many different types of knife. I don't know anything about knives, but Taro probably knows what each knife is used for. Well, more importantly, I should head over to the dining hall. Go to the dining hall. Why aren't you at the dining hall? So I've got to look around, game.
Hello there.
That's what's happening. Did you need something? Don't worry, I've already prepared all the dishes. Or rather, did you want me to cook you up too? What does that even mean? Oh, you've already... It's the hitbox of the food. Kitchen's equipment list. It details where each item is supposed to go. More importantly, I need to go to the dining hall. I feel like that equipment list is going to be relevant later. Because you could use that to determine that something was moved or missing.
I see.
I get the impression that Taro probably leans more in pretty far through the pan direction there, NB. I'm not even sure animacy would slow Taro down as far as potential targets. He seems like the kind of person that the whole idea of a tablecloth is still necessary to avoid obscenity. So this is what the inside looks like. There are so many gaps in the wooden floor. Is that because it's so old?
All right.
I must tread carefully so my feet do not stumble. My adventurous heart is pounding with excitement. Sonia is filled with determination. Guess when you're a princess, even little things seem exciting. Also, hello, Tass. Many irons. These are irons. Were they used to prepare the tablecloth? If so, why would you need 3? I should head over to the dining hall. I don't like how dusty it is in here. The jumbled mass of stuff all stacked together. It doesn't look very organized. I should head over to the dining hall. I don't like how dusty it is. This is a laundry hamper. It looks like you can put dirty clothes in here. I should head over to the dining hall. I don't like how dusty it is in here. Do you think he wants me to go to the dining hall? Messages are not clear. Oh. I was not expecting a chrysalis. Well. Hajime, how do you like it? What do you mean? See, I decorated the whole dining hall for the party. I even laid out the carpet, too. Even the carpet?
Yep.
I brought it from the supermarket. That place sure does seem to have everything. There was a lot of dust and cobwebs all over the place, too. It took me all day to clean the dining hall just because of that. There's no way I could handle being stuck cleaning the whole day. You're commendable, Nagito.
Thanks.
Yeah, thanks. It's nice that there's an air conditioner, but the filter might need to be cleaned before we turn it on. That paper bag is moving all over, isn't it? Wow. It's a roast chicken or turkey, steak, hamburgers and french fries, bottled colored beverages, meat on bone, fruit platter, salad. Definitely not alcohol. I'm telling you, Nagito looks like a sun-bleached Makoto. His hair's all, you know, pale and frizzy. He bobs. It's like a sushi platter. Looks like, I think there's like an omelet there on the right. A lot of tasty looking party dishes. Meat, fish. Upper right looks like a pancake with a chunk ripped out of it. Where you might have like a sauce drizzle and then the little whipped cream dots around the edges. Can't think of anything else that would be. I mean, I guess you could have like a lasagna. This old place sure is run down. I feel bad Nagito went to all this trouble cleaning it. Even cleaning has its limits. See, check out the floorboards. Maybe the wood shrank because of deterioration? Don't these openings seem dangerous to you? You're right.
Aw.
That is the second time they've called that out very specifically. How big the gaps in the floorboards are. Well, the carpet is spread out enough to cover most of the floor, so I guess it won't be that big of a deal.
Hey.
But it might be best to tell Mikan to be careful. She is the type to trip over nothing. I'm worried about Monokuma showing up. If he finds out we're having a party, there's no way he'll leave us alone.
So,
We gotta do something about it. You're right, we should do something.
super difficult.
I wonder if someone can do something about it. I do like her hoodie. That is cute. I wonder. That seems to be her primary motivation here, is she comes to the morning meeting so that she can get some gaming done before she goes to the meeting, with the incentive that after the meeting she'll get to do some more gaming at the hotel lobby. It just means I don't need a hoodie with ears asset, Lunar. So we're on the same page then? I'm not sure I understand. What would cat earmuffs look like? Like earmuffs designed for cat ears? Because, you know, human ears are, like, you can just kind of squish them flat and it'll still be okay. You know, the sound will be muffled, but you're not really messing with the structure of the ear all that much. Whereas there's not really a clean surface that you could clamp the muffs over with cat ears. Would it be like a pair of party hats interconnected somehow? You know, some soft, fluffy party hats? That'd probably work. You get kind of like an elastic band. See, if you wear like a beanie, then you've got to like pull the ears down, or you like flatten the ears up or to the back. And that would be less comfy. It'd be like rolling your ear forward, you know? Alright, let's see what evil toddler has to say. That great Byakuya rubbed his ham hands all over me and called it a body check. You can't overthink anything, casemate. Impossible. It's the bane of world builders everywhere. More like sexual harassment. That's not what it is. He did the same thing to the guys, too. So, I feel like he was getting frisky while he was frisking me. It's critical. The whole lore of this region will just collapse in on itself if we don't answer the question of what kind of hat the cat people wear. Yeah. I'm pretty in demand, you know. You're just kidding. No, she's just creepy. It's different, Hajime. Okay, no, that's just creepy. I stand corrected. Hey, what's up? It's pointless. She's completely focused on the food. It's not a cape. It is the remnants of a lab coat, casemate. It's a memento. It was given me entirely of the. It was given to me by the head researcher entirely of his free will, after he offered to let me scan his brain. It's an anime lab coat, casemate. And Professor Membrane disagrees. So uncomfortable, getting groped so thoroughly by a man. It was my worst nightmare. Oh, you mean the body check.
How annoying.
Exactly, casemate. One of my favorite clips is a moment in the Invader Zim movie, the recent one, the I think it was Rise of the Florpus, but the Florpus one, where it was something along the lines of Membrane saying, like, there's no one that likes this more than me or knows this better than I do. And somebody in the audience is like, I do. And in a blink of an eye, Membrane has surged over, like, across the stadium with his finger, like, jammed right up the guy's nose, saying, not scientifically possible. And you can see the shockwave is blowing the crowd out of the way. Plus, he got super pissed and started yelling at me when he noticed I had a wrench with me. Seriously, how friggin' annoying. It's your fault for having a wrench in the first place.
Man.
I just happened to find it at the airport. Carrying it around calms me down. But, Byakuya put it in the Duralumin case you have.
Aw, man.
Sniffle. My wrench.
Good instincts.
Even though that man is a lowly worm, it appears his cooking skills are most impressive indeed. Nevertheless, even his food cannot stand against the gourmet cuisine of the multiverse. Even though it took me the entire day just to clean this hall, I'm glad everyone's so happy. Okay. Iron plates. I saw some similar looking iron plates in the hallway too. Why are there iron plates bolted onto the walls? All is not what it appears to be. Eh?
Stay back.
One of my four devas, Supernova Silver Fox Sandy, has seen what lies shrouded amidst the darkness. Though that iron plate appears to be bolted to the wall, it's actually bolted over what's known as a window. Window?
Let me tell you this.
There are no windows in this dining hall at all. I assume those iron plates are covering them. Why are there iron plates covering the windows?
The night is my domain.
Sandy, it appears your fur is rustling more than usual today. Hey, why are there iron plates covering the windows?
Let's make history.
Such a fine day. Countless lives gasp their final breath, and countless more go the way of all flesh. I guess he doesn't know. Well, this building is in the middle of a renovation, so I guess that might have something to do with it, but yeah, I mean, you see that all the time during construction. They take off all of some of the exterior, or all of the exterior decoration, and then they, slam big iron plates over all of the windows. Place sure has a creepy atmosphere because of that. Suddenly, we heard the voice of the ultimate affluent protagonist ring through the dining hall.
I made you wait.
Thank you for waiting. I like how he's got a new ultimate title. Teru is in the kitchen, and it appears Fuyuhiko did not come.
I apologize.
I apologize. I did inform him about the party, but it's not like you need to apologize, Peko. It's his fault for not coming. I explicitly stated that attendance was mandatory, but this is mandatory fun. It's fine. If just one person is absent, that shouldn't pose a problem. He won't be able to do anything. What do you mean by that?
What?
More importantly,
Come on.
Hey, what is that? An intense expression spread across Byakuyu's face as he looked at the table with various food dishes on it.
Not possible.
Dangerous. He stomped his way towards the table.
Hey, what are you doing?
You're hogging all the food! No fair!
He's taking the skewers, I bet. Well, he's also taking the skewers.
No, I'm not.
I don't care what you say, you're totally pigging out.
I'm telling you, I'm not. Look carefully at this dish.
It looks like delicious roasted meat.
And just what is stabbed into this roasted meat?
It's an iron skewer.
That's right. This iron skewer is definitely a dangerous item. I must take full responsibility and collect it. Hello there.
I like how the thought of just pulling the skewer out of the meat was not an option. It looks like everyone's here. Should go ahead and bring out the rest of the... Huh? Some messy eater ruined my arrangement. Who made this dish? That would be me, but, are you a food critic?
What are you thinking?
What are you plotting cooking with such dangerous items?
No.
Dangerous? That's churrasco? Churrasco? Yeah, anyway. It's a South American meal where you stab meat on an iron skewer to cook it. Felt really tropical and exotic, so I thought it would totally fit the party's atmosphere. These iron skewers are a problem.
Why?
Iron skewers aren't allowed either? That's how you're acting, then there might be more skewers than just these.
Let's go.
Hey, Hajime, come with me. I need your help. Why me?
Man.
It's your fault for standing right in front of him. My condolences. Byakuyu's face bore an intense expression as I reluctantly followed him out of the dining hall.
Let's go.
Alright, this is the kitchen. We have to thoroughly inspect it to make sure there are no dangerous items. No dangerous items in the kitchen. The kitchen is a dangerous item, sir. Thoroughly, huh? Byakuya stomped into the kitchen and I followed after him. Hey there, Scoot. Welcome to the channel. Are you new to the channel, Scoot? Let's get on with it then. Search this place thoroughly. He issued that order. Byakuya began searching the whole kitchen from one end to the other. I found these. There are forks and knives on that shelf. Don't tell me those two.
Naturally.
They're definitely dangerous items. If you're just eating, chopsticks are enough. I mean, if we're going down that road, it's finger food all the way, man. After he said that, Byakuya threw the forks and knives into the duralumin case, one after the other. You're being so very thorough about this. he's worried about the iron skewers, then he should be worried about the paired wooden skewers. This paper is... It appears to be an equipment list for the kitchen. Not in any event, for those of you that aren't familiar with the channel, I am Newt Mechanist. I am a variety gaming streamer. I play games and I show my cats on camera. You can see, I believe, just 2 of them right now. Left is Ember, and briefly to the right, who then dodged off camera as I mention it, was Sherbet. Oh, no, there he is again. He's got a little cloth toy. We have other camera views. There are 3 other cats. We are currently playing Danganronpa 2. This is a blind playthrough. We are avoiding all spoilers, both direct and implicit. Appears to be kitchen equipment. Yep. 20 forks, 20 knives, 20 spoons, 5 iron skewers, 3 frying pans, 20 wine glasses, also iron plates for barbecue, and even a portable stove for cooking hot pots. Iron plates and a portable stove. I do recall seeing them on the shelf over there. This kitchen seems to be well kept. There should be no problem using it. Though the building is old, the kitchen is impressive. Compared to a normal restaurant, it's not too shabby.
Very strange.
But it's strange. One of the items on this list seems to be short by 1. Various types of knives. Out of the question. Knives are far too dangerous. This also has the air of, like, a really extra paranoid first-time parent. Like, all has to be foam rubber and bubble wrap, or it's not safe enough. 1 inch of locked plating over top of every outlet. Hand them over to me. I'll safeguard them. Yakuya grabbed the knife from my hand and threw it into the case. Of course. I can't remember which comedian it was, but they had a bit where they were talking about playgrounds. Where they said, have you been to playgrounds recently? Everything is like smooth, rounded plastic, and the whole ground surface is like recycled tires or similar. There's nothing to cut yourself on, nothing to poke yourself on, no right angles, no smooth surfaces. As opposed to, what was it, the playgrounds when I grew up, everything was asphalt and cast iron. Okay, knives are gone. What else? What else? Chinese, Japanese, French, and Italian cuisine. Seafood dishes, too. There's even a huge piece of meat on the bone. Yep.
I see.
Seems there are no dangerous items, like that skewer and the food earlier, inside that pile of food. That appears to be the case. I wouldn't have known what to do if he said fish bones and meat bones were also dangerous items. Even outside of actual malice, which I feel people discount way too often when they're dealing with child safety. You know, the safety of groups of children. A seesaw itself is still injuries waiting to happen. It's effectively a child-powered catapult. I mean, they really were, Envy. It said asphalt on everything, so it was like a superheated surface that you were dealing with. Everything was made of metal. So everything was sharp. Everything was highly hard surface, and everything was superheated. Swings, seesaws, merry-go-rounds. Oh, all of those. the little merry-go-round, the spinny thing, was one of the worst because you'd always have that thing. You'd always have that kid that would want to get like a maximum run up with it. Like they'd start sprinting around it to get speed. And then they'd get on it and start kicking the ground like a skateboard as it went faster and faster. And you'd have that poor other kid who was on it just, taking it easy. And that poor kid would lose their grip, inevitably. And then be hurled away. Everything was so dangerous. Oh. Is it necessary to go this far? I'm doing this because it's necessary. You kind of want, like, I want to imagine that there were, like, board meetings involved in the design of old playgrounds. So that we could get explanations of what they were thinking in the process. Not like rational justifications that would actually make sense. More what their reasoning actually was as to why it was a great idea. Like, well, of course we have to use the old railway beams. One, it's an efficient reuse of materials. We won't have to spend as much money, and they're really durable. That way, the pointy rocks won't get out. And of course, we have to have pointy rocks. They'll dig into the dirt better and keep the rocks in place because we don't want to lose the pointy rocks. It's nowhere in the conversation justifying the construction of the playground or the material choices that went into the playground. Would the safety of children factor in at all? In fact, I doubt children would have come up as a word. It would effectively be an entirely engineering discussion, like materials acquisition, logistics, and engineering. I encountered a lot of them that had wood chips. Like, big crude wood chips. So you'd either get splinters or, like, impalement. Depends on how little and with what velocity we're talking about. Again, this is a learning channel. You're gonna learn things, and you can't unlearn them. If I'm to fulfill the promise I made to not let anyone become a victim, I must be extra vigilant. Really? Is that all?
What?
What do you mean? Well, I'm just assuming, but I think something must have happened to you. If they gave it all, casemate, then it would disrupt the underlying surface and it would look sloppy, being all wobbly, you know? Can't have our iron reinforced stone playground floor looking sloppy. I mean, what would visitors think if there were a whole bunch of, like, kid prints in the rock floor? Anybody play dodgeball, like in a school setting? And as a follow-up question, was that school setting on the side of soft foam balls or kickballs? Because one of those two schools of thought did not understand what I was referring to when I said you can't discount malice when it comes to kids. Oh, I recall a group of kids playing dodgeball, where one of them, they were kickballs and they were being thrown at maximum velocity, so that you would have that horrible crack when they would hit the walls, and then the ball would go flying back in the opposite direction. But one of the children was being clever about their dodges. They wanted to show how athletic they were. So they were doing a lot of, like, dives and leaps and whatnot. And they thought they would do, like, a leaping split over top of the ball. But they misjudged it. And they were hit full on in the midsection to groin region while they were in midair. And the impact of it swung their body horizontal with the floor. And keep in mind, they had a really good vertical jump. They had some distance. And so they descended full on to the ground. This was known less because of the screams of the individual, and more because of the screams of the others when they saw the poor individual's face after they came up off of the ground again. Such is school safety. No, it's deploying things like the inflated rubber ball as opposed to a soft foam rubber ball, with the idea that, again, it had to be like from a purely materials efficiency perspective. Like, well, of course we have to use the kickball. It's more durable. Like, it won't get shredded, and you can throw them further. It's a better ball. At no point during the discussion did the children enter into the thoughts. It was purely how well you could throw the ball. Oh. It's one of those things where I think it's a perfect example of why nostalgia is such a dangerous thing. Because people will look back and like, oh man, this was the best time of my life. I remember it so fondly. We used to play these awesome games as kids. They were the best things. Our kids should do the same thing. But then you get into the details with them, and you really talk through what was going on, and you get that dawning horror as they realize, oh dear. Like, maybe we should not inflict that upon the growing youth. After all, you decided to throw a party so suddenly. I can't help but think there's a reason for that. That's not it. I've been a distrustful person for as long as I can remember. Distrustful person? I don't really like to talk about my past, but it's fine. I'll just tell you a little bit of it. I cannot talk to the others about my past. I suspect that my skeptical nature is partly to blame. Byakuya has a past he can't talk about. You always have to wonder with the but it builds character statement. And it's like, okay, so if I do it to you right now, you'll become a better person for it, right? So let's go. Distrusting others and being distrusted in turn. For a long time, my life had been a living hell. It was inevitable that I would end up this way. But in this kind of situation, my skeptical nature might be of good use. If we're to survive here, skepticism is necessary at all costs. By the way, that past you mentioned.
That's enough.
Now is not the time. However, one day there will definitely be a time when I will be able to tell you about it. If nothing happens and time passes for us peacefully, I will have no choice but to talk. That sounded pretty deep. I sort of feel like things are even more mysterious now, because he hasn't told me the whole story. You can't just imply a secret and then hold out, Byakuya. It's so tantalizing. We didn't care before because we didn't know it was there, but now that we know it's there, we have to know.
Such silly talk.
Enough with the unnecessary banter. We better hurry and find the rest of these dangerous items. Even so, he sure works us hard. That's probably more in line with his actual personality, I bet.
Huh? Why?
The kitchen's a mess. What happened here?
Stop talking.
Don't raise your annoying voice. I just removed all the dangerous items.
Huh?
There are no knives or forks? Why? How come?
Don't make me repeat myself.
Literally just said that I removed all the dangerous items.
You're kidding, right?
Don't tell me. You're treating cooking utensils like dangerous items?
No, 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 no.
Most of the dishes are finished. All I gotta do is arrange the plates. So it's not a problem, but still. Ah, Jimmy. Stop it. Get off of me. Not into that sort of thing? Well, that's a little depressing. Oh, well, now you've made it weird. Trust me, I'm the one who's depressed here. Before you start getting all flirty, explain this. I checked the equipment list and there seems to be one iron skewer missing. Ah, that's right, as far as I know, that's been missing from the start. No matter how clean this place gets, stuff is still bound to go missing in an old building, right? It's been missing all along. We can't really do anything about it, right? You're right, there's no place to hide such a long skewer anyway. Very well, all I need to do is keep a watchful eye. Don't tell me you plan to keep a watchful eye all night long.
Let's go.
Alright, let's go back. The others should be waiting for us. You too, Teru Teru. Come to the dining hall for now. Okay. Such a pushy leader. The dining hall layout, like, folds open like a book before everything pops up.
Hey,
We're finally back. Let's eat already. I'm starving. Still an issue we need to address first. An issue? Who I gotta beat the crap out of. Just say the word. I'll do it for you. No, each of them will open up a little different. Like the flooring in the bedroom flips over. Like each tile flips. Like this one actually has a single split in the middle that folds open. Some of them have popped straight up, some of them have fallen down. It's fun.
That's enough.
That won't be necessary. The issue is where to safeguard this Duralumin case that has all the confiscated dangerous items. Can't we just leave it here? I've already put a lock on the case, so it shouldn't be a problem, but we should definitely up the security and keep it someplace safe. I'm not familiar with this Herman character you speak of. Someplace safe? There's a storage room at the back of this old building. And a lot of times it comes down to the school wanting to avoid being entangled in legal proceedings, and parents not wanting to press charges and get entangled in legal proceedings. Because with most of them, it ends up being a civil matter, and it requires somebody to push taking action. It can be a criminal matter, but you're going to run into law enforcement that also views it as something to avoid. Now, there's also the legal record kind of scenario, the criminal record kind of scenario, because some places have very draconian laws that, if applied to children, would be damning as far as the rest of their life, sort of thing, you know? Oh, okay. There's another character that I assume is modeled after them, Casemate, in the Helsing series. There is this little leader of, like, a resurgent, like, Nazi organization that has the same vibe. So I presume they modeled them after the same person.
I see.
A storage room, huh? Even so, we can't leave the case alone in there. Then someone should guard it. That would keep it safe, yes? Yeah, who? I'll do it, of course. Are you sure? I guess if you insist. But it'll be lonely there by yourself. I'm really not that good in social situations where I have to be around lots of people anyway. If I wrote a song about this, the title would definitely be Lonely Girl in the Storage Room.
However,
Teru has gone to the trouble of cooking. Is it alright for me to bring some of it with me?
Okay.
Yeah, that's totally fine. If you're going to do guard duty anyway, it might be better if you avoid the storage room. Why is that? Not only is the storage room packed with lots of stuff, it's hard to see in there and full of cobwebs. Also, I was so busy cleaning the dining hall that I didn't even have time to clean the storage room. If you stayed in there for a long time, I think it would be bad for your health.
I see.
In that case, why don't you guard it in the office? If I recall correctly, there's also a circuit breaker in there too. Be a good idea to guard that as well.
Yep.
Yeah, the office sounds nice. I'm pretty sure it's not that dirty either.
understood.
So I need to be on guard duty at the office. And I should get going. Have fun tonight, everyone. Taking with her the Duralumin case and a plate piled with food. Peko left the dining hall.
I see.
Seeing Peko's back as she walks away makes me feel like she's got this super cool melancholy vibe.
Huh?
But shouldn't she have taken that other case with her too? No, this case is fine.
That's weird.
No fair, you're like the only one who got to bring their own stuff.
Naturally.
When you're as special as me, you get special privileges. When you put it that way, it's hard to argue with you.
Listen.
This Duralumin case stays with me at all times. I put the key to the other case in here as well. I will take full responsibility for watching over it. There's no way I can let anyone else handle this matter. More importantly, we're all done now, right? Let's start the party.
Stop talking.
No, there's still more.
I'm gonna do it!
This is her reaction to being told there's more to do each time. Who do you want me to beat the crap out of? Hurry up and tell me already. Seriously, it has nothing to do with that. Actually, if you're volunteering, I do have one particular nuisance in mind. What are you talking
That's
about?
right.
Monokuma, of course. He's the one thing that could obviously disrupt this party.
I'll show you my serious side.
The fact that she sprouts claws when she does this. So you let me eat if I beat the crap out of Monokuma, right?
Hold on.
Wait a sec, if you actually pick a fight with that thing, you're just gonna end up perforated. Tell me to wait till I starve to death?
Hey,
Starve to death? That's a little extreme. Our opponent is not someone we can just fight. Rather, it's better if we use our heads and think of a plan.
hey.
I'll do something about it.
What?
Do something? You?
Hey, hey.
Hey now, what can a girl like you do? You're just gonna put yourself in danger. Yeah. So, again, not a shocking sentiment, given the age group that we're dealing with, and, you know, prevalent social norms, but in particular, Kazuichi telling somebody, oh, you're just gonna put yourself in danger, what could you do? Like, aren't you the one that ran away screaming earlier whenever you encountered somebody? Be a little more justifiable if, like, one of the really crazy attacker types was the one saying this.
Nope.
I won't. It's not like I'll personally do something. You won't? Do you intend to utilize Monomi?
Yep.
Yeah, if I can talk her into helping us. She might be able to keep Monokuma at bay. At least that's what I think. That's probably a good idea. She looks like the type that's easily manipulated.
Oh!
Plus, Monomi and Monokuma totally have a rivalry thing going on. It's a pretty one-sided rivalry.
Are you okay?
But will you really be okay, Chiaki? I still think it's dangerous.
It's gonna be fine.
I'll be fine. If things get dangerous, I'll just run away as fast as I can. Waving that death flag. Alright, where did they go? Scanning. This guy has taken over chewing on cardboard bag duty. You can actually see him doing it right now. Sky likes to, especially with cardboard things, he likes to take little mouthfuls and rip them off. He doesn't like swallow it or anything. There'll be a pile of shreds when he's done. But he likes to bite and tear. Well then, I'll be going now. What is this feeling? I feel somewhat uneasy. It's not like I have a bad feeling about this, but something feels off. So it's all settled, right? Then can we... You're right. Let's begin. All right.
Fine.
So the banquet has finally commenced. You better keep me entertained. And with that, the party started. It's not clear what she's eating, but that she's got, like, an armful of food and is cycling between different things. Whatever the reason, everyone seemed to be having
Are we
fun.
good? Can I finally eat?
You're already eating.
I can't stop. I can't stop my hands from shoving food in my face.
Wow. She is both into it and It's kind of like having a very fun sort of nervous breakdown, I guess.
Well, of course you can't stop. These are the world's tastiest party dishes, after all. No matter how full you feel, you can't help but continue eating such exquisite delicacies. That is what I cook, the world's tastiest dishes.
That's rather scary.
Mikan actually is telling the truth with that. It's like, this is a food that upon a single taste you are compelled to continue stuffing yourself with it. That's a distinct possibility, casemate. You can never rule that out. The very, very hungry warrior type and, like, them eating is actually a pretty common trope as well. That the super swordsman or sorcerer or just main character in general is able to just inhale food, and they make every opportunity to show them doing it. You can see shades of it in the Monster Hunter games as well. They put a remarkable amount of detail in the giant piles of food that those guys are able to shovel down. Except in Monster Hunter Rise, where they committed a sin against the series by not including it. Possible victims, huh? Well, Fuyuhiko, Yakuza boy, is currently set up so that he is a possible murderer as well as victim. Sonia is an excellent target, casemate, because she is being set up as super pure. Really, anybody that we say could be a victim could also be a killer here. I think Byakuya as a victim is a strong narrative possibility. Since he really is being put forward as, like, the Paragon character, removing him would have a big impact on the group. Chiaki is currently being set up to die. Her being like, I'm gonna go out and do something about Monokuma. I'm gonna talk to Monomi to slow down Monokuma, and I'm gonna do it by going out alone. Peko is being set up as a possible victim as well. That she has gone off alone outside of view of the rest of the group. Really, in this scenario, horror movie rules apply. If you are not on camera with the rest of the group, you have a target on your back. It ultimately doesn't matter if you went off in a group of 5. If the camera doesn't go to that group of 5, they could all die at any time. Reality will warp in such a way that even individuals within that group of 5 could be picked off.
You're not eating? Then I'm gonna eat all this by myself!
I'll make lots more in the kitchen, and then I'll bring it all out here, okay?
Hey everyone! While we're at it, why don't I take pictures for you guys? Wow, that sounds wonderful! Please do!
Everybody's so happy. Somebody's gonna die. This feels weird. When I first came to this island, watching everyone have fun was so frustrating. But now I feel reassured. We're actually friends who fight together, friends who've developed a sense of unity. Nekomaru, did something happen? I'm sure it's very tasteful, casemate. Party just started, but I must return to my cottage.
Come on.
Don't be foolish. I won't allow such selfish actions. Is Nekomaru going to talk about pooping again?
Don't stop me!
He's going to talk about pooping again. I don't even think a killer needs to set up a knife for Mikan to eventually kill herself. Though at the same time, we have to acknowledge that she has somehow gone through life without that happening already. So she might have that, like, drunkard's luck, you know? If I don't go now, it would be a shame. It would shame me as a man. Oh. So he was talking about the toilet.
What?
You need to use the bathroom. There's one in this old building. Why do you need to go back to your cottage? Been trying to use it many times, but the door just won't open at all.
What?
What is this blasphemy? What now?
Impossible!
My hellhound earring just disappeared. Did it vanish into subspace? Calm down, you probably just dropped it somewhere.
Quiet.
Don't you dare. Is it really alright if I eat all of this?
What did you say?
Don't be an idiot. Make sure you leave some for me.
Come on!
Everyone, come on. I'm gonna take a
Say
picture.
cheese!
You act a little more mature. Beep beep.
What?
What does that sound just now? Zap. Oh, the circuit breaker cut. It's dark all of a sudden.
It's a blackout!
Blackout? A blackout?
I can't see anything.
In that instance, as we stumbled around in the darkness, our fears swallowed us up like a flood.
It's pitch black! My future is pitch black!
The sounds of screams and frantic footsteps rang through the dark dining hall. We were immediately swallowed up by another sound.
Everyone, calm down! We gotta stay calm in a situation like this! Ah! Don't step on my feet!
What the hell? What's going on here?
Because the windows were entirely covered, the blackout surrounded us with complete darkness. Complete darkness. Therefore, no matter how long I wait, there's no way my eyes will adjust.
This is... Ow!
Turn the damn lights on! I can't eat like this, you know!
You guys? Where are you? Wasn't the blackout just in the kitchen?
Perhaps the breaker overloaded?
Hold on a sec. I'll go along the wall and do something about it.
Within the darkness, we fervently waited to be released from our fear. We anxiously waited, and after a while, it finally... Lights go on. Just a second here. I'll lower that background music down a little bit. Zap. Ah, at that moment, when the lights in the dining hall finally turned back on, a shocking scene unfolded before our eyes. That is, Mikan's appearance had been compromised.
I'm sorry, I tripped again!
This seems to be one of the writers or artists' thing.
Seriously? How do you trip and land like that?
Yay! An erotic pose! That's obviously a fan service moment. No! Please don't look at me! I can't take this at all! Mahiru! It's time to snatch some shots! There's no way I can do that. Please forgive me. Just forgive me already! Everyone, I think it would be best if we help her already.
So it's less that she landed like that, and more that she stayed like that, because much of that pose was a moment of impact pose. You know?
I'm sorry. Hey,
From now on, just be careful.
Huh?
Oh, I'm glad the lights are back on here, too.
yay!
So were you the one that fixed the breaker, Kazuichi? You were unusually useful this time. Well, no, I couldn't find my way to the office with the breaker.
Huh?
Then why are the lights back on? Who knows?
What? Are you stupid?
Who knows me? You're so useless. It's not my fault, you know. There's no way I could have found my way to the office in that darkness.
Oh
What happened?
Sonia, did something happen? No, Byakuya is missing. Did he go somewhere? Huh? Byakuya? We immediately looked around the dining hall, and sure enough, Byakuya, who promised that he would lead us in situations like this, was nowhere to be found.
Huh?
And I think it was his voice that said ouch during it. Or a corresponding exclamation. That's weird. He was here earlier, right? Did he run off somewhere during the blackout? In that pitch darkness? I'm a little worried. We should split up and go look for him. I'll look in the storage room, so can I ask you to check the entrance?
For now.
Then I guess I'll look in the office.
Then...
I shall look around in the hallway. The same hallway that all of you will have to go through to get to where you're going. Now, let's see. Byakuya is not here when we turn the lights back on. Peko had already left. Fuyuhiko had not come to the party. Taro went to the kitchen. And Soda had left during the blackout and has now come back. And Chiaki had gone to talk with Monomi. So there's a whole grab bag of people that are involved right now. I'll wait here since I'm kind of in the middle of eating. Still gonna eat while this is going on? I must. Bathroom. Let's man up and check the bathroom. I don't understand this man up thing. Mr. Ham Hands ran away just because there was an itty-bitty blackout. Exactly, Lunar. Fuyuhiko is going to be strongly implicated in anything that happens. Now, it's possible that Fuyuhiko will be the victim. But if not, then everybody will look at them. Such a shameful leader. If I find him, I'm gonna finger flick him in the face as punishment. And so, where did Byakuya go? I believe I have to go check the entrance. I'm pretty sure Chiaki was there. What are you doing? Weren't you going to use the bathroom? It appears someone else is using it. The door has been shut since before the party even started. Bathroom is for everyone. How dare you hog it? Someone's been using the bathroom since before the party started. That's what it looks like. No matter how many times I check, it never seems to be open. The more I try to hold it in, the more it wants to come out. Hold it in. Come on, you can do it. So that's a long time to be in the bathroom. Who's in there? They've been in there since before the party started. It can't be Byakuya. I mean, if someone is in the bathroom, it would have to be Fuyuhiko. Yeah, you'd expect more screaming in that case, though, Emby, wouldn't you? You know, for that particular scenario unfolding. Because it's not a short time they've been in there, then. At some point, the contents would run out, and the container would have to follow, you know? Blackout totally surprised me. I was totally right to think these podunk facilities are lame. Since this place is still part of the hotel, wouldn't you assume it gets enough electricity? But even so, for the circuit breaker to actually fail,
Guess that's about it.
I've decided there's no way I'll ever be able to live the crude country bumpkin life. Makes you wonder what kind of terrifying fiber regime the man uses, you know? Every day he chews up some steel wool and razor wire, you know? Gotta scrape everything extra clean. You should check the entrance. That's where Chiaki was. Storage room door. Nagito. Sorry to surprise you. Yeah, you were looking around in there.
Yep.
Byakuya isn't here. I wonder where he is. It's not opening. It seems someone is in there. This is the weirdest assumption that they're making. Like, everyone except Fuyuhiko has been accounted for. So either there was somebody in the party who was like, oh yeah, I just arrived and didn't tell anybody that's where I'd been hiding the whole time. And as soon as the blackout happened, they rushed back there despite everybody being accounted for except Byakuya. Or maybe you should, like, knock on the door and ask. She is apparently not. Ooh. There is no case of dangerous things. Just what it looks like. Byakuya is not here. In fact, nobody is here. Doesn't that seem odd? You mention it. Wasn't Peko supposed to be in this room? I know, right? Isn't it weird? Why is she missing too? Wait a minute. Yeah, you want to check the entrance. Don't care. Give me a second. I didn't notice this previously. It's a circuit breaker. Why is it all the way up there? How's anyone supposed to reach it? Potential implication of Peko there, since she has a tool capable of reaching it. I've searched the hallway, but there is no sign of Byakuya. Is it meant to be an implication that the writers didn't realize search the hallway when everybody would be entering the hallway and traveling to each end of the hallway on their own search is silly? Or that is the implication that the rest of the group heard her say, I'm going to check the hallway, and they're like, you do that, Sonya. That's very useful. Thank you, Sonya. Like, she's trying really hard. She's trying to help. Let's not discourage her. I haven't looked yet. I'll go check. From the look of the scale of the characters, I think two characters standing on their shoulders, like one lifting the other one all the way up, could reach it. My thought is that Peko might be able to reach it with the sword on her back. Well, the bamboo rod. Chiaki and Monomi are standing in front of the entrance. I guess they're watching out for Monokuma.
Huh?
Hajime, what about the party? It's not done yet, right? I haven't even joined in yet. Chiaki, did you happen to see Byakuya pass by here?
Nope.
Byakuya? Nope, I didn't. Well, what happened to Byakuya? There was a sudden blackout inside the old building, and Byakuya vanished during that time. So we thought he might have gone outside, but those pauses, like, that seems to just be like her idle eye state. But the way it's set up, that it looks like she's staring at the screen slack-jawed, like she's just gazing through you. Nope, nobody came out. Nobody came out. Does that mean he's still inside? I mean, possibly.
I think.
I'd have to look and see what the scale of Soda is.
Hey.
Hajime, how'd it go? Oh, when I talked to Chiaki, she said he didn't go outside. I mean, possible. She could have also just thrown it up there, since I think it would be reasonable to reach the handle and poke it back up. But it depends on how that breaker works. I mean, is it really just a, is it a guillotine lever like that? Like an on-off toggle and not really like a breaker box? So just one massive circuit breaker, you know? That's weird. No one was inside the storage room either. Wasn't in the kitchen, obviously. And no one was in the
It
office.
is strange, no?
No one was in the office.
That's weird.
What about Peko? I thought she was supposed to be guarding that area.
Hey.
Actually, not even Peko was there.
Huh?
Peko's gone too? Maybe those two took advantage in the blackout to have themselves a major makeout session in the bathroom.
Well done.
The snorting. Truly outrageous. Taro, the little-known follow-up character, is the one of the after. Would it be the sad future of one of the members of the holograms? They did not age well. Taro is kind of like Hero from the prior game. He's actually like 40. The reference casemate is Gem and the Holograms, a 80s to early 90s era American cartoon. And one of the parts of the theme song was truly, truly outrageous. Did something happen?
It smells...
If you smell something,
well...
when partially digested food is absorbed by the small intestine, it's decomposed by bacteria, releasing gas, which is mostly absorbed in the intestinal tract, but whatever cannot be absorbed is secreted from the anus.
Yes.
And those are the mechanics of farting, but farting isn't something to be embarrassed about.
It's not like that.
No, I'm not talking about that. Smells like blood. Blood? Kane's nose twitched like a beast. She suddenly pointed. It's coming from over there. Table at the very back of the dining hall. The smell of blood. What in the world is at that table? It's under there. Under the table? Dashed towards the table at the back. Reached out towards the tablecloth. And then I stopped. Is this nervousness? Fear? Why am I nervous? It can't be. It obviously can't be. There's no way that's gonna happen. With a shout, I grabbed the tablecloth and flipped it back in one go. Oh, we got a full scene. Okay. Clearest victim. This is... There are variables that could be involved, of course, but removal of Byakuya is strong from a narrative causality perspective. This is a leadership figure, and they're snatching him away. He also has night vision goggles and a knife. And then there's green neon tape on the back there. But I saw the ultimate affluent progeny, Byakuya Togami, already dead and beyond recognition. Yeah, he sort of... The man ruptured, Enby. We're going with the slasher movie pressurized sack of blood method of gore here. Chapter 1, Destination Despair.
Why is Byakuya?
Yeah, I think he's one of the more recognizable people in that scenario. It's like one of the two biggest dudes there, and he's like... He has a white suit wrapped around him. His Byakuya. Scream. I just stood there, horrified, as showers of screams rang out behind me. As I gazed quietly at the body of my former friend...
Why?
Oh, wow. There's a shock face.
What is this?
We can only hope that in his panic he does not unclench. It's just his hairstyle, but the method of his hair, the look of his hairstyle and the way that he's like pushed it back makes it look like he's running frantically kind of to the left of the camera here. Like at high speed with his hair blowing behind him. Scanning. Where are the kitties hiding? Hello, Ember.
Hey!
It's impossible.
Are you kidding me?
Don't mess with me. This must be some kind of mistake. Can't be real blood, right? It's gotta be something like jam or sauce. Give it a taste, Ibuki. Double check. Maybe the man isn't dead, he's just basting. He was hoping to seal in the flavor. As if not, this...
What the hell?
Good gracious, things quickly took a turn for the worse. Now this is interesting.
Thrills, chills, kills!
On this tropical paradise, known as Jabberwock Island, the very first murder has finally taken place. Murder? Hold on, then does this mean... Of course. Byakuya was killed by one of you. What?
Of course!
If you look at the body, you can tell instantly. He was obviously murdered. Look, he has such a horrible expression on his face, don't you think? Given that he's face down, this kind of implies that Monokuma walked over and, like, grabbed his hair and turned the face of the corpse towards everyone. A face filled with regrets that his life was ended by force, all thanks to someone else's selfish desires. To have a dying face such as this... If this isn't murder, then what the heck could it be? Byakuya was most likely sacrificed by someone who really wanted to leave this island. Yeah, exactly, Envy. He tripped. He was moving around so quickly in the darkness that he tripped and fell so hard on a knife. So hard that the box of dangerous things rattled back down the hallway, into here, popped open, ejected a knife under him as he bounced, and then rattled its way back into the office, back into Pekko's possession, relocking itself, and then, with the resultant force of his rolling body, he continued under the table where he slammed into the far wall, causing the explosion of gore. I don't know how the night vision goggles got there. That's unexplained. Lies. It's all lies. You're lying that he was murdered. Lies. Murdered. That moment I screamed that word, a thick, muddy feeling of despair swelled within my body. Which means that I've accepted the fact that Byakuya was murdered.
What is this?
Those are just everyday night vision goggles, you know. Everybody's got a pair of those. It was festive headwear. You know, some people got party hats, some people got little poppers, some people got night vision goggles. Pekko returns.
Could it be?
Is that really Byakuya?
Why?
No, it's a very well-dressed body double. Why did this happen? Why Byakuya? I see. It appears Fuyuhiko is the only one who isn't here.
What are you gonna do?
So in the spirit of keeping everyone on the same page, how about we do this the usual way?
A body has been discovered! Now then, after a certain amount of time has passed, the class trial will begin!
So love that. It's not after a certain amount of time has passed, it's as soon as I become bored with your scrambling, I'm going to call you to a trial. Class trial?
Hey,
I've already explained this to you, right? One of you gets murdered, the rest of you have to debate who you think is the blackened. You're telling us to figure out who the killer is.
correct!
That's right. From this point on, you guys must investigate and uncover the blackened culprit.
That's impossible.
It can't be. Someone actually killed? There's no way. If you make an outburst like that, you'll end up being a suspect.
That's...
I won't believe it. One of us killed Byakuya? There's no way something as hopeless as this would ever happen.
No!
If you're actually thinking that way, it means you guys are already being conned by the killer. Come on, let's hurry up and begin. An impassioned, life-risking battle between you guys and the Blackened. And it's already started. It started the moment one of you plotted to kill someone. What are you saying?
You can't.
Everyone, please, you cannot. You should not believe what Monokuma says. No matter how much you interfere, there's only ever one truth.
My grandfather's...
Why did the voice line cut off before name? You have a grandpa?
On my grandfather's...
Ah, okay. Because they wanted to be able to reuse it for multiple things. Grave, your grandpa's dead? What happened to
On
him?
my grandfather's...
Plane.
Emergency.
Happened to your grandpa? Did his plane crash? I don't even know where to begin. At this rate,
You ain't my comedy partner anymore.
punch.
It hurts so much when you hit me with a charging corkscrew attack.
I guess that's going to be a running gag. Did you see that? The stunning display of power. Defy your big brother and I will show you no mercy. Domestic violence. Will harden my heart and teach you a lesson you won't soon forget. Oh dear, yes. If I had my magic stick, I'd be able to fight back.
Fine.
Yeah, whatever. Let's just leave the whiny rabbit loser alone and get on with the investigation. Now then, in the spirit of lovey doubt and dovey deception, put your heart and soul into investigating. I wish you the best of luck. I mean, apparently a charging corkscrew attack is prone to causing lacerations. Or perhaps abrasions. You don't know, these teddy bears could be made with realistic innards.
What is this?
On that topic, there is a series of books called the Deathstalker books. They are a sci-fi kind of space opera series. It is one of those ones that towards the very end of it, and it is many books long, it does go off the rails pretty hardcore. But at one point, the setting is on a like a resort planet. And it was built as sort of like a planet-wide Disney World kind of thing, where they had children's puppet show kind of characters. And one of them is clearly, like, some of them are based off Winnie the Pooh kind of stuff, that kind of thing, you know. Similar to, but legally distinct from, kind of mascot characters. But anyway, something gets in and corrupts their programming. And many of them go off the rails. It's kind of a Westworld kind of scenario before Westworld. But some of the animatronics want to be alive. Some of them still hold to the idea that they're supposed to be friendly, you know, children's entertainment characters, and they try to protect people. But others want to be living things too. They want to live their own lives. So in an effort to become more like living things, they attack the remaining guests and take their organs and stuff their fluffy insides with them, because living things have organs. What does this mean? I don't understand this at all. You speak craziness, casemate. More organs means more human. It will work. You search for Byakuya's killer. Why did it turn out like this?
What's going on?
Give me a break. Why do I have to be involved in this horrible situation? You can't doubt each other, because you're all friends.
Understand?
But Mr. Ham Hands really did get killed, right? And if we don't find out who the killer is, we're all gonna get killed, right?
Please wait.
That being said, I cannot abide by this. Now that I have finally made friends, there's no way I can doubt them.
So...
Seriously, did you even listen to what I said? Doesn't matter if you can abide by this or not. We gotta do this to survive, right? Then we have no choice but to do it.
I won't forgive you.
No, friends doubting friends is a major no-no.
Shut up!
Just go away already, you useless piece of trash.
Oh,
Threats are scary. Do we really have to do it?
but
I don't want to do something like that.
no.
I don't want to do it either. It sounds so scary.
However,
It's just as Hiyoko said. If we're going to get killed for not doing it, then we must do it. But still, I can't believe one of us killed Byakuya. There's no way I can believe it. There's no way. So for that reason...
Yep.
I'll do it. I'll investigate Byakuya's death. I will do my best to prove that there is no killer among us. I mean... I get the, I don't want to believe that it was one of our friends, but the, I don't want to believe it would be one of our friends, so I will do nothing to find out how he died, is the weird logical leap that's going on. Like, nope, it's just going to be a mystery forever. Nope, we're not getting involved. Our friends might explode in gore at any minute. It's just the way of life. There's no need to deceive or doubt each other. What we need to fight is not ourselves, but that which is trying to crush us. This despair. Now we found the author's self-insert character. This hopeless reality, that's the real enemy we need to fight. If I'm going to survive this, then I have to fight it. Before you start, can I say something?
well,
In closed-circle detective games, the player usually has to decide on who's going to guard the crime scene. What should we do?
I know!
It would be bad if the killer destroyed the evidence and got away with it. Destroyed the evidence?
Pointing!
Oh, that one little voice line is one of the best things about Ibuki so far. Pointing! Look over there, that big bulky brawny guy is perfect for the guard job. What happened?
Man.
Guy has a sensitive heart, despite his looks. Is that what that means? No, he probably finally gave up and is running for his toilet.
Hey,
I can be the one who watches the crime scene. I don't have enough confidence to investigate the body, and it's not like I have the brains either. I'll just stay by Byakuya's side. That's the least I can do. That's what guard duty is, right?
I'll do my best.
Do my very best to not get in your way.
Yes.
I have medical training, so if it's not too much trouble, I can perform an autopsy, please. Amazing! Like, the person with medical training is actually going to look and give us some information. I mean, not that we had that last time, but it's more of a, that's remarkably rational. So you're going to stay as well. Is that okay? And what specifically should we be doing now? I have no idea. It's pretty obvious that we're all just amateurs. Going through each grain of sand on the beach just to find a clue would be a waste of time. The only ones who can do that are the police. There's no way amateurs like us would be able to do that. It was a loopy sentence.
Hey.
So let's first rely on our intuition. Oh man, there's no way we're going to be able to do this properly. It's going to be too difficult for amateurs like us. So let's just wing it. Realistic, but, you know, don't say it out loud. Start from there and prove that none of us could have killed Byakuya. But to perform an autopsy on your friend, how cruel. But I have no choice, right? There's no way I could do something like decline, right?
I won't believe.
Byakuya got killed. I don't believe that at all. Fine, I'm in.
You are right.
We are to survive. This is our only
This is
path.
the worst.
Something like this is the only thing we can do in order to stay alive. Finding out who the killer is, that's our only hope for survival. Something like this is hope. Pushing buttons real quick. Okay. Even so, I still gotta do it. You thought it was time for the investigation, but...
It's the Monokuma file! Hey!
So I thought, you amateurs need this, don't you? What the hell is the Monokuma file?
like this.
He's explaining the rules all the time really breaks my bones.
Why you?
Well, it's not like I have bones in the first place. Like, don't even make me say such lame jokes.
Allow me to explain.
Let's see. The Monokuma file contains precise and detailed information regarding the dead body.
What?
I brought it to you so you guys can smoothly proceed with the investigation. I'm such a nice guy. I'm so nice I want to be known as the Mother Teresa of the mascot world.
Hey,
Nice, you say? You're just a selfish meanie.
what's this?
My. Mono-me, the meaningless mascot. You're still here?
You stupid brother!
Don't push me in the meaningless Don't put me in the meaningless mascot genre.
Damn it!
Come on, let's go. Your turn is already up. Hurry up and get out of here with me. Don't pull my ears. They're gonna come off. They're finally gone. The Monokuma file, huh? Anyway, I guess I should look over it just in case. Dead. The victim's body was discovered in the dining hall of the old building near the Hotel Mirai. The estimated time of death is 11:30 p.m. The victim was repeatedly stabbed over 10 times between the throat and abdominal region, resulting in death. Aside from that, the body has no other external injuries and no chemicals such as poison were detected. So Byakuya is really dead. Promise there wouldn't even be one victim. Why'd you end up being one? Because if his promise held true, there could be nobody else until he died. He made himself the primary target. I mean, you could either do one of two things. You kill somebody else, and ideally right under his nose to discredit him. This would be not in this murder game where you just have to do it once. Or you take him out and remove his protection. Now I'll never know what you were going to say to me. Not talk to the others about my past. I suspect that my skeptical nature is partly to blame. Yep. In the end, what did he even mean? Could it be? And so if there really is a traitor, isn't that gosh darn awful? Pretending to be your ally and tricking you guys. It can't be helped if someone like that gets killed, right? A traitor? No way. Just because he said lots of serious things, it doesn't mean he was the traitor. What am I thinking? Monokuma file number 1. Carefully examine everything. I need to do it. If we're going to survive this, we need to do it. I have to prepare myself for the worst. The music is just called Homicide. To this very table, Byakuya was... First, I should investigate the top table. The top of the table. So the only thing on the table that really catches my eye is this desk lamp. Looks like an antique lamp, and it seems rather heavy. The power cord is connected to the outlet, so it would have been useless during the blackout. Other than that, there's nothing else on the table that really stands out to me, so... Now's not the time for me to flinch. I gotta do it. I let out a shout as if to encourage myself, and then quickly looked beneath the table. Immediately, I noticed an unexplainable smell like rusted iron hanging in the air. During the stinging pain in the back of my eyes, I slowly shifted my gaze towards Byakuya's body. Byakuya Togami, the ultimate affluent progeny. He was the kind of guy who said a lot of hurtful things, but he tried his best to lead everyone. Why did he have to end up like this? The only thing I can do right now, for Byakuya's sake, is to uncover the truth behind his death. Something stuck to the back of the table. Do you think he jerked up and to the left when he was stabbed, casemate? Is this some duct tape? Seems to be paint applied to the non-sticky side of the duct tape. In the dim light underneath the table, it seemed to glow dully. Would this be glowing paint? A bloody knife. Is this the weapon that killed Byakuya? Hold on. How did the killer bring this knife to the dining hall in the first place? Byakuya thoroughly patted down everyone and thoroughly inspected every corner of this old building. All the confiscated dangerous items were supposed to be placed in the duralumin case. It's possible they stole this knife from the case, or they hid it somewhere hard to find. Also, there's one more thing about this knife that's strange. Some kind of paint's been applied to the hilt. In the dull light beneath the table, it seemed to glow dully. Would this be glowing paint? What is this? It's like binoculars, but why is there a pair of binoculars under the table?
Hey,
Those aren't binoculars. Then what are they? Those are probably night vision goggles. Night vision goggles? I've seen them at the supermarket on this island. They also stock self-defense kits, too. If that's the case, did the killer use these night vision goggles to kill Byakuya during the blackout? The body is collapsed face down onto the table. He was in the middle of attempting something. It looks like he was... According to the Monokuma file, he was repeatedly stabbed between the throat and abdominal region. What are you talking about, casemate? You swing down to your local grocery store, you pick up, you pick up some fruit, you pick up some meat, you pick up some, night vision by the pound. This guy is entering nuisance mode here. Repeatedly stabbed. Would one of us do something so horrible? Let's check that tape again. Tape with paint applied. Could it be glowing paint? Blood flowing from Byakuya's body formed a huge pool under the table. That's a lot of blood. There's blood splattered... This guy is in the way. There's blood splattered everywhere. Question. So... could someone have come under the table? Like, could they be under the floorboards and have stabbed up? But then why would the knife be that way? Because that would get a murder weapon in there. We don't know that that knife actually is the thing that killed him. And there's a missing skewer. So I wonder if Byakuya planted the knife and had the night vision in his special toolbox, and was using that as a defense option. But somebody managed to spike him from below. speculating. The inner side of the tablecloth is covered with blood. As for it to be, he would have had to be stabbed down there, like, while he was underneath the table for it to work. And it really doesn't look like somebody would have had a lot of room to, stab him repeatedly. Therein lies question, NB. That's why my theory is kind of, perforated. It is porous. Blood might have splattered all over the place when he got stabbed, but there don't seem to be any drag marks leading from the blood pool. Because it definitely seems like he died, like he was killed under the table. I'm sure I've pretty much investigated what's under the table. Despite the fact that it's just me, I think I'm working pretty hard. Even if it's just a little, I'm sure we're getting close to the truth behind Byakuya's death.
Hey.
Najimi, there's something I want to run by you. Before the blackout occurred, Byakuya was in the dining hall with the rest of us, right? That's right. And if Byakuya's dead body was discovered after the blackout, I mean, if he was holding the case with him, then the case could perhaps contain the night vision, and then he could have headed to the table where he had the knife, and the luminous paint would have helped him spot the knife. My question at this point is, where is his case? The special case that he was going to keep with him all the time. Don't you think he died during the blackout? Well, now that you mention it, but why was Byakuya's body under a table? Even if the killer tried to hide him, it's not like he would have stayed hidden forever. Isn't it confusing? You're absolutely right. It seems finding out what exactly happened during the blackout is key to solving the mystery. There's no way I'd know. It was so dark during the blackout I couldn't even see a thing.
That's not it.
Although if seeing was impossible, then there's a possibility someone might have heard something. Heard something? Now that one, MB, could just be narrative contrivance. Remember, these are the ones that dithered for quite a while under the threat of death from the little robot bear that has clearly demonstrated it has overwhelming firepower. In the face of a very clearly murdered person, that they're saying, well, maybe we're not gonna participate in the death game because we don't wanna. We think it would be rude to our friends to participate. despite the fact that one of our friends has been horribly killed. Like, they spent quite a while saying that they didn't want to. And not like, I don't want to believe this, I'm shocked, but more of a defiantly, I don't want to. It would kind of imply, as far as Nagito is concerned, it would imply that if there was a glowing knife there, that it would be after Nagito had finished the general cleaning of the area. And Teru might not notice something because he was cooking. And that's, so far in Danganronpa, that seems to be a core thing, is not wondering how it is that nobody else noticed, because that seems to happen constantly. But more of a, how could it have been done? Yep. Byakuya gatekeeping puts him strongly in the running for that. Nagito having access to the place for the whole cleaning period and having the opportunity to set the place up. And Teru during the process of cooking and laying out the dishes. Those three would have had the most access to the scene. Talking about her. Must investigate my classmate's body. I'm the one who has medical knowledge. That's why I need to do it. Before you start, why don't you calm down a bit? You're right, I need to calm down first. I'm careless enough as it is. That's pretty obvious from how you fell earlier. Terribly sorry about that, for showing you something so unsightly. Made me remember it again. I just noticed the sound effect splash, too. The fact that... yeah. I got startled by the blackout, slipped, and couldn't stand back up. Please erase it from your memory. If you ask me, I won't be able to forget it so easily, especially if the game keeps showing it to us. Well, we've had two so far. That seems to be Mikan's role in the game, is tasteless fan service on the reg. Embarrassing pose. Hero, are you alright? Yeah, I'm fine. That what you expected me to say? Because I feel terrible. It is apparently evidence, MB. One minute Byakuya is alive, and well, in an instant something awful suddenly happened. Of course I'm not fine. Why? Not only that, but whoever killed him is one of us, right? That hasn't been determined yet. It's already been determined. You've already accepted it, haven't you? This is the worst. That we have to find out who the killer is, find out which friend killed our friend, I don't like it either, but we won't survive if we don't go through with it. Not just for yourself, we have to do it to protect all of us. If I had only acted calmer during the blackout, Byakuya might still be alive. The whole thing would have never happened. Stop blaming yourself, nothing good will come of it.
Jeez. Got it?
Hey, Hajime, forget what I just said. Got it? Yeah, that's fine. I got it. Don't dwell on it for now. I can't become a burden to everyone. Plus, there might be a clue that only I have access to. A clue? Photos. The one I took just before the blackout, remember? And come on, I gotta take a picture. Yeah, the pictures. Want to see them? I have a digital camera, so I can show them to you right now. She is a bit abrasive. Okay, we can see the lamp on the table. Hey there, Revy. Set another angle. These two photos right before the blackout, but... Huh? Something wrong? Didn't realize it until now, but right before the blackout, Byakuya was standing in a totally different place than where we found him. Wasn't his body under the table with the lamp on top of it? The one underneath the monitor? Prior to that, Byakuya was standing along the wall farthest away from that table. That's pretty far. There's something else. Everyone's standing position before the blackout might be a huge clue. Can you approximate everybody's standing position from these photos? Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. It'd be hard to understand from the photos alone, so it might be better for me to plot it out. But would that actually provide a clue? I don't know that yet, but I feel like it could.
Leave it to me.
How you doing tonight, Revy? Pretty much the only job I can do, anyway. All right, now that that's decided, you better work hard. How much longer are you planning to stand around? Understand what's going on? You gotta find out how Byakuya died. I know, but good, she's all fired up now, but she's a totally different person now when than when she was feeling down. Oh, Hellhound Earring, answer my call.
Impossible!
This effort futile? Are you still looking for the earring you dropped?
You!
Not a mere earring, it is the Hellhound Earring.
Fine.
Long ago, in a faraway land, a beast known as the Hellhound was feared by all, even by he who summoned it. Well, this is certainly random. The Hellhound tore its way through innumerable battlefields, its fangs glistening with blood, and his drenched blood-red fur would dry in the howling winds of loneliness. When I finally tamed that diabolic beast, I received an earring to commemorate that event. The Hellhound Earring. So that I may never forget the night I battled that fearsome Pomeranian. I wear that earring at all times. Is that really about a friggin' Pomeranian? I understand it's important to you, but for now we need to investigate.
I won't let you!
Where is it? Where did it disappear to? Maybe it fell underneath the floor? The carpet didn't cover the whole floor. It might have fallen through the gaps between the exposed floorboards. So that's what transpired. Such a clever little bauble. Adam laughed uproariously as he walked towards the wall and pressed his head against the gaps in the floor. And peered beneath the floorboards.
See it!
There it is. Found it. Truly, that is the Hellhound earring. It seems God exists for my benefit. I see. Good for you.
Let me ask.
However, how do I recover it? Not fit my arm through this opening. Were I to use a tool, it would probably not reach either. Then maybe you could just you should just give up? Give up what? The world? Gundam doesn't do anything lightly. Both the theme that he projects, like every piece of his clothing, his hair, you know, his makeup, all of that stuff, the way he laughs, the way he talks, everything is emphatic. Give up the earring. Fool, have you not yet realized? The world will come to an end if the human race were to lose that earring. You humans are so satisfied with clothing yourselves in layers of false knowledge.
You will die!
But even with all those layers, you still will not survive the winter. Why am I being scolded?
Fine.
It was foolish of me to rely on you fools. Foolish fools who foolishly fool each other in your foolish ways. I shall do something about it on my own. Now, if you'll excuse me, I must go save the world. Wants that earring back by any means necessary. His determination is truly inspiring. But it'd be nice if he actually helped me with the investigation. Gaps in the floorboards. Exactly, Revy. I'm kind of surprised that he doesn't have a whip, Envy. To really tie together the beast tamer kind of vibe that he gives off, that he tries to project. Not a tasty looking party dishes. In the end, nobody really ate that much. Lies. Akane ate like half a table's worth minimum. Can't imagine these are related to the incident. The window's covered with iron plates. Does it have something to do with the renovation? No. Worrying about that is a waste of time. It doesn't have anything to do with Byakuya's death anyway. Nothing at all. Oh, there it is. Slightly to the left. This is the metal case Byakuya had with him. I believe he said it was made of duralumin. Taser, key to the box, gloves. Last time I saw it, it was closed, but there are a lot of odd things inside this case. Nightstick, pepper spray, night vision goggles. This is a hard plastic case, but it's just the case. The inside is empty. I wonder what was inside. But one thing that really catches my attention is the small key. Must be the key to the other case. That other case was in the office, and all of the collected dangerous items were inside of it. If the key to that duralumin case is right there, and it's unlikely that the murder weapon used to kill Byakuya was taken from that case. It means the weapons inside that case aren't related to his murder. Even so, I still don't get it. Why did Byakuya have this Duralumin case in the first place? A case packed with all of this security equipment. Maybe he was being extra cautious just in case. Nah, that can't be right. That's way too overboard. No. This is the tamest form of prepper box. Like, it's very lightweight and practical, but nowhere near overboard. Could he have known something was going to happen beforehand? And because of that, he went to all this trouble to be extra careful?
Perhaps.
Denying he died during the blackout. If that's the case, finding out exactly what happened during the blackout is key. It's impossible to see in the dark. There might be someone who heard what happened. You talking about her? Remote-controlled air conditioner. Air conditioner? Would it be? All of you, why can't you act a little more grown up? What's that sound just now? I wonder if turning on the air conditioning blew the fuse. Like, overloaded it. Air conditioner is probably the only machine inside this room. In the air conditioner's remote control, the timer is set to 11:30 p.m. Pretty sure Byakuya's time of death was around the same time. If so, that means that mechanical sound before the blackout, it probably came from this air conditioner. My flashes of inspiration aren't as bad as I thought. AC timer has been added to the Truth Bullets section of your handbook. Now then, where else should I investigate?
Hajime.
What is it?
Hey,
When we're finished with the investigation here, would you like to hear what everyone has to say together? If I go by myself, some people might not talk to me out of caution. Oh, we've been told but that one of us is a killer. It can't be helped if everyone's on edge right now. But why me? Easy. You're easy to talk to. And I feel like you have a scent similar to mine. We both harbor special feelings towards Hope Speak Academy, isn't that right? Well, yeah, but... And if we're not going together, let's get on with it. There's no time for idle chit-chat.
Thanks.
Maybe they're implying that's the temperature inside the building that they're in right now. Could be even toastier outside. I wouldn't know. I avoid that kind of environment. Salt and heat, you know. What he said about us being similar, I don't think I agree.
now then.
I guess for now we should search the inside of this old building and listen to what the others have to say. Not just the dining hall. I think we should consider this whole building the scene of the crime. After all, the blackout that took place at the time would have happened throughout this entire building. Yup. there's something I want to ask you. And that is?
It is strange, no?
Appears that only that wall is of a different color in material. Why is that?
Perhaps-
Probably a fire door. Fire door? Ever seen one before? It's a door that shuts to keep fire from spreading by containing it. If that happens, you can run away, right?
Wow!
It's like a barrier. It's like lining up plastic bottles around the house. That's only done to keep cats from getting in. You know about keeping cats from getting inside, but you don't know about fire doors?
I am ashamed.
Truly, I am culturally ignorant. I am ashamed of myself.
Hey,
Try talking to everyone. It's definitely going to help us out. Storage room is really dusty and dark. My hands were full cleaning the dining hall, so I couldn't even touch this room. It even has cobwebs. There's no way I could stay in here for a long time. Awful lot of boxes. I don't have time to go through each and every one of them. Guess we should leave them alone. This huge piece of cloth randomly shoved in here.
perhaps?
This a tablecloth? A tablecloth? Wait. There's something on it. Is this a bloodstain? Bloodstain? Come here, take a closer look.
But
It's too dark, I can't really see that clearly. There's no mistaking it, this is clearly a bloodstain. Which means this tablecloth is connected to Byakuya's murder, right?
well,
If that tablecloth has a bloodstain on it, then it's a possibility. Seriously, it is a bloodstain. Storage room tablecloth. These irons? Looks like they were recently turned on, but why are there 3 irons on this ironing board? Because I thought your eyes don't miss a thing. When I was looking for Byakuya after the blackout, I also found these irons, but when I found them, all 3 were turned on. Gasp. Turned on?
yep.
It'd be bad if another blackout happened, so I turned them off. But doesn't this feel kind of sinister? Sinister. Irons in the storage room.
Hajime.
How much longer are you going to stay in this dark place? You might be wasting your time. Let's go. Stack of clean tablecloths. Looks like they haven't been used yet.
I see, I see.
Apparently, a great man once said, investigations should be done on foot. So that's why I'm also using my feet. I'm just walking around for no particular reason. Well, if there's no reason, then there's no meaning.
Hey,
Hajime, I just realized something. Could she, by any chance, know what happened during the blackout? Just thinking the same thing. How'd you know? So you did hear us, even though Hajime and I were talking pretty softly just now. Not only do I have a perfect face, style, and personality, but I also have perfect ears. I see. Your hearing is so good, maybe you heard what actually happened during the blackout.
hey,
When the blackout happened, could you hear everybody's voice throughout the dining hall? We couldn't tell, but you would have been able to make out who's who, right? Just leave it to Ibuki. It'll be easy as fried rice with gravy. Huh? I can heartily eat it for breakfast.
I see.
I mean, if it's like, gravy drizzled over fried rice, that would be good. It would depend on the type of gravy. But I do like gravy over rice. I mean, like, it'll be easy as pie, except eating fried rice with gravy for breakfast is kind of heavy. Any fried rice that isn't fried rice with gravy is so wrong. She should make a metaphor with a more common type of fried rice, like egg fried rice or lettuce fried rice. Anyway, can you tell us what you heard? Leave it to me. I'm gonna take a bite out of you.
Yep.
If you tell us, I'll let you bite Hajime later. Stop it. What if she takes you seriously? Let's see. The first person who raised their voice during the blackout was... That's right, it was Mihiro.
It's a blackout!
Next was Kazuichi's.
Hey, I can't see anything.
And then it was hers.
It's pitch black! My future is pitch black!
A nice remark I made. It's to the point and has its own unique charm. Just continue. And there were more voices, one after the other.
Everyone, calm down! We gotta stay calm in a situation like this.
In the voice of somebody just keeping it together to say it.
Ah! Don't step on my feet!
What the hell? What's going on here? This is... Ow!
Turn the damn lights on! I can't eat like this, you know?
You guys? Where are you? Wasn't the blackout just in the kitchen?
I mean, you made it through the hallway like this, buddy.
Perhaps the breaker overloaded?
Hold on a sec. I'll go along the wall and do something about it.
Alrighties, that's pretty much it. Aren't I awesome? Praise me. Praise me. Give me lots of praise. Did the first time. Seriously, don't get any closer. Hey, Nagito. Say something to her. Hey, did something happen? I was just thinking about what Byakuya said during the blackout. What Byakuya said? Why did he say something like that? Rather than why was he able to say that? What's going on here? And this is... What do you mean? About that. Why don't we discuss it after we've investigated for a little bit more? For now, I can't really say anything for certain. It's not like I really care. Anyway, don't you think Ibuki's account just now is an important clue that will lead us to the truth?
Yahoo!
Then praise me. Let me bite you. Ibuki's account was added to the truth bullets. Okay, folks, we're going to take a quick break, and I will be right back. Alright, folks, getting settled in here. Do a kitty check here. Let's see here. Ember's hanging out on the shelf, but I don't know how much longer she'll be there because food has been set down. The dinner bell has been rang, as it were. If you look down in the play area, Sammy is right on the edge, towards that side that she is sitting. If she were to keep going in the direction she's facing, she'll reach the food. The food is to the left, or, well, from your direction. From where we're looking, to the right of the camera that Ember's on, in the lower right corner. That is where the food is. If folks are curious, if you go off the right-hand side and then a little up from the right-hand camera here, where Sammy's tail is, then you'll reach the upper right camera. If you head up from the upper right camera, you will head down the center, like straight towards the steps of the upper center camera. And if you go up those steps and turn left, you will enter from the right of the upper left camera. If you jump down from the tree on the left of the upper left camera, then you will end up in the upper right corner of the play area in the lower left. If from the play area you go straight up, you will eventually reach the tree in the bottom center. But if you veer a little right before getting to the tree, you will reach the pillows in the left center. The lower right corner, where Ember is essentially to the right of the play area down there. Or it is down from the right center. Some of the cameras are aligned as well as I could. The tree, the bottom center, is the one that is off the most. That one has always been a little off as far as placement in the arrangement, but you know, we do what we can. But yeah, back in we go. Can just barely see one of them on camera there at the moment. Let's target Ember. Okay, we just talked to Ibuki. The locked toilet. It's locked. Someone appears to be inside. Since it's a unisex bathroom, I don't know who's actually in there.
Hey!
Is someone in there? Nagato trying the thing that should have been tried for quite a while. Yeah. Where did the kitties go? They evade us. Scanning. I think we're going to have to stick with that. You can just see him down there. We knocked on the door and tried calling out to whoever was on the other side, but there's no response. This is going nowhere. I guess we should give up for now and check on it later. I'm sure it won't be important.
Hajime.
That case wasn't in here when we checked with Soda, was it? The old building's circuit breaker should be inside this office. Circuit breaker, huh? It might be related to the blackout. Better if we check out the circuit breaker first. Must be this old building's circuit breaker. The blackout probably happened because of this.
I see.
Doesn't look like someone did anything to it. Nothing else looks suspicious either. What would the giant circuit breaker look like if somebody had touched it? Precisely what would that change, Nagito? Because I can't think of it. I mean, unless he's saying it doesn't look like somebody whacked it with a hammer or something like that. Because, I mean, wouldn't messing with the breakers just require you to flip them off or on? Circuit breaker is pretty high up. Even if you use a stepladder, you won't reach it. I do call BS on that, though. Like, how tall are they saying this room is? I totally agree. That's why it's so mysterious. Unless they think a stepladder is like 2 short steps, is you'd get at least 3 feet out of that, and let's assume they're extra short and they're all like 4.5 feet tall. Then you just got to reach 1.5 feet to get up there and deal with the gigantic lever and switches. Which means someone must have reset the breaker after the blackout, but who? I did it.
Whoa!
Oh, well. It's here. You idiots had no idea what to do about the blackout, so I'm the one who reset the circuit breaker. Okay, well that removes who flipped it back, but not who turned it off.
By the way...
Or who blew it. I'm not the one who tripped the breaker. The killer did that, of course. How did someone as small as you reset the breaker? Well, firstly, my eyes work real good at night, so I have no trouble seeing in the dark. Set in a way that will give them all nightmares. And if you want to know how I reach the circuit breaker, my body stretches, compounding the nightmares. You know, I'm very elastic.
I won't be fooled.
Liar.
It's true.
It's serious. Want to see? Want to see a version of Monokuma with his body all stretched out? It's gross. It's grotesque. No thanks. Just imagining it makes me want to puke. Go all SCP creepypasta looking. Oh, really? Such a shame.
So cool!
Still, don't you think Monokuma's such a nice guy? In a popularity contest, he'd take first place.
I see.
What the hell? So he's the one who reset the breaker? Well, in that case, I'm convinced there's no way we'd be able to reach that. If that's the case, how did the killer trip the breaker? So, the second thing would be, if all the irons were turned on and then the AC was turned on, maybe that was enough to overload the circuit. They didn't trip it or set it to be tripped. Can already tell you doubt me, correct? Huh? However, it does not surprise me. An unexpected blackout occurred, and during that time, Byakuya was killed.
Anyway,
The circuit breaker is in this office. Naturally, I would look suspicious, since I was supposed to be here.
Wait.
Supposed to be here? Does that
I
mean...
see.
So I was right, you weren't in the office. But why? Weren't you supposed to guard the circuit breaker and the Duralumin case with all the weapons in it?
Huh?
So where'd you run off to on your own? Well, that is... Echo suddenly dropped to one knee and started groaning on the spot. What happened? He's not feeling too well. I apologize, but excuse
What the
me.
heck?
What was that? Echo appeared... It appears the bathroom inside this old building is currently occupied, so... I recommend either the hotel lobby or your cottage. Huh? Seems like it'll be a tough path. Cold sweat dripping from her forehead, Peko wobbled out of the office. What happened to her? Kinda hard for me to say it myself. I already feel bad enough for Peko as it is. What does that mean? I mean, is it cool? She didn't, like, run away or something?
Right.
Because if she ran away, she's obviously the killer. I'm almost positive. Is that really what it is? This remote control is for the office's air conditioner. Timer is set to 11:30. Yep. All of the stuff gets turned on. Wasn't the timer for the air conditioner in the dining hall also set for that time? It can't be a coincidence, right? AC timer has been adjusted in your handbook. Check the Truth Bullets menu to review it.
Maybe...
Isn't Peko the killer? Why do you think that? Well, she wandered off somewhere even though she was supposed to be in the office. When we were looking for Byakuya after the blackout, I went to the office right away, but when I got here, she was gone.
Well...
I shouldn't say it too loudly or else Miss Sonia will yell at me. Peko's probably the one who tripped the circuit breaker and used the blackout to her advantage to kill Byakuya.
Hey.
So I feel like their assertion that no one could have possibly done it is goofy, but if they didn't have something to stand on or someone to help them, then I think it's fair. Like, that is reasonable. So it's probably the whole turn on all the machinery and overload it. And don't you think she looks kind of ruthless too, like an assassin, right? Well, it's not like you look any better. This is what they did with all of the other person's account as it showed their picture. But it immediately followed, you don't look any better, and it popped up a picture of him looking all demonic. With his pointy teeth and little pencil-thin eyebrows and a permanent, like, scowl. Like, he is built like an anime villain. Gundam aspires to that. Like, he has all the trappings. If you put the entirety of Gundam's outfit on Kazuichi, you would have an anime villain. Like the jewelry, the outfit, the scarf, the little eye slash, the what is almost certainly heterochromatic contact lenses. You could absolutely see him, doing the evil lord laugh. The Duralumin case. It should contain all the dangerous items Byakuya collected.
Hey.
Maybe we should check inside just to be safe. But it's
Yep.
locked. Byakuya had the key in this particular Duralumin case with him. Check it out. I brought it with me, so there's no need to worry. Is it okay to take that key without permission?
Now.
It's forbidden to tamper with the crime scene, but if we don't, we can't check inside the case, right? So I should open it. Flawless logic. Let's go. This guy doesn't feel any remorse.
See?
It's open. I get everything else, but those skewers definitely don't fit. Like, maybe if they shifted, like right now, the points of them look like they're not going fully into the corner. If you got them all the way in the corner, maybe they could be propped up so that the lid could be like snugged around them. Forks, kitchen knives, iron skewers, and various tools are crammed inside. It's not possible that the killer took anything from here because the key to this case was inside the case Byakuya had with him. Guess you're right about that.
Now then.
Guess we're done with the office. The tutorial investigation where we have somebody, like, hovering over our shoulder the whole time. Turn back to the kitchen. Got distracted by the fire doors and skipped this part. Byakuya must have confiscated all the dangerous items on the kitchen's equipment list. Just from reading through the list, it looks like the knife next to Byakuya's body didn't come from the kitchen. It appears to have been brought from outside. From outside, then how did the killer get past Byakuya's body check?
That's weird.
Strange, isn't it? I mean, he didn't even go easy on the girls when he was performing the pat-downs. Like, the creepy assertions that the little dancer girl made about him, set that concept aside. Killing Byakuya is kind of like how Kyoko, Byakuya, or Makoto in Danganronpa 1 should have been one of the first victims. Like, everybody should have been gunning for them. Because those are the three that are the biggest threat during a trial. Starting with Murder 2, it should have been one of those three each time. Because after that trial, that was like, get rid of them. In the same way with this one, Byakuya immediately set himself up and showed what much of a leader and how organized and competent he was. You need to get rid of him immediately. At the very least, second murder would be Byakuya. Because it's almost certain in the first trial that he would show himself to be a huge threat to any potential killer. But that would make for less drama.
Hey.
Still, it's surprising how much equipment this kitchen has. Iron plates for barbecuing, and even a portable stove for cooking hot pots. But this is all stuff that doesn't pertain to the murder, so I guess it doesn't really matter. I agree. Kitchen equipment list added. You don't always get the opportunity to see it, but he is teeny tiny, Taro. Like, he's an itty bitty dude. Yep. I mean, with most of them, they show it as a murder of opportunity, or a general plan that doesn't really care about who they're targeting. Like, Celeste killing is a plan. Like, Celeste's set of murders is a plan, but it was largely, you know, lure these guys out kind of thing. Like, here, you take this, lure this guy out there, do the following. And I suspect it was less about, like, hey, pick these guys because they're a threat to me, and more pick this guy because I think it'll be easy to get him. But I mean, think of Danganronpa 1. If Kyoko were wiped out early, 1, she tends to isolate herself wildly from everybody else. And 2, she's the only one that will do, like, actual, like, autopsy-style work. Like, if she wasn't there, Danganronpa 1 would have ended very fast. I don't know if we'll have somebody like that this time. Aside from the main character. Main character gets protected by plot armor. Were you in the kitchen during the blackout, Teru Teru? Blackout totally startled me. At first I thought it was just in the kitchen, but when I finally managed to get out of the kitchen, the hallway was pitch black too. Then I heard everybody's voices, so I stumbled along the wall and tried to feel my way to the dining hall. But that place was pitch black too. It was like pitch black everywhere. Couldn't you have used the kitchen stove as a light?
No.
That's impossible. The gas stove needs electricity to work, so it was directly affected by the blackout. And I guess it's not possible. To work with fire in the kitchen, I figured you'd be able to use it as a light source or something, but I guess it's not that easy.
Hey,
Come all this way. Let's investigate the area for the heck of it. There's a chance there might be some sort of clue. Foods. Isn't it amazing? That meat is so big, even I was shocked.
guess that's about it.
It's a dish fit for a tropical island. I'd never be able to get that meat like this in Aoyama or Azabu. I don't know where Azabu is. I get it. You don't have to repeat yourself. But it's so big. Where did you get it? I asked Nekomaru. Apparently he killed the cow at the ranch with his bare hands and brought it over. Go and beat the cow to death. We need to taste its fear for it to cook properly. His bare hands? A little hard to believe, but it doesn't seem completely impossible either. Those hands of his, they look like they specialize in punching things. I want to get punched by those hands. Seriously, Nekomaru is so wild. He's totally right at home in the country setting. I'm so jealous. I do find it amusing that Sakura has been split. The concept of Sakura has been split into two characters. You have Nekomaru, who has the visual aspect of Sakura, as well as the same kind of fierceness and the I stepped out of a fighting manga kind of vibe. Akane has Hina's body shape. You know, we know what I'm talking about. She also has the similar fierceness that Sakura had, the like supernatural form shift that she seems capable of. Like Mondo had some of that, but not nearly the same vibe. My hometown is near Aoyama and is it Azabu or anyway. So wild country things like that, they slip my mind a lot, you know? Guess this meat has gone to waste, since this awfulness happened right when the party started. The only ones who ate any food were Akane and Peko, who took some portions for herself. Don't say that. After I worked so hard to cook the world's most refined party dishes, only 2 people actually tasted them.
To tell you the truth.
Well, it's not like I actually believe it, but if there really is a killer out there, I'll probably never be able to forgive them. It's scary when he's mad. So I'm pretty much finished investigating the kitchen.
You're right. Yep.
Looks like you've pretty much finished looking around the old building, so how about we check out Byakuya's cottage? His cottage? There might be clues there, so I thought it'd be a good idea to check it just in case. I was scared I might encounter some danger if I went there by myself. I don't mind going there together, but aren't you worried about the possibility that I might be that danger?
Hey.
You mean, am I worried about you being the killer? To be honest, I don't think you're the killer. In fact, I can't even imagine it. It's like, instead of living with doubt in others, it's so much better to die believing in others. Don't talk like that. We're doing this so we can live, you know.
I see.
As I thought, you sure are strong. You are definitely the chosen one, chosen by Hope's Peak Academy.
All right.
Let's get going to Byakuya's cottage. He does have the childhood friend of the hero vibe to him, doesn't he? Golly gee, hero, you sure are great. I'm so glad I'm your bestest friend. Let's go on adventures together. Herc, I am dead. When I left the old building, there was a strange scene unfolding before me.
Hey, what are you doing?
What am I doing, you say? Ha! Now that is truly a foolish question.
We're just checking to see if we can get under the floor from here.
Under the floor? Why?
Who said it was futile? Who decided it was impossible? How did you know I cannot recover my earring?
If it is possible to get under the floor, it'll change our understanding of the murder, I think. So I thought it was important to check it.
Oh, we can see her backpack now. It's got like a cat stuffed in a duffel look to it, you know?
I see.
Under the floor, huh? I never considered thinking of it like that. What do you mean?
See?
Think about it.
Hey.
The carpet I laid didn't reach the table where we found Byakuya's body, right? And the dining hall floor had huge gaps between the floorboards. Then is it possible that the killer killed Byakuya by stabbing him from beneath the floor?
Yep.
That's what I thought, so I'm trying to see if we can get under it from here. Getting under it, Chiaki Nanami. No? I guess it's not possible to get under the floor from outside. The building is surrounded by firm fences, so there's no way to sneak under the floor from there. Wonder if you can get into it through something in the bathroom.
But
Even so, I couldn't find a way to get under the floor from inside the building either. Think there's a possibility there's a hidden hole somewhere?
well,
No, that's not possible. Are you sure? At any rate, it seems you can't get under the floor from outside the building. That's a relief. Why? Because if you could get under the floor from the outside, there'd only be one logical suspect. The only person who didn't come to the party and also doesn't have an alibi. Alright, Fuyuhiko.
So...
I suspected him too. That's why I was checking to see if it's possible to get into the floor from outside.
well...
Speaking of which, not long after I began guarding the entrance, Fuyuhiko came here. He did?
Huh?
What happened?
Huh?
What are you doing here, all alone at a place like this?
Yep.
I'm standing guard so Monokuma doesn't come inside.
Huh.
How diligent of you.
Hey, hey.
You're not coming to the party?
What are you saying?
Hell no, not even if you paid me. Parties are stupid. Make me want to puke. Meh. You want to come to the party, right? Isn't that why you came here? Of course not. I was just going for a walk. Do I have to report to you every time I want to go for a walk?
That's wrong.
It's not like that, but... Then leave me alone. Add baka suffix. So that happened, but why did he come here?
See?
He probably wants to be part of the group, but he can't be honest about it. He believes he's different from everyone else, and that's why he's always alone.
Hey, hey.
He's like the main character of an RPG. Have you played those before? When did we start talking about video games? Chiaki's
I
account.
see.
Even though we don't really know what he's thinking, I don't think we have any reason to doubt him.
I'm glad.
Keep saying you're glad, but we have no idea who the killer is. I guess for now we should stick to the plan and head over to Byakuya's cottage.
Aha!
Long as the probability is greater than 0, that will suffice.
I have not unleashed even half of my power yet.
This isn't even my final form. I'll most assuredly reclaim the Hellhound earring with my own 2 hands. Seems he has no intention of investigating. He's on a mission.
Huh?
Don't tell me. Didn't I tell you to leave me alone? That's not happening. Didn't you hear Monokuma's announcement? Of course I did. Apparently Byakuya is the one who got killed. So what? What did you say? You think I'm the killer? Think whatever you want. I'm used to being mistrusted. That's not why I'm... Whatever, just tell me what you were doing while everyone else was at the party.
Huh?
Checking my alibi, eh? Well, I don't have one. I was just chilling in my cottage all by myself. The whole time? Because Chiaki said she saw you in front of the old building.
Shut up! Jeez.
It's true I went for a little walk, and then just by chance I ended up passing by the old building. Were you really going for a walk? Don't tell me you were actually trying to join the party.
Don't fuck with me!
Why would I do that? It's a coincidence. Alright, I got it. It's not like I like you guys or anything. Unexpected. It moves by rolling.
All right.
It is very much a Tamagotchi or a Digimon. Right. No, sorry, chewing. Get lost, check your map.
Hey.
Door is locked. So we'll need to ask him for help. So Nagito took a deep breath.
Hey!
Monokuma.
Did you call me?
Nagito, when did you train Monokuma? Hey Monokuma, I was wondering if you can do us a favor. There's something we want to investigate.
What's this?
Who are you talking to? That's just my after image. I get serious, my after image is unleashed. I can even play soccer by myself as long as I have this cloning technique. Though it'd be boring to play alone. I don't have time for this. Just hurry up and open the cottage.
Well...
This is for the class trial. It's something we really need. For the class trial?
This is troubling.
If it's for the class trial, there's no way I can refuse. Now then, there's only one spell that can open these doors. I don't get it.
I'll leave the rest to you.
I've unlocked the door. Now you can investigate to your heart's content. Why does it open with a magic spell?
Jeez.
It's probably powered by electricity. At any rate, that performance was a waste of time. I guess we should go inside. I guess you're right. It's an envelope on the table. It's a letter sent to Byakuya.
That's weird.
No sender. That looks pretty suspicious.
Hajime.
You should check what's inside. I'll just stand nearby and watch you do it. There's a whole lot of that going on during this investigation. Hey, I'll follow you around and just watch you do things. That's totally okay with you, right? Let's see. Be careful, the first kill will happen tonight. Someone will definitely kill someone. Huh? This is... Is this a crime warning? Now, if it says be careful, it's probably a threatening letter. Regardless, who would send something like this? Maybe this is why Byakuya suddenly decided to throw a party. Huh? The first kill will happen tonight, because someone made this threat to Byakuya. He gathered everyone in one area and was extremely cautious about all the dangerous items. He was trying to create a scenario in which everyone could monitor each other. He thought if he did that, nobody would be able to kill anyone. So you believe this crazy letter? He couldn't ignore the possibility of this happening, even if it was just a worst-case scenario.
Hey.
Remember what Byakuya kept saying? How he wouldn't let anyone become a victim? He couldn't overlook that slim possibility just to keep his promise. And why did he keep it a secret if he had just told us? He probably couldn't. He probably thought that was also a worst-case scenario. What do you mean? If everyone knew that this was what was in this letter, whether it's a lie or not, everyone would have likely begun to doubt each other, and at that point, There'd be no turning back. So Byakuya tried to do something about all of this by himself without telling anyone?
Yep.
His strong sense of responsibility is the only explanation I can think of. Anyway, whoever sent Byakuya this letter also killed him. Is that what you're saying?
Sorry.
No, this could be a prank. And it might have nothing to do with Byakuya's death at all. He suddenly became really quiet. See, he doesn't want to believe one of us could be the killer. But still, we've come all this way here, and it's the only thing I can think of. The person who wrote this letter murdered Byakuya. If that's the case, that person completely predicted how Byakuya would react once he received it, right? They planned to manipulate Byakuya and kill him right before our eyes, in that old building. Who would do that?
Hey.
Hajime, there's probably not much time left until the class trial starts. Probably. Which reminds me, you asked Mahiru for a favor earlier, right? I want her to find out where everybody was standing just before the blackout. She's probably finished by now. You're coming with me, right?
Sorry.
Sorry, that's all you. Huh? I need some time alone. I'd like some time to collect my thoughts.
Hey.
I don't have an answer for why there's the separate set of bloody tablecloth. I think the results of her autopsy should be ready by now. See you later. He was pretty pale. I wonder if he's okay. Now is not the time for me to worry about Nagato. Isn't much time left. Better hurry to the old building. Too cruel. It's just too cruel. Yeah, I might as well ask her about the old building's windows. I wanted to ask you something. I don't wanna help you guys mistrust your friends. What? It's not like we're doing this because we want to. No, now's not the time to fight about stuff like that. More importantly, do you know why the old building's windows are covered by iron plates? Iron plates? I covered them up so nobody makes the mistake of going inside, since it's dangerous because of the renovation. See, the renovation. So that's why you covered them up. Because it's dangerous to go inside. Danger isn't supposed to exist on this island. This isn't how it was supposed to be. Well, why did it get like this? It's cruel, too cruel. Just because it's cruel doesn't mean you can just keep crying like that. Crying won't solve anything. You have to do this no matter what. What the? That loud voice just now. Bathroom seems to be open, but I really don't need to go right now. There's really no need. Feel so lighthearted right now. I, Necromaru Nidai, have been reborn. No intention of losing anymore. Losing to who? Won't lose to anyone, not even my past self. That sounds cool and all, but what are you even talking about? Huh? I don't even know who is behind it, but someone tried to make... Okay. Some scoundrel was occupying the bathroom before the party was about to start. Now that you mention it, you said something like that, shortly after the party started.
Jeez.
However, if you think I'd be angered by something like that, you've all underestimated my nerve and patience. Do all and achieve all with one's presence of mind. That is the goal of a true leader. In other words, a leader must never falter in any situation, but always have a presence of one's mind. He says that, but I'm pretty sure he was shaken up by that whole ordeal. Oh well, best not to get into it. Anyway, so you're saying the bathroom door was shut from before the party started to after the blackout.
So what I mean is...
And the bathroom was finally unoccupied after Byakuya's body was found. That's about how long that lasted. What he said sounds stupid and irrelevant, but I should remember it just in case. Umaro's account.
Aw.
First person who raised their voice during the blackout was... Oh no, we already talked to her.
Hey,
Up.
What the hell?
You guys?
hold on a sec.
Hello, Sam. If you'd like, I can tell you a little bit of what I want to say. Did you find anything out? I tried, within reason, to perform an autopsy on Byakuya's body. I discovered that there were several puncture wounds around Byakuya's chest and abdominal region. Deep wounds, deep enough to reach his lungs and internal organs. It can be assumed that a very thin, sharp object around 5 millimeters in diameter was used to stab him over and over again, which is what I believe... Are you okay? Yeah, I was stabbed with the skewer over and over again. The missing skewer. Sorry, talking about it made me sad. No need to push yourself. I mostly got the gist of what you wanted to say. I'm so sorry. So, around 5 millimeters in diameter, huh? Isn't that pretty thin? That's as thin as ice pick or an owl. All? Can't remember how you're supposed to pronounce that. Pokey metal thing used on stuff like... No, it's a pokey metal thing. It's a tool.
Hey,
Where did you wander off to? I wasn't wandering, I was investigating. Well, if you weren't slacking off, then I guess it's fine. Did you find anything? Sorta. Don't sound too sure.
hey.
Well, just take a look at this. This is you told me, using the 2 photos I took before the blackout. I tried to pinpoint where everyone was standing. And I did, this diagram was the result. That's very clean, all things considered. This is everyone's standing position before the blackout. everyone's pretty much in the dining hall. I made this diagram from analyzing those photos, so I'm pretty sure it's accurate. As I thought, Byakuya was standing a far distance from the table. It's impossible. There's no way he would have been able to move that far during the blackout. It's this line extending from the table where Byakuya was killed. It's the desk lamp. I drew the power cord for it just in case. Power cord for the desk lamp? Is that cord extending from the table where Byakuya was killed? If that power cord was, that means...
Hey.
Did you find anything? Not clear to me yet, but... Yes, you're right. I didn't really understand it myself when I was drawing it. Feeling it's either a potential clue or just a waste of labor. It wasn't a waste at all. It's not clear to me yet, but there's no mistake that a clue is hidden here. An extremely important clue.
Alrighty, guys! It's finally time! That's right! It's time for the long-awaited class trial! Now then, I shall tell you all the meeting place. At the central island of Jabberwock Island, there is a mountain with my adorable face carved into it. That, my friends, is Monokuma Rock. Once you're there, please proceed to the underground by taking the elevator located at the secret entrance. I'll see you soon!
Mountain with a carving of Monokuma's face at the central island. This mountain that they kept repeatedly not letting me get near.
Are you kidding me?
Heck is that mountain? When did that get there? Man, how did they even make a mountain shaped like Monokuma?
No way.
More importantly than that, how did you not notice that? That story might be true after all. There might be an enormous organization involved in all of this. I mean, what Byakuya said before, right?
You are right.
Byakuya, we still needed his knowledge. Still can't believe he's dead. What happened to Gundam and Fuyuhiko? You mention it appears they aren't here yet.
I got it!
I know, they probably ran away.
No way!
There's no way I'd let them escape, you know. Look, I dragged this one back over here.
Don't fuck with me!
Let me go.
Hey, come on.
You keep acting violent, I might just eat you up.
Hey,
What were you doing all this time? Nothing. I wasn't really doing anything. Just chilling in my room when suddenly heard he got killed. Who cares about that anyway? How can you say something so
Do
irresponsible?
you understand?
We've been doing our best to investigate this murder, even though we don't want to, just to survive.
Wait!
That's enough. You too, Fuyuhiko. Guess we're waiting for Gundam?
What happened, sinner?
I am right here.
Now then, let us begin.
Remember this well. A main character arrives when he intends to. Huh?
Hey,
It seems you noticed it too. Oh, he got the earring back. If I did, then I'm right.
well now.
That's everyone. Now that everyone's all together, let's take the secret entrance.
What's this?
My, Monomi, just what are you doing here? Nobody asked for you.
What?
You actually want to join in?
You masochistic mascot.
Do you want to taste how powerless you are at the class trial? You're an even bigger masochist than I thought.
Special bleeding service.
Well, I'm a big brother who dotes on his little sister. I shall allow your special participation.
See ya later!
Huh?
Told us to come, but how do we get in there? Don't see any doors or vehicles.
What's going on?
Mentioned something about a secret entrance, was it? Secret entrance? Something's shaking. Everyone get down.
No way.
Could it be he's telling us to enter? Such a suspicious aura. Even Crimson Steel Elephant Maga Z is trembling. So totally suspicious.
Hey!
Forgive me, seriously, just forgive me already. Why don't we just stop here? I mean, none of this is real anyway. Like, not even remotely.
No way!
There's no way we'll find the killer.
Stupid!
If you're really a man, then man up for God's sake. We've come this far. We have no choice but to keep moving forward. You're right, there's nowhere for us to run. We need to do it. That's everyone's decision. I'll just follow you guys.
Yep.
If this were a video game, it'd be a very high difficulty level. Let's do our best to clear the game. Shaking with fear and nervousness, I hesitantly lifted my feet and stepped onto the escalator. I won't think anymore, you should probably think. If I think, I'll run away, probably think anyway. All I could do was stare upward intensely as the escalator carried me. And when each of us entered Monokuma Rock, wow. Convoluted. Huh? I feel like just an elevator inside of it would have been enough. The escalator was already fancy enough, but, you know, they don't do things by half measures, you know? This entire rock is an elevator. Once again, Monokuma's doing what he pleases. If he's gone this far and made something like this, I don't think he's playing around. Even so, we're going pretty deep. You're right. I heard an unnerving chattering sound inside my head. I soon realized it was the sound of my teeth. All I could do was purse my lips tightly so everyone else couldn't hear it. There we were, listening to unpleasant roars as the elevator plunged deeper and deeper into the earth. Some time passed before the elevator finally finished descending. And then the elevator doors slowly opened.
Welcome!
They've got a giant iPad on the wall. This is the class trial field. How do you like it? It's a special place that will decide your fates.
Are you?
What's he thinking, locking us up in a place like this?
Don't fuck with me!
Are you crazy? Don't mess with me. Complain all you like. I'm used to it by now. Ah, and you're wasting your time and energy. Hurry up and take your seats where your names are written. Looks like everyone knows, even if we try to resist, it won't change a thing. Just as Monokuma ordered, we walked towards the seats we had been assigned. From this point on, we need to find out who killed Byakuya. The ultimate affluent progeny, Byakuya Togami. He was overly critical, arrogant, and condescending, but he also had a strong sense of responsibility. As we were panicking, he accepted his role as leader and tried his very best to keep us together. A guy like him. got murdered. The person who did it is one of us? Question mark. I do like this little thing that they're doing. How he's in a different color. And it's kind of the same pink they use for blood. I can't believe it. There's no way I can believe it. But if it's really true... I'm interested to see if the pink markers continue. Like, if they do this again each time. We need to find out by any means possible. Because that's our only option. There is no way for us to survive unless we sacrifice the killer. And so, this life-threatening trial, billowing with hope and despair, has begun. Save. We have no skills to set. Looks like there are many slots. Hey, you can change difficulty. Hopefully we won't need to.
Now
It is set to normal.
let's begin with a simple explanation of the class trial.
Monomi's all bound up and hanging. It has to be one of the people in the room. So she tripped. There was something to trip over. Peko is a suspect. I can't remember. I was going through this to see if I could think of who's not listed. Or if somebody wasn't listed. Somebody just bump into Nagito there? Yeah, I don't really know, MB. I still think the whole the bathroom is like the critical element of this stupidly.
During the class trial, you will present your arguments for who the killer is and vote for who done it. If you vote correctly, then only the blackened will receive punishment. But if you pick the wrong person, I'll punish everyone besides the blackened, and that person will earn the right to leave this island.
Such a cruel rule.
Before we begin, I'd like to confirm one thing. Is there really a killer among us?
Most definitely. There's no doubt that the blackened is lurking among you.
It's... The implication that I get is Byakuya puts on the night vision goggles and is moving around, knocks over, could have bumped into Mikan and Nagito on the way to the table. Potentially to get the knife, as mentioned. So that's a possibility.
such a sad state of affairs, isn't it? By the way, this class trial is gonna be 100% fair, so there's no need to worry. I'm the type who hates favoritism and prejudice. Well, not as much as I hate monogamy, of course.
You hate me that much?
Now, let's begin!
You're telling us to begin, but what are we supposed to do?
No complaining, let's just settle this with our fists.
Punching, let's go.
Were you even listening to the rules? Didn't that Byakuya bastard get killed in the dining hall, huh? Then everyone there is a fucking suspect.
Yeah, what you're really trying to say is that you're not the killer, right?
No shit. You guys went off on your own and started killing each other. This has nothing to do with me.
Huh? What does that mean?
Anyway, why don't we try talking about the most pressing issue? Huh. The most pressing issue on our minds? Where we found the body. It's very strange to find a body underneath a table.
Then, let's start with that mystery.
Reason why Byakuya's body was discovered under the dining hall table. Start with that, but ultimately we need to find out who murdered him. We can do that. I'm thinking about if is a waste of time. We have to do this, no matter what. The class trial is finally started. From this point on, I will provide simple tutorials at every important moment. I'm sorry, but please excuse my ear-tainting rudeness. As things progress during each class trial, you will engage in a number of non-stop debates. During these discussions, all of your classmates will speak one after the other without any breaks. It's up to you to reveal their lies or mistakes contained within their statements. This means you will have to use your truth bullets to refute what they say. Out of all the truth bullets you find during your investigation, only the relevant ones will be loaded into the truth cylinder. Use the mouse to move the reticle, then fire with the left mouse button. Pay close attention to each character's statements and choose your truth bullets to blast the right ones. Note that if you run out of time, you'll automatically fail, so please be careful. If you press the escape key during the arguments, you can review the controls. Well then, good luck and have fun!
Why was Byakuya's body in a place like that?
His body was underneath the table at the very back of the dining hall.
After the killer murdered Byakuya, they probably moved the body there.
Huh? Why? Obviously by hiding the body. They tried to delay its discovery! Like a dog burying a bone!
This was strange. It clearly contradicts the information. The bloodstains under the table indicate that it wasn't moved.
Why was Byakuya's body
Wrong button.
in a place like that?
His body was underneath at the very back of the dining hall.
After the killer murdered Byakuya, they probably moved the body there.
No, that's wrong!
The speed up and slow down buttons still work even though they haven't explained that part. I think. I don't know, I was reading that really fast.
Huh?
I don't think the killer moved the body.
Try to remember what the body looked like when we found it under the table. Though there was a lot of blood everywhere, there was no sign the killer actually dragged the body through it.
So that's why you think it's impossible that the killer moved the body. I see. I get your point.
Aw, and here I thought I had a genius idea.
Too bad you're so stupid and boring and unpopular. Your life is meaningless.
She's terrible.
I respond better to praise, you know.
But if the killer didn't move the body, why was it under the table?
Byakuya was probably killed under the table.
She doesn't just kick down once.
What? You think he was killed under the table?
So Byakuya snuck under the table for reasons unknown.
Yeah, because
And
if you
that's
murder
when he
and
was killed.
out in the light like that, you have to pay your murder taxes. It's more expensive to murder that way, so it's better if you just murder under the table. Then, you know, you can keep it between two people.
Then, shortly thereafter, we found his body under the table.
That does make sense, but why did he go under the table?
Obviously, he was hiding so he could surprise us. That dude was always a big jokester.
Oh, yeah. He was known for it. He was so jolly.
The hell he was? You seriously couldn't tell what kind of person he was?
Maybe he panicked during the blackout and dove under the table.
It's a blackout, not an earthquake. Just because the power went out doesn't mean he'd dive under the table.
I mean, Taro has a point. It's possible that in a massively stressful moment, the blackout where he's worried that someone will be killed, he completely panics, you know?
The reason why is probably connected to what Byakuya was doing during the party, don't you think? Crap!
It wasn't the murder threat.
I can prove it with this!
All right, explain to me,
Probably
game.
has something to do with the knife we found under the table.
Knife? Oh, you mean that thing that obviously screams, I am the murder weapon!
Byakuya probably noticed the knife was hidden there. So in order to get it, he moved under the table.
He was particularly
I wonder if the knife was actually a lure.
dangerous items, so I cannot deny that possibility.
Because we did hear Byakuya say, like, what is that? So maybe he put on the goggles and started looking around and noticed something under the table.
But how did he notice that there was a knife under the table?
If he knew beforehand, he probably would have done something about it before the blackout, right?
Then, instead of knowing about it beforehand, maybe he saw it right at that moment. Like, for example, he might have seen someone trying to take the knife out from under the table.
No, that's not possible.
What? You seem rather confident about that.
Of course. I have proof to back me up.
This is almost like a real trial!
In the previous statement, there was only one weak spot, but from this time now, there will be various weak spots standing in your way. No matter how many weak spots there will only be one lie or contradiction in the debate at a time. It means there will be false weak spots. If you shoot a false weak spot with a truth bullet, not only will you fail to refute what was said, but you'll lower your trust with everyone, and your influence gauge will take damage. If your influence gauge reaches 0, you will fail, so please be extra careful. You'll have to rely on your own logic to determine which weak spots are actually lies or mistakes. Also, if you concentrate by holding down the space key, you can process the argument slowly. Please use it whenever you feel like the statements are moving too fast for you to aim. However, this does consume focus, so please be careful. If you press the escape key during the arguments, you can read the controls. Good luck and have fun. GLHF.
I'm sure Byakuya ducked under the table during the blackout.
That sounds correct. If that's the case... During the blackout, Mr. Handhands must have seen the killer take the knife.
But it was super pitch black! It was so dark I couldn't see my food.
Byakuya couldn't see in the dark either.
No, that's wrong! No, Byakuya was probably the only one who was able to see in the dark.
Why do you say that?
He was using those night vision goggles we found under the table. He could have seen what was happening.
So, are you saying Byakuya was the one who used those night vision goggles?
Yeah, that seems to be the case.
Your reasoning is out of focus. No, that's obviously wrong. It should be the other way around.
Other way around?
Seriously? The killer used those night vision goggles, not Byakuya.
Are you surprised by Mahiro's sudden argument? Just between you and me, I was also surprised. This seems new. Just kidding, I'm sorry. Now then, when this kind of argument resurfaces, you will go into a one-on-one debate called Rebuttal Showdown. In this mode, you have to counter the other person's claim, draw out their weak spots, and argue against them. Please counter the other person's remarks with WASD. Based on the shape of their remark, it's important to know whether to cut vertically, sideways, or diagonally. Based on that, you can skew the debate's mood in your advantage. On the other hand, if you ignore the other person's remarks, it will skew in their advantage. Bottom right corner of the screen, a number that shows the sharpness of your counter is displayed. This is the number of times you can cut remarks during one round. You will lose counts of sharpness even if you miss, so please be careful. The mood skews in your advantage for a certain length of time, the other party's argument changes. This means the conversation will develop. If that happens, they will end up divulging some weak spots. However, you cannot normally cut remarks that contain weak spots. Instead, it will skew the mood towards the other party's advantage. Plus, it's going to be very big. Just like a regular debate, you can refute any weak spots with the left mouse button. Of course, if you don't have the correct truth blade, you'll not be able to cut an opponent's remark. What's a truth blade? Terribly sorry, it appears there's been a delay in contacting you. But make sure the person in charge of contacting you takes a very long vacation. In this mode, truth bullets will be called truth blades. That's about it. There won't be any other changes to your handbook menu. Only the name has changed, but don't you think a change in feeling is important? Alright.
If you just use common sense. The killer obviously used those night vision goggles. That's gotta be it.
I can't back down!
If you just use common... The killer obviously used those night vision... That's gotta be it.
Where's your proof that the killer used them?
Because if they used night vision, then they could have killed Byakuya even in the dark. I mean, in reality, so those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
Damn it!
I don't get.
If you just use the killer obviously used those night vision goggles. That's gotta be it.
Where's your proof that the killer used them?
Because if they used night vision, then they could have killed Byakuya even in the dark. I mean, in reality, that's what happened. So those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene. Because if they used night vision goggles, then they could have killed Byakuya even in the dark. I mean, in reality, so those goggles were a plan if the killer brought them to the crime scene.
I don't... But I don't get how to deal with the other ones, because it's, Do I not... Do I ignore the other statements here?
Goggles, then they could have killed Byakuya even in the dark. I mean, in reality, that's what happened. So those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
Damn it!
If you just use common, the killer obviously used those night visions. That's gotta be it.
Where's your proof that the killer used them?
Because if they used night vision, then they could have killed Byakuya even in the dark. I mean, in reality, that's what happened. So those goggles were planned in advance. The killer brought them to the crime scene.
Allow me to cut through those words.
Okay, it's left click, but I don't...
Byakuya was definitely the one who brought those night vision goggles.
I don't get the rest of it. Was it a sharpness thing? Yeah, I needed to left click. That's one of the things I was missing, but the rest of it I didn't get. Is it just like an endurance portion? Oh well. Okay. We'll have to see the next time it happens if I've got a better grasp. Byakuya was definitely the one that brought them.
But why?
Inside the Duralumin case Byakuya had with him during the party, he found a smaller case for storing the night vision goggles.
Which means we can assume that the night vision goggles were kept inside that Duralumin case as well. Woohoo! I said assume! Ibuki never uses such clever language.
Plus, Byakuya was the only one who could have taken the night vision goggles out of the case, since he was carrying it around before the blackout in the first place.
I see. When you put it like that, it makes sense.
Then, was that knife inside the case too? If there were night vision goggles inside, it wouldn't be weird for a knife to be in there too.
It would be weird.
I am weird, aren't I? At times like this, I'd rather be fantasizing about tonight's main dish.
You really can't say more than a few things without eventually reaching something creepy.
Ooh, you totally mean that in a perverted way.
Creepy girl has a point. Knife was brought in the Duralumin case along with the night vision goggles too? That's not possible. Knife was hidden in the dining hall.
I see!
Duct tape.
There was duct tape left under the table where the body was found. Huh? Duct tape? They probably hid the knife by duct taping it to the underside of the table.
Oh, so that's why we found duct tape there.
Though Byakuya was thorough, even he couldn't have noticed a weapon taped to the underside of the table.
This may be off topic, but why was Byakuya acting so paranoid? Not only did he bring a self-defense kit, but he had night vision goggles inside the case too.
That's true. He went above and beyond being a little cautious.
Now that you mention it, that applies to the dangerous items he confiscated as well. It's one thing to be a little cautious, but performing a body check is a bit much.
He probably knew. Someone was planning to commit a murder.
Are you saying he predicted the murder? Could it be? Was he also in possession of the all-seeing eye?
You think so too, right, Hajime?
I can prove it with this! Everyone, can you please take a look at this?
First kill will happen sometime tonight.
Hey, what the hell is this? Hajime and I found this in Byakuya's cottage.
It looks like a threatening letter someone sent to him.
So, who's the someone?
Nobody besides Monokuma would write such a dumb, threatening letter like that.
Wasn't me!
Are you sure?
The only lies I tell are friendly lies.
Those are still lies.
It doesn't matter who wrote it yet. So, Byakuya became paranoid because of this threatening letter?
He probably decided to throw a party because of the letter. What do you mean? By gathering everyone in one place, he tried to create a situation where everyone could keep tabs on each other. In doing so, he tried to put the writer of the letter in a situation where they couldn't act. But the letter might have been just a little prank. As long as he was determined not to let any of us die, he couldn't take that risk. His strong sense of responsibility made him believe the letter was legitimate.
He should have told us he received a threatening letter.
If he had, we would have panicked. Byakuya probably knew that too.
So, he tried to
But
do
it is
something
neat that
about
there
it
are other
without
mini
telling
games being
anyone?
added.
I see. A strong sense of responsibility as our leader was his undoing.
I'm hoping this replaces the little rhythm game one, because this is at least a little more dynamic, even though I'm not getting what I was doing wrong. If I had to guess, it's the sharpness thing that was messing me up with the second phase.
Screw that noise! Who the hell wrote that letter?
Well, that and the left click thing. I forgot the left click to cut the weak spot.
Well, obviously, the killer.
Killer. Is it really one of us? Who is it? Among us, who's the one who killed Byakuya?
Enough already! Show yourself, you coward!
If they were willing to come forward, they never would have committed a murder in the first place.
All right, we're all gonna close our eyes, and the murderer is gonna raise their hand. I mean, if it's a little more dynamic than just... I didn't like how the energy gauge was used in the last one. It was pretty much, you don't use the energy gauge until they use the negative mode, and then you use yours to negate it. Because the timing of the beats during the negative one was a little wonky. Someone in this room killed Byakuya, and there's no way I can believe that yet.
Pardon me. Can I say something, please?
What is it, Miss Sonia?
The emblem on his vest still weirds me out. It just hovers there, regardless of the form of his vest, or of his jumpsuit.
I regret that I must return to this topic, but I just realized something concerning the night vision goggles. If Byakuya was indeed wearing those goggles, how did the killer manage to navigate in the dark?
You're right. They wouldn't have been able to see anything without the night vision goggles. But if the murderer had the goggles when they took the knife, then how did Byakuya see them?
Even if the knife bore some sort of mark, it would have been difficult to see it in that darkness.
Killer definitely used a mark. Because of this mark, the killer was able to get the knife from under the table into his hands.
I see!
Paint.
What if the glowing paint was the mark? With that, you'd be able to get the knife even in the dark.
But the knife isn't really relevant yet. Because we know that's not what killed him.
In actuality, the knife we found under the table and the duct tape stuck to the underside of the table were both marked with glowing paint, right?
Does that mean the killer painted them in advance?
But painting them with glowing paint? It's as if they knew the blackout was going to happen.
They had to have already known. That's why they used the glowing paint as a mark. Which means whoever set up the blackout is the killer.
That seals it. The killer is whoever was in the office with the circuit breaker. Which means it was you, Peko Pekoyama!
Peko killed poor Byakuya? Was this island not big enough for two glasses wearers? I'm not the killer. Oh, I guess she's not.
How can you believe her so easily?
You're the killer. No, I'm not. Oh, okay. Sorry. My bad. We were really sorry because of the evidence. We were really certain because of the evidence we were building up, but since you denied it, oh, well.
But with Echo's height, I don't think she'd be able to reach the circuit breaker in the office.
I don't care about a technicality like that. Pecco's the one who tripped the breaker and caused the blackout.
Tripping the breaker directly from the office, Pecco was the one who caused the blackout. That really what happened? Blue-colored weak spots. Call the weak spots you've seen up till now argue spots. The blue-colored spots will be called agree spots. In shooting an agree spot with a truth bullet, you need to flip your way of thinking. Instead of arguing that the other person's testimony contains lies, truth bullet will prove it's correct. Okay, this is a neat change. When your truth bullets merge with their weakness, it will become a logically sound agreement. Isn't that a little hot in here? From now on, you must infer whether it's best to argue or agree. All right. We're gonna have to...
Since Pecco was in the office... She could have caused the black...
I think it might actually be Taro's account, because she wouldn't be able to get to there because of how dark it was.
That's impossible. Huh? Why is it impossible?
Because I was not in the office. Not even before the blackout.
What happened to your guard duty?
Sorry.
Oh, you weren't in the office? That's clearly a desperate excuse.
Oh, Nekomaru's. Yeah. He was in the bathroom the whole time.
Since Pecco was in the office... She could have caused the blackout at any time!
That's impossible.
Huh? Why is it impossible?
Because I was not in the office. Not even before the blackout.
I agree with that. No, I think Pecco is telling the
This
truth.
is an interesting aspect. The idea that you also have to confirm statements. That's kind of cool.
Don't tell me you're crushing on Pecco.
It's nothing like that at all. Nekomaru's account is actually Pecco's alibi.
It's true. Someone was occupying the bathroom for a long time, shortly after the party started.
An anti-objection, an unjection.
And it was finally freed up after Byakuya's body was discovered.
Then the person who was in the bathroom that whole time was actually...
Everyone else besides Pecco was in the dining hall after the party started, right?
I see. So there's no way anybody else could have locked themselves in the bathroom except Pecco.
I guess that would be
true.
You locked yourself in the commode? You should have said so earlier!
There's no way she'd actually say that. Gosh, you're so insensitive.
If she locked herself in the bathroom for that long, there's no doubt. It's shit. Oh, there's no way she'd admit it. There's no way she'd admit she was taking a shit.
Hey, weren't you guys taught any basic manners, or were you raised in a locker room?
Yeah, it's having direct confirmations, and it will be even more so when there's both present at once. That there are points where it says, well, you could disagree with this, and points that you could agree with.
I'm sorry.
It's fine. How about we stop talking about this and move on to something else?
Don't worry, the smell wasn't that strong. I used the bathroom right after you, so you can trust me.
I said it's fine.
But still, you were in the bathroom for a really long time. Did you get food poisoning or something?
As soon as I stepped into the office, I felt this sudden rush of pain in my stomach. Because of that, I was unable to leave the bathroom, including when the blackout occurred.
Hey, how did it feel to do your business in the dark? Did you get excited?
Oh my god.
Seriously, stop it.
Thank you. Thank you.
Still, your stomach pain. Was that really just a coincidence?
Hey, what's the deal? Don't butt into other people's business, especially if you didn't do any investigating.
I'm only butting in because you fucking idiots are out of your element.
Stop this childish nonsense. Just what do you mean by coincidence?
Like I said, MB, he's across the horizon, past pansexual and into kind of like omni territory, you know? It's not just just about, you know, it's pretty much everything. All acts, all objects.
What I mean
And by coincidence.
Is it possible someone slipped her some laxatives?
Laxatives?
If so, the killer could have tripped the breaker as soon as that girl left the office, don't you think?
I see. That might have happened.
Is it a coincidence? Depending on the answer, the outcome of this trial could change drastically. I do like how there's a pause period. Akane and Peko are the only ones who got to eat anything.
I don't remember eating anything weird. Now that you mention it... You brought food to the office, right? Just
I did like the old indicator of conversation
There might
segments.
have been some laxatives in it, don't you think?
Taro cooked the food. How suspicious!
I wouldn't do anything like that. Laxatives would ruin the taste.
Did you eat anything weird?
I don't remember eating anything weird. Now that you mention it... You brought food to the office, right? Just a little bit from the dining hall.
There might have been some laxatives in it, don't you think?
Taro cooked the food. How suspicious!
I wouldn't do anything like that. Laxatives would ruin the taste.
I don't think we can refute the taste statement.
Did you eat anything?
I don't remember eating. Now that you brought food to the op just a little bit from the dining.
There might have been some laxatives in it, don't you think?
No,
Yeah,
that's wrong.
it's Akane ate it as well.
No, it's impossible that laxatives were slipped into the food in the dining hall. Because Pekka wasn't the only one who ate that food. Akane ate some of it too.
And by some of it, he means a great deal of it.
Food had laxatives in it. I'm pretty sure Akane would have had stomach issues as well.
Though, let's think about how fast-acting that stuff would be.
I feel totally fine.
Because it wasn't indicated that Pekko, like, brought an entire mass of the food and gobbled it up. Like, you know, she took a bit and ate it.
Like I said, the dishes are innocent. Don't go making weird accusations.
I apologize for causing a scene. Fuyuhiko should apologize, not you. He's the one who made the laxative accusation.
What the fuck did you say, bitch?
He's so angry.
There's this bickering. Let's just dismiss Pekko's stomachache as a coincidence and go back to discussing the blackout. Yeah. We already know that, you trashy skank. You don't have to tell us.
It's so awful.
Trashy skank?
It's another one of those, if you put her and Teru in the same room and had them start talking to each other, what kind of, like, antimatter reaction would happen? As long as the murder happened during the blackout, then the blackout itself is what's actually important. Make it clear how the blackout occurred.
Who tripped the breaker and how did they do it? If you can't answer that, I'm gonna bop you on the head. Did they throw a stone and hit it?
Maybe they used a remote control?
They probably messed with the breaker. It does not have to be the breaker. They may have tampered with the power supply and transmitters.
Nope.
Crap!
Who tripped the breaker and how did they do? If you can't answer that, did they throw a...
Maybe they used a remote...
They probably messed with the breaker. It does not have to be the breaker. They may have tampered with the power supply. Or maybe they caused a power surge?
There we go.
I agree with that.
Little hasty.
Just as Mahiru said, the blackout was caused by a power surge. Of course, that's not a coincidence. Someone caused it intentionally.
I've been making statements in that sort of pacing as a joke, but he actually just said it. Someone caused it intentionally. It's actually a good point here. Let's make sure. We need to make sure that we can fully hear it, you know.
Which is why those 3 irons were arranged to cause the blackout. When you found them right after the blackout, the irons were still on, right?
So by leaving those irons on in the storage room, they deliberately caused a power surge.
Yeah, it seems that's how the killer caused the blackout.
Stupid fool! Hold on a second, let me speak too!
What the heck?
You say the irons in the storage room were used to trigger the blackout?
Yeah, Makoto had a lot of power of friendship going on, but I kind of like him better than Hajime so far.
That's inexcusable! If the irons in the storage room caused a blackout, then for the killer to turn the irons on, you're saying they went all the way to the storage? And that means everyone who was when the blackout occurred can't be a suspect.
Okay.
No, just
Orange
because
means
people were in the
multi-hit.
dining hall doesn't mean they're not a suspect.
But the people in the dining hall weren't able. If the irons caused, then the killer had to go to the storage room and turn on the iron.
Nope,
Now do
messed
you
that up.
intend to take back what you said? But the people in the dining hall weren't. If the irons caused the blackout,
Allow me to cut through those words.
The irons raised the
Irons are just
baseline.
one reason the blackout occurred, but they weren't the direct trigger. The direct trigger was when the air conditioners in the dining hall and office clicked on.
air conditioners!
The timers for both air conditioners were set to 11:30 p.m.
11:30 p.m. Mr. Ham-Hands died around that time too!
I see. When the timers activated the air conditioners, the breaker was tripped and caused a blackout.
Right. They just used the irons to, I don't know. They may have just plugged in the irons to be double sure, you know? And then used the two air conditioners as the actual tipping point.
I see. I understand. Indubitably.
Indubitably?
They probably checked the old building's energy usage in advance and used the irons to nearly max it out. So once they set the air conditioner's timers, they just had to wait until they started up on their own.
If so, even if Pekka was in the office, it still would have been possible to cause a blackout, indubitably.
Indubitably? Miss Sonia, not you too.
She heard a new word, and it's now her word of the day.
Regarding the energy usage, they probably asked Monokuma about it.
Dun dun dun!
Is she right? Such a hateful bear! You deserve to die 1,000 deaths!
1,000, you say? If I died that many times, I might really stay dead, you know?
Shut up! You guys just stay quiet!
Enough out of you.
Couldn't have prevented the blackout even if I was in the office. But even so, I feel regret.
She is, yeah. She and Hajime are both super quiet.
If I was in the office, I could have reset the breaker in time. And maybe the murder wouldn't have occurred.
Okay, that removes the bathroom as the causal factor. How did Gundam get his earring back?
No, the breaker in the office was built into a high area of the wall that's impossible to reach. Resetting the breaker in that darkness would have been impossible, no matter what.
Resetting it in the darkness, I think, is the more operative part.
Sounds like you don't need to blame yourself.
Even so, the killer is so sly. I'm starting to worry we may never actually find them.
It's alright. You don't have to worry. Because they're just a petty killer, right? They can't defeat symbols of hope like you guys. There's no way everybody will lose now. This little incident will just be a stepping stone for you all.
Right.
In the end, hope always wins. That's what I believe.
Are they setting up that Nagato did this to have them prove to them that they could win?
Nagito? What happened to you?
Huh? What do you mean?
Well, you have been saying this whole time that there's no way a killer could be among us.
Oh, is that so? Well, let's just put that minor detail aside for now and talk about the incident. For now, we found out how the blackout occurred. But the question is, who caused it, right? Anybody could have hid and set the timers for the air conditioners. Setting up the irons in the storage room could have been done before Byakuya set foot in the old building. What a shame. Any one of us is capable of that.
What are you implying?
He's just saying, after all this time, we still haven't made any progress.
Huh? Even though we have been arguing for so long?
Unfortunately, it's the truth. Despite the fact that we've discussed this at length, there's not even one clue that leads to the killer. But that might be because there's no way any of us could be a killer.
You're changing your story again?
Anyway, I have an idea about what we all should do at this point. Has anyone thought about our situation like this? Instead of surviving by doubting others, isn't it better to get killed for believing in others?
Doesn't that mean... Are you saying we should all just give up and die?
Nagito, there's definitely something wrong with you.
Indeed, Asuna. Cats. Yeah. One, welcome to the channel. Scanning. Oh, we have all of them. So, top center is Ember, snoozing on the heating pad. Upper left is Sky, up in the cat tree. Left center are Sherbet and Mason, top to bottom. And then lower right is Sammy, also on the heating pad. We're playing some Danganronpa 2. So welcome, welcome. There's something wrong with you, Nagito.
You guys only think there's something wrong with me because there's something wrong with you. Suspecting each other like this. There's no way that's healthy behavior. Let's stop this already. We don't have to find out who the killer is. I can't stand this anymore. I don't want to do this to my friends.
I don't want to do this either.
Are they using up the trader card really early? I'm gonna have to adjust the marker there.
Me too! Please, take me home already! I want to go home and eat candy!
Well, drool and snot.
Stop it. If everyone acts like this, I'm gonna...
Everyone calm down.
We're all friends, aren't we? There's no way one friend would murder another.
Then why did Byakuya die?
Who cares? Let's just give up already. There are no clues that lead to the killer anyway. Not a single one.
That's wrong.
Is Chiaki our Kyoko? Like, our competent investigator, essentially?
I think.
Did you say something?
'Cause we've already found a clue that might point to who the killer is.
Wow, that was a whisper.
You know who the killer is?
The killer? I don't know. But we do have a clue about a suspicious person.
I see. Then care to tell me, what's this clue you're talking about?
What brings you to the channel, Asuna?
First of all, let's try thinking about how the killer was able to obtain the knife during the blackout.
Didn't we already cover that? They used glowing paint as a mark.
No, not that. I mean before that.
She asking how the killer got close to that table. Seems they had to obtain the knife by relying on the glow from the paint in order to do that. they needed to get close to the table while it was still dark. They could have
Let's try
followed the
examining
cord.
situation. Mahiru's diagram might be useful here.
The diagram of where everyone was standing before the blackout, right? Here it is.
Yeah, they could have followed the cord over to it. That would implicate Nagito. Nice, nice. Are you making a fan game in the same vein or in a different game style? So I thought this diagram is the clue. The killer is and how they were able to move to the table in the dark. The killer was able to move to the table. Something to help them move in the dark. Spot selection.
Here!
Power cord.
Killer must have used the desk lamp to move to that table in the dark.
The desk lamp? I hope you don't mean they turned on a light or something.
There was a blackout. There's no way the killer could have used the desk lamp.
Light the power
I can
cord.
prove it with this. They didn't turn the desk lamp on. They used its power cord.
Power cord?
Oh, nice, nice.
They could have felt their way to that table using the power cord, right?
So is it a editor or engine that you've coded up yourself?
By doing that, the killer was able to move to the table, then use the glowing paint to find the knife.
And there's only one person here who could have done that.
Who? You're the only one! Nagito, it was you, wasn't it?
Me?
Judging from everyone's positions before the blackout, the only person near the power cord was you.
Which means the only one who could have felt their way to the table using the power cord was Nagito!
That's just a coincidence.
But still, you had a chance, right? A chance to hide the knife under the table?
Nagito's chance to hide the knife under the table was when he was cleaning.
I see! Nagito, weren't you cleaning the dining hall all morning? If so, you would have had
There's
a
still
chance to hide the
some
knife.
data points that don't line up with the knife being the weapon.
That's...
If you factor in the power cord and the time you spent cleaning, you're the only one who could have done it.
Seriously! That's all just a coincidence!
If it was just one coincidence, it'd be fine. But when it's one right after another, I wonder, is something like that even possible?
Could it be? Did you give yourself cleaning duty on purpose so you could hide the knife under the table?
Now that you mention it, Nagito did prepare the drawing to pick who cleaned the dining hall.
You rigged the drawing, didn't you?
Yeah,
That's
the
why you
whole
got picked to
scenario
clean the
is
dining hall,
converging
isn't
on
it?
him right now, and his prior comments make him look really bad. But I thought the autopsy indicated that it was a spike, that it was the missing skewer.
I don't don't know if you're the killer or not, but regardless, it proves that you're suspicious, right?
If that's the case, that strange speech you made earlier, that was part of your plan too.
You got us to lower our guard and tried to hide the fact that you did it, didn't you, you motherfucker?
Well, just admit it already!
Nagito, tell me you object to this. Frankly, I don't want to believe it either.
Because they did say, like, when she was looking at... Now, Mikan could be lying. But from the description of it, it would have been like an ice pick or an owl. Owl. Which is not that knife.
We investigated together. You were so kind. I can't believe you're the one who killed Byakuya. Nagito, say something.
Oh. That's some good character art.
The Ultimates are working together to combat the despair of their friend's death. How wonderful. How beautiful it is.
Huh?
Those eyes. Them's crazy eyes. That moment, Nagito's eyes. The darkness in his eyes shone brightly as if layers upon layers of darkness were folding into each other. As if hope and despair had been crudely mixed together.
Let's cut to the chase. You're correct. It was my doing all along. I'm the one who hid the knife under the table before the party started.
I think they're playing the traitor card early. That he's essentially trying to self-destruct and take them all out.
I'm the one who used the power cord to find my way to the table in the dark. And of course, I'm the one who caused the blackout. After all, there's no way I'd knowingly whip out a knife in front of everyone, right?
Is it just me, or does he seem a little nuts right now?
Because it doesn't explain why Byakuya went under the table. Or how he was able to... Like, if he didn't go under the table, how did no blood get anywhere else? So, there's a hole here. And I hope they don't just leave it.
But I never expected Byakuya to have night vision goggles. Because of that, we had ourselves a little scuffle under the table. And, well, you all saw how that played out.
Because the implication there is he has night vision goggles, maybe he sees Nagito going under the table, rushes over there, and somehow the fight goes under the table.
But with a twist ending like this, I think we can all agree this ended up being a very interesting mystery. Byakuya performed admirably.
Just stop it already! Seriously! What the hell happened to you?
Don't tell me. Is this your true nature? Were you lying to us this entire time?
Me? Lie? That's outrageous. There's no way someone like me could ever lie to you guys. I understand better than anyone else that I'm ultimately worthless. I'm too arrogant to have dreams or cling to hope. Too disdainful to actually try at anything. I've made peace with the fact that I'm a lowly, stupid, insignificant human who can't do anything right.
Holy crap! He's totally the type of guy who spent his childhood killing neighborhood pets!
He seems like the sort of person whose eyes light up while watching Friday the 13th. Just like me.
What's Sonya saying here?
That's quite the hobby you have there. But, like, now's not really the time to bring it up.
This guy, is he the real Nagito?
Hey, Nagito, if you were behind all of this, then did you also send that threatening letter?
Yep, I sure did. There's nobody else on this island whose handwriting is that painful to look at, right?
But why would you send a threatening letter in the first place?
I think somewhere deep in my heart, I was probably hoping to find someone who would stop my evil deeds.
He's being so upfront and melodramatic about it.
Well, I bet if that really was my reason, at least some of you would feel sorry for me.
Are you making fun of us?
By threatening Byakuya, Nagito was likely able to manipulate his actions.
Yeah, it's clear Nagito set up a bunch of this stuff. And he was potentially going to to set up the murder and do it. But
doing so,
the actual
Nagito
death
was
doesn't
able
line
to
up.
manipulate everyone to the scene where the murder would occur. Am I wrong?
That reminds me. Nagito was the one who suggested I guard the office.
Okay, yeah. So he sent her to the office instead of the storeroom where she initially thought she should go, or where they initially thought it would go to avoid her seeing the irons. He was also the one that volunteered to go look in the storeroom where he could then turn off the irons and call it out. So that nobody else would have it revealed
If Peko was
early.
guarding the storage room, Nagito wouldn't have been able to use the irons.
Thick Byakuya was a legitimately cool character. I mean, still kind of abrasive, but he actually had that sort of command presence. As opposed to, he's just a jerk who's full of himself.
The threatening letter, along with all your suggestions, it was all a trap to manipulate us.
Yep, that's true too. But you're wrong about one thing.
Huh?
I didn't need to rig the drawing for cleaning duty, you know?
If that's true, then how did you conveniently get picked for cleaning duty?
I see. Well, there's no way I'd expect you to remember it. A worthless talent for a worthless human.
Lucky.
I see. You're the ultimate lucky student. Then, did you?
That's right. I just trusted my luck. I trusted I'd be picked for cleaning duty.
You just relied on your luck?
It's not just luck. It's true my talent sucks, but I'm still the ultimate lucky student, you know?
I'm left with the red mark?
At the time, Hajime said I wasn't lucky. But it was actually the opposite. I was lucky. That's why I got picked for cleaning duty. Just like I wanted.
Enough. I don't care about that anymore. More importantly, why did you kill Byakuya? Answer me!
Byakuya was a very capable leader. For someone like him to get killed, oh, the despair it brings.
Yeah, the way that they're showing it, it's that sort of like, I could walk through a disaster and come out okay.
It's only fitting that you symbols of hope should use his death as a stepping stone to shine even brighter.
Like, he can't control when it fires, but if he keeps putting himself in luck-based situations, it's likely to let him come out ahead longer term.
was my only motivation.
You're not making any sense!
Fine, let's start the damn vote already. I'm ready to fucking kill this psycho.
Please, Monokuma! Please, wait!
Huh? The fuck?
Here we go.
How should I put this? Is Nagito really the killer?
Wow, really quiet.
What are you saying? He's already confessed, hasn't he?
I already know that, but there's just something a little strange.
Well, if he did not swear so prolifically, casemate, how would you know he was a Yakuza?
If it's only a little, then keep your mouth shut. Your ugly face is stressing me out. It makes me want to puke.
In the Discworld novels, you have two characters that are meant to be like organized criminals of some sort. And the joke is that they're saying things that would be bleeped. And it's always presented as like, you know, like blank-ing. Like you just get the ing. And that's how people hear it. They just hear the ing. And every now and then somebody comments on them constantly saying ing. But that I'm guessing that's kind of become a trope, is that the mafioso, the yakuza, they use crude language.
I'm sorry.
For now, might I suggest we listen to what she has to say?
But we know who the killer is.
Simply listening is acceptable. However, I won't allow this to end with mere play. Now then, let us lift the curtain for our bloody spectacle.
He's so much fun. Lines of white noise will appear. Truth bullets will disappear if they touch these lines. Okay, they're going to add some way of dispersing white noise later.
I think it's strange that...
The killer is so obviously Nagito!
Yeah, you can't do
He
the
has
right
already
click.
confessed. You know...
That bastard Nagito is the one who did it. He killed Byakuya with the knife he hit.
No, that's wrong.
Knife can't be the murder weapon.
That knife might not be the murder weapon. That's what you wanted to say, right, Nikon?
What the hell are you talking about? It's obvious the knife was the murder weapon.
But based on the entry wounds on Byakuya's body, the actual weapon should be roughly 5 millimeters in diameter.
5 millimeters in diameter? That's like way skinnier than a knife!
Hey, that better be true. If you screwed up, I'll sell your fucking ass to a whorehouse.
Wow.
Not a whorehouse!
Hey, why are you threatening her?
Is this what you're trying to say, Nikon? As long as we can't prove that the knife is the murder weapon, we can't assume that I'm the killer.
What are you saying? No one else can be the killer. It has to be you.
Hey, don't blame me. Nikon's the one who said it.
I'm sorry. Nagito, are you still hiding something?
Hiding?
Push some buttons real quick here. Button push.
Like, during the blackout, did something happen between you and Byakuya that we don't know about?
Who knows?
After all this, what else do you intend to hide?
So we don't have an explanation for the bloody tablecloth in the dining room. I'm sorry, in the storage room. And we don't know how he actually got stabbed with what has to be the skewers. Or the missing skewer.
Jeez, the moment your back's against the wall, you get all silent. You piss me off. What happened during the blackout? Ugh! If you cross your eyes like this, it gives you double vision.
Don't get distracted. Our lives are at stake, you know?
Huh? Whose life is at stake?
Seriously, how long is it gonna take for you to understand the damn rules?
Nobody can see in the dark, no matter how hard you think about it. The truth is beyond your sight. Don't you think that's a pretty clever metaphor? Despite the fact that it came from me?
No, that's not it.
Not it? What's not it?
Truth is beyond our sight. Try Ibuki.
I can prove it with this.
There we go.
Even if we couldn't see what happened in the dark.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure someone could have heard it. Isn't that right, Ibuki?
Oh, reals?
Don't act so
You're the
surprised.
one who told me, remember? How everyone was shouting during the blackout?
Everyone, calm down. We gotta stay calm in a situation like this. Ah! Don't step on my feet!
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
When Byakuya pulled the knife off of the table, Byakuya crawls under the table, gets the knife, pulls it down. Maybe as Nagito is walking over to the table following the cord, Byakuya accidentally cuts him. Are we going to see that Nagito has a leg injury or something like that?
Turn the damn lights on! I can't eat like this, you know?
You guys? Where are you?
And that could
Wasn't
explain
blackout just in the kitchen?
The storage room bloody tablecloth is maybe he had to like wipe his leg off or something. Perhaps
the breaker overloaded?
Hold on a sec. I'll go along the wall and do something about it.
Such perceptive hearing. Impressive. I'd expect no less from the ultimate musician.
It's a good thing your ears are awesome because your face, style, figure, and personality totally suck.
feel like she's insulting a mirror at the same time, you know?
You've cut me deep with your knife of truth!
However, after hearing what Byakuya and Nagito said in the dark...
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
It almost sounds like Byakuya fought back against Nagito or something.
Well, that's actually what happened.
could even be intentional, that whole, like, he saw him reaching for the knife.
As a sign of respect for Ibuki's talent, I have a small confession to make. I was actually shoved out from under the table by Byakuya.
He shoved you out?
Just as the blackout occurred, I hurried to duck under the table and grab the knife. But Byakuya, wearing his night vision goggles, caught me and shoved me right out from under the table. That's right. I'm so incompetent that I couldn't even grab the knife.
But he was shoved out before he could even grab the knife. Well, it sounds plausible, I mean, just from listening to what they both said at the time.
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
I could interpret it like that. No, actually, now that I think about it, that sounds like exactly what happened.
After getting shoved out from under the table, I was just as confused as you guys. I lost sight of the glowing paint, and I didn't even know where the power cord was. Before I realized it, the lights had come back on. Byakuya's body was lying under the table.
Hold on! Are you saying you're not the killer?
From the very beginning, the idea to throw a party, hiding the knife, setting up the blackout, it was all going according to plan. But unfortunately, my plan failed. And all thanks to Byakuya's night vision goggles. What happened after that? Even I don't know.
You failed? Then you're not the one who killed Byakuya?
Then we're right back to square one!
How can that be? We spent all this time talking back and forth!
Meaninglessness. What other word is brimming with so much despair? But you can't give up. You need to have hope. Do your best and move forward. Rising to the challenge again and again is why you guys are the symbols of hope.
Is Nagato really not the killer? Is this guy really the Nagato I knew before? Ah, there's no way I can say that. I just thought I knew him, but this whole time I didn't know anything about this guy. I didn't know his true character. It's as simple as that. Now is not the time for me to dwell on that. We need to find Byakuya's killer by any means possible. Because if we don't, we will die here. Slow fade to black. Suspended.
Well now.
Huh. Last trial has reached its climax, but... Okay, here's a question for you. What's this? For those of you who have figured out who it is, how about you try out the Guess the Killer challenge? Whoever fails to guess the right killer will have their save data melt away like butter. If you guess right, I'll reward you with $10 billion. 10 billion? Of course, for those of you who don't know who the killer is, you can just continue on.
What are you gonna do?
Just kidding, you can't make a choice. There's no way you'd be able to guess who the killer is.
And of course, there's no $10 billion either.
You're so evil.
Truly a villain. Okay, there's a midpoint.
I'm Monami, and my heart is throbbing like crazy right now. The group's leader, Byakuya, got killed, and his killer is among this group of students? No, I'm not gonna believe it. I'll never believe it.
It's one of those statements that you'd have like fine print underneath it at the bottom of the screen that somebody would rapid fire rattle off each time they said something. Contest not actually a contest. $10 billion does not actually exist. Participating in the contest gives you no right to claim that you could get $10 million. We are not offering you $10 billion.
Cause I believe in everyone. So do your best. And don't forget to save regularly.
Well, what now? If the knife isn't the murder weapon, there's no definitive proof that I'm the killer.
Shut up! We'll be the judge of that.
You say you were shoved away, but you can't actually prove it, right?
That's right. Even if a different weapon was used, it does not mean Nagito has been cleared of suspicion.
But there's another reason why I don't think Nagito is the killer.
There's still more?
Based on what we've discussed, Byakuya was killed under the table, right?
Is there something wrong with that?
Well, even if that's true, I feel Nagito looks, clean.
Yep.
Nobody's ever complimented me on my appearance before. Not even my own mother.
It's the wounds struck his front, are on his front. It'd just be really difficult for somebody else to be able to do that. And at best, like, even if they manage to accomplish it, to not get, like, blood all over them one way or another.
I'm not talking about your looks.
No blood.
I see! Are you trying to say something like, why didn't Nagito have any bloodstains on him?
Yes, that's it. Because under the table, there was a lot of blood splattered everywhere, right? There were even bloodstains on the inside of the tablecloth.
He stabbed Byakuya to death. It's strange he did not get splattered with an appropriate amount of blood.
I didn't get any blood on me? That is weird.
You just used something to block the blood, didn't you?
He is tricky, isn't he?
Something that might have been used to block the blood splatter. What do you think it could have been?
It could have been the tablecloth in the storage room, but...
I guess we did see something I could have used. Isn't that right, Hajime?
Only one thing could have been used.
I can prove it with this! You're talking about the bloodstained tablecloth we found in the storage room, right?
If there are bloodstains on it, that settles it. Nagito used the tablecloth to block the blood splatter.
But that was found in the storage room, right? Are you suggesting he hid it there after the murder?
You mean after the lights came back on? What would he have done if we'd seen him?
That's true. The tablecloth was pretty big. So even if you tried to hide it and take it with you...
Wearing a tablecloth, going under the table, getting a knife in a blackout, and stabbing someone. That's not just impossible for someone like me. Wouldn't it also be impossible for you guys too?
Then what does it mean?
Maybe the killer didn't necessarily stab Byakuya under the table.
No, there's no mistake that the murder occurred under that table.
Even the inside of the tablecloth was bloody, so there's no denying Byakuya was killed there. But that doesn't mean where Byakuya got stabbed and where the killer did the stabbing are the same, right?
I don't understand at all!
It's where Byakuya got stabbed and where the killer did the stabbing are different.
Hajime, you look like you're onto something.
Really? But it sounds like a riddle. I feel like I'm onto something, but it's still not clear what that is.
Under the table, but not under the table. If it's somehow possible, it's the only way that makes sense. Moving forward, we should put aside all unnecessary preconceptions and just choose the answer. I think.
So, the skewer in the floorboards is the next piece. This is where you have to figure out important words. The improved Hangman's Gap liquor. One of the folks that occasionally lures me back to play World of Tanks with him a bit. We had a joke. He had a joke where there is a particular tank that has a version that's called, tank name improved. And why he considers it a joke is that most of the characteristics of the improved version of the tank are worse, like the armor thickness, surfaces, angles, all that stuff are worse. So the idea of something being improved is meant to be, or at least the joke is that means it's been made worse. Line up the right letters in order so that it reveals a keyword. Like a puzzle game. Various letters will be flying across the screen in all directions. There are 2 rules you must remember. If 2 different letters clash, you'll take damage. If 2 of the same letters clash, they will fuse. I don't know. I think it's one of those... It was the name of the model of tank. Like, it is the assertion that it was improved. I don't know if it's a problem of the game implementation of it, or if it was a problem of marketing. Like, you wouldn't try to sell the tank to the military if it was the, tank model slightly more bad. Okay, so we need to make the letters merge. Catch and release. Right mouse button on top of the letter. You can snatch the letter like a vacuum. You can only catch 1 letter at a time. Fuse them and you can blow them up. Instead of pressing the right mouse button to fire the letter, press the left mouse button. If that happens at the same time the letter blows up, it'll be sent to the keyword. If the letter is correct, it'll fit in the keyword. If not, it'll cause damage. You have to write it in order. If you leave a fused letter alone for a while, it'll just blow up. In that case, it'll still hurt you. Okay, this is way trickier than the original version. Question, does the same trick work? Those words as a clue, I can put aside my preconceptions and try to think about it. Something is coming to me just a little bit more. I have a feeling I can see something. Close your eyes and imagine. Is it under the floor? I'm guessing it's under the floor. Oops. Nope. Wrong button. Yep, under the floor. Come on. Come on.
Got it!
That took a while.
Got it! The killer must have stabbed Byakuya from under the floorboards.
Under the
It's a much more
floorboards?
involved game. I don't mind that. If it when it was a little faster, it was more interesting, but
The floorboards in the old building are full of gaps, and there was no carpet laid out under the table. If they stuck the weapon through one of the gaps, they could have stabbed Byakuya to death.
If so, that means the killer was able to get under the floorboards. Where? And how?
I don't know that yet, but I have a feeling there's someone here who does know.
would be Gundam. One person here should know how to get under the floorboards.
You're the only
Since
one!
he has his earring back.
Hey, Gundam, you dropped your earring in the dining hall, right?
Are you referring to the Hellhound earring?
About that earring.
I said, are you referring to the Hellhound earring?
Say its name. I'm not going to answer you unless you say the special name.
About that Hellhound earring. You dropped it beneath the floorboards, right?
Okay, now I'll answer you. I found it. Truly, that is the Hellhound earring. Ever, how do I get it?
Just a bit longer and I would have reduced everything, including that old building, to ashes. However, it's just as the old legend said. The Hellhound earring has returned to its owner, to me!
The old legend, as foretold by me.
Is it safe to say that that earring is the one hanging from your right ear? Huh? Could it be? Gundam wasn't wearing an earring during the investigation. And if he had it on by the time the class trial began, then that means Gundam was able to retrieve his earring from beneath the floorboards during the investigation.
So, Gundam knows how to get under the floorboards.
It's understandable. After all, you fools only view the world through eyes of glass. But I am different. With the power of my 4 Dark Devas of destruction, it is of no concern. Truly, this is the evil 4th eye. Before the might of the evil fourth eye, all visual chaos is rendered asunder.
Is he saying he sent the hamsters in to get
What
it?
should I do? I'm embarrassed just listening to him.
Oh! Man up and speak more clearly!
Fine, I shall tell you all. The answer was in the storage room.
It's like his whole performance is cringy, but at the same time, he's putting so much heart into it, and he's nailing it, you know? Like, it's a demonstration of skill.
One of my 4 dark devas of destruction, Mirage Golden Hawk, Jumpy, has seen beyond the chaos.
Oh, I have. Yeah. 6 hours. I'm Danny. Also, welcome. How you doing today? I think I saw you streamed earlier, right?
A secret passage of doom leading to the underground lurks beneath a large assortment of random boxes. After securing a lighter from the supermarket, I threw caution to the wind and ventured below the floorboards. And as a result of that lonesome battle, I was able to recover the Hellhound earring with my own 2 hands!
I like how that when he said hands, it sort of trailed off. Hands. I think I saw a notification for your stream. What'd you play today, Danny?
Tremble with fear, fools! Behold my power!
Oh, he's amazing. Mega Man Battle Network. I remember seeing that game when it was like in its time, you know?
There he goes blabbing about power and crap. You're ridiculous. You're just a breeder, you know.
The choice for that name is so unfortunate. Like, word choice, people.
Anyway, it sounds like you can go under the floorboards from the storage room.
Then that has to be how the killer did it. If the space beneath the floor is empty, it's not that far to move from the storage room to the dining hall.
Yes, Danny, he is a hamster breeder. He breeds pets and the like, but primarily his hamsters. Yes, so it is a fantastically bad like title to use because of the way that they call it out. Well, oh, he's the ultimate breeder. It was like, It's explain yourself, game. Yeah, the storage room is in a short straight shot. And I still contend the knife taped to the ceiling of it is a lure. It serves 2 purposes. The fact that there's a knife would lure Byakuya there, or the victim. But it would also serve as a target for somebody beneath the floorboards. Because as soon as the glow is obscured, start the stabbing.
I see. If they pass through the storage room, I understand why the tablecloth was put there.
The killer lurked under the floorboards during the party, and from there, stab, stab, stab!
Exactly, Zomdanny. So I started stabbing. And that could still explain that bloody tablecloth, is they use that to shield themselves from the drip. So he was outside, but you couldn't get underneath it from outside. You would have had to get into the storage room. So if he was in the storage room, he would have had to get out. No, it's... Chiaki saw him during the blackout. Like, he never got inside. So it has to have been someone in there. Could it have been Teru? Because he was near the storage room. What if the irons were not there to up the power consumption? Because like you said, the air conditioning units would be much nastier for it. It's still possible that the irons being on was kind of a ignorance thing. Like the writers thought, oh, those irons are going to draw all kinds of power. But could it also be that maybe they set them up so that they would glow a bit? Didn't think irons got that hot though. But they had little lights on them. So maybe that would make it so that they could navigate the storeroom to get to the door. So Teru, exits the kitchen, turns hard left, gets into the storage room, sees the lights on the iron, heads towards the back, towards the hatch, goes under, stabs away, comes back out, and then returns to the room saying like, oh man, it was blacked out in the kitchen too. Possibly.
You don't like stab, stab, stab? Should it sound more fleshy? Like...
Ibuki is our manic pixie character. You know, if it were a rom-com, it would be manic pixie girlfriend who, but she has all the traits. It's just not a romantic comedy.
No, I'm not talking about your sound effects. You're saying they snuck under the floorboards, but that means they would have had to leave the party, right? So, was there anyone who was able to do that?
Be Chiaki, you, Peko. I mean, technically, again, they're going to bring up Fuyuhiko, but Chiaki's testimony refutes that.
Then whoever wasn't at the party is the killer. They must be the one who was waiting under the floorboards.
Who wasn't at the party again?
I didn't participate, but I was guarding the entrance, remember? Monami over there can be my witness, right?
Yes! This Monami over here is your witness!
I believe there's no need to discuss this matter further, but I was unable to leave the bathroom.
I was in the kitchen for a long time, but I frequently went to the dining hall to deliver my dishes.
The only person who wasn't at the party... Judging from the photo I took before the blackout... It obviously has to be him.
Yay! It's decided!
What the fuck are you saying? I'm not the killer!
Oh, really? What happened to the tough guy who was saying stuff like,
I can do it?
I mean, it can't be him, but he deserves this.
Don't mess with me!
Like,
I'll
the
fucking
harassment.
kill you!
see? You're making threats again.
Don't call me the murderer. Don't call me the murderer. I will murder you if you call me the murderer.
Yep, that's right. Things are starting to get exciting.
Good news, you're now allowed to use the silencer. You can use the silencer with the right mouse button as many times as you want. When you use the silencer, you can shoot down the white noise. The white noise being purple text for maximum confusion. So when you shoot down the white noise, your time limit will increase a little. However, if you shoot an actual remark with your silencer, the time limit will decrease, so aim carefully. Oh, but if the difficulty is set to gentle, it won't happen. If you feel like shooting some more, you can just fire away. It doesn't cost you anything.
During the party, the killer was lurking under the floor like a cockroach.
And they could have stared at panties all day. Without going to the storage room in the dark.
Is that true, Fuyuhiko?
Don't act like I'm the fucking killer!
But when the party started, nobody saw you, you know. That means you have no alibi.
It's
The
no
culprit
alibi.
is self-evident.
He has an alibi, Chiaki's account.
During the party, was lurking under the floor.
And they could have stared at without going to the store.
Is that true?
Don't act like I'm the fucking killer!
But when the party started, nobody saw you, you know. That means you have no alibi.
No, that's wrong. No, Fuyuhiko definitely has an alibi. Isn't that right, Chiaki?
Oh, you're right.
This was Fuyuhiko doing his tsundere impression with the, I didn't even want to go to your party anyway. Like I would be caught dead there.
I saw Fuyuhiko after the party started. There's no way he could have been waiting under the floor before then.
You should have said that earlier, dumbass.
It's still your fault. Like, why were you even lurking around the old building in the first place?
Shut up!
Maybe there really is a secret passage to go under the floorboards from outside, and he came to spy.
What'd you say, motherfucker?
Oh no!
Wow, he got chewed out, but he looks super happy.
Regardless, it's impossible to go under the floorboards from outside. Chiaki and I already confirmed that.
Then someone definitely went under the floorboards through the storage room during the party. During the party? It was probably during the blackout. Well, if someone disappeared during the blackout, no one would have noticed.
But walking down that dark hallway to the storage room is like trying to make Eggs Benedict without any eggs.
You're right. I couldn't even see the office in that darkness, and that room was much closer.
But is it really impossible? It might be better if we examine that possibility a little bit more.
Check something here. The question, NB, is there already one? Couldn't use the stove is what he was saying, but I mean, the starter on a gas stove is electric, isn't it? But if the stove was running, it would have continued running if it was gas, wouldn't it? because you just need to ignite the fuel source, and after that it's just the flow of gas. Or am I don't use gas stoves because I would light everything on fire. It's just not safe.
It was super dark, you know? There's no way you'd be able to find your way to the storage room.
I feel like there's something I overlooked. For clarity's sake, once again.
We're getting close to the final stage. The blackened or the spotless? Which is superior? I think it's time to settle this.
Why the fire door, though?
The hallway was really dark during the blackout. Moving to the storage room like that, it's like making a seafood bowl without fish.
Is it really not possible?
What if they used a string like the cord?
Maybe there was another pair of night vision goggles?
What a pain. I'm gonna go with my gut. What if they used a light?
It definitely sounds impossible.
The hallway was really dark during...
Can't use this, though. That's not... Portable stove.
Moving to the storage room like that, it's like making a seafood bowl without fish.
Is it really not possible?
What if they used a string like the cord?
Maybe there was another pair of night vision goggles?
What a pain. I'm gonna go with my gut. What if they used a light?
Definitely sounds impossible.
The hallway was really dark. Moving to the storage room, it's like making a seafood bowl without fish.
Is it really not possible?
What if they used a string like the cord?
Maybe there was another pair of night vision goggles?
What a pain. I'm gonna go with my gut. What if they used a light?
I agree with that.
Portable stove.
I know. The killer had a light with him.
Oh, I was right?
Are we gonna get to kill Taro off right away?
But where could they have found a light?
There was one nearby for sure. See? It's written on the kitchen's equipment list.
Forks, knives, spoons, iron skewers, 3 frying pans, 20 wine glasses, iron plates for barbecue, and a portable stove.
It's the portable stove.
Portable stove?
The portable stove isn't powered by electricity, and it's also small enough to carry around. So, the killer used the portable stove to move from the hallway to the storage room during the blackout.
I see. I never considered the portable stove. But there's a hole in your argument.
A hole? What kind of hole? It would be great if you could explain it to me in much more detail.
Oh, you're just awful.
Oh, I wasn't making a perverted joke or anything. It's really not a perverted joke. I'm serious.
Repeating yourself just makes it even more suspicious.
Now then, Hajime, will you battle against me?
Oh, his hair's all jaggedy.
No, that's wrong.
Okay, it's the sword dealy again.
Will you be able to break through my argument?
I feel like the fire door is going to come into play here.
Did you forget what Kazuichi said earlier? He said the hall was too dark to see the office. The light from the stove that you mentioned, it contradicts his testimony. Or are you intentionally doubting his testimony? I can't back down! Did you forget what Kazuichi said earlier? He said the hall was too dark to see the office. The light from the stove that you mentioned, it contradicts his testimony. Or are you intentionally doubting his testimony?
I don't doubt what Kazuichi said. What are you trying to say?
The reason Kazuichi couldn't see it was because the hallway was dark, right? So if a light was shining in such a dark hallway...
Nope, wrong thing.
Crap! The reason Kazuichi couldn't see it was because the hallway was dark, right? So if a light was shining in such a dark hallway, wouldn't Kazuichi have seen it?
There we
Allow
go.
me to cut through those words.
The fire door.
Nagito, did you forget? Or are you just pretending you forgot?
Huh? What are you talking about?
There should have been a wall that blocked light. I'm talking about the fire door in the hallway. If you close it, it would form a perfect wall in the hallway. Plus, the hallway rounds a corner just beyond the fire door. So even if there was a small gap in the door, as long as they passed the corner, the light still wouldn't peek out.
I see. To actually notice the fire door. Just as expected of the ultimate... Oh, you still don't remember your talent, do you?
Who cares about that right now?
Nagito, what are you plotting? For someone who insists he's not the killer, you are quite nosy.
You sound so scary. If you're that angry, why don't you take a deep breath? You sure like to piss us off. How about I shut your fucking mouth for you?
Hey!
So angry.
It's okay if you guys fight, but I won't allow a burly brawl that might offend people. More importantly, can you hurry up and decide who's the blackened already? Time runs out when I get bored.
Fine, I get it. You're telling me
I like
to
how he
pass
actually
the
said it.
torch, right?
Pass the torch?
We're going to ask the real killer, not an imposter like me, to show themselves.
You're obviously the killer, right?
If you think I am, I really don't mind. Whatever conclusion you ultimates arrive at, I will accept it, no matter what it is.
Want me to call out the real killer, even though I really don't want to condemn that person, but there's no other way. So the hallway's fire door is cover and used the portable stove to move in the dark and snuck under the floorboards and stabbed him with a skewer. They had access to all the kitchen equipment. Let it be Teru Teru, please.
You're the only one! Teru Teru. Could it be you? Huh? What? What are you talking about?
Teru Teru's the killer? Is that true?
What are you talking about? There's no way! Of course, that's simply my assumption. So if you have an objection, please speak freely. Objection or not, why am I being treated like the killer? Because the portable stove used in the murder came from the kitchen. That's it? That's the only reason you're treating me like a killer? Isn't that a little drastic? You're cruel. Cruel. Too cruel.
Teru. That attitude is so not like you. For the ultimate cook to get so upset.
Call me chef.
If you fall to aspersions like this, who will be there to support the future of the culinary arts?
The future of the culinary arts?
That's right. For the future of the culinary arts, you must face this and fight it fair and square.
You're right. Yeah, that's totally right.
So, what's an aspersion anyway? Is it yummy?
Did you know asbestos is yummy too? You should try some later.
Nagito, why are you interfering?
Let's assume that the killer used a light, and that they used the fire door to mask that light, and that they moved to the storage room and snuck under the floorboards. Then what? It's dark under the floorboards too. So how would they be able to stab Byakuya? You're not gonna say they shined the light on Byakuya, right? The plan would have been ruined if he noticed.
That's right. What do you think about that?
There's no way you can answer, right? You personally haven't investigated what's beneath the floorboards.
If that's the case, then Gundam should know. He actually went under the floorboards.
No. Unfortunately, there was nothing related to the incident under the floorboards. The only thing I found was a strange liquid shining in the darkness, near where Byakuya's blood was dripping.
What? A shining liquid in the dark?
That sounds super important!
If there was a shining mark like that, they would have been able to move to it in the dark, right?
And in doing so, it might have been possible for them to use that mark to target the victim.
Targeted by a mark? What's that duct tape?
I can prove it with this.
I mean, it's on the knife.
The mark you're talking about is the glowing paint that was applied to the knife, right?
Ah, by using the glowing paint as a target, they were able to judge where to stab even in the dark.
I see. The killer didn't target an actual person. They just struck the moment the glowing paint moved. That would be the moment someone grabbed a hold of the knife.
So, the killer used the mark that I prepared for finding the knife as a mark for stabbing. I see. That's why Byakuya got killed when he took the knife.
But if they were able to do that, wouldn't that mean the killer knew about Nagito's plan all along?
Well, Teru!
Seriously? I don't know anything. Really, I don't know anything at all.
Then can I ask everyone a question instead?
You again? Just stop already!
You're making this extra difficult.
Now. We should give everyone a fair opportunity to speak.
If Teru is the killer, that would mean he went to the storage room during the blackout. And just what did Ibuki hear during the blackout?
Ah! Don't step on my feet!
What the hell? What's going on here? This is...
Ow!
Turn the damn lights on! I can't eat like this, you know!
You guys? Where are you? Wasn't the blackout just in the kitchen?
She heard Teru's voice in the dining hall?
Doesn't that prove Teru was in the dining hall during the blackout?
Proves that she could hear his voice.
That's right! That's exactly it!
But Teru was in the kitchen the moment the blackout occurred, right? So, why was he in the dining hall?
I thought the blackout was only in the kitchen, so I panicked and ran out of there. Of course, the hallway was dark too, but somehow I managed to move along the wall toward everyone's voices.
Well, it's not that far to move along the wall from the kitchen to the dining hall.
That sounds fishy.
If I remember correctly, you can tell when a person is lying by licking their sweat. So, if you want, you should try licking me.
It was really faint, but he did make the little growl sound.
No way! You look greasy.
Greasy.
But I heard Teru's voice in the dining hall! Ibuki swears on her honor!
That's right. Teru was in the dining hall, not the storage room. Which means he's not the killer.
No, that's not it. Why? Why do you want to keep falsely accusing me?
Angry Teru.
It's not like I want to blame you. I just...
You're just so suspicious.
You should be so proud of yourself, Hajime. You're just progressing toward the hope you believe in. Now, Hajime, show me more of your hope. Will that be enough to crush Teru's hope? Let me ask you again. Did you go to the storage room during the blackout?
There's no way I went to the storage room. I was somewhere totally different.
I definitely heard Teru's voice. It's handsome, unlike his face. Maybe it was recording or something? Nope, definitely a live voice.
Right, as long as I have her testimony. The fact that I was in the dining hall cannot be disputed. I'll shoot
Gaps
through
in the
that
floorboard.
contradiction. Just because we heard Teru's voice in the dining hall doesn't mean he was literally in the dining hall. Huh? Why? Remember the floor in the dining hall? It was full of gaps, right? So even if you shouted from under the floor, it should have sounded just like the voices in the dining hall. But...
I see. So he brazenly shouted from under the floor to make us think he was in the dining hall.
Is that true, Teru?
Hold on a second.
Can you explain this, Teru?
I told you to wait a second, ain't I?
Oh. His persona has dropped.
What are y'all even saying anymore? I'm telling you, I was in that there dining hall during the blackout.
Wow.
Where are you from again?
I was born in West Asabu and raised in South Aoyama.
Hey, you guys! This guy's a major liar! If Teru was in the dining hall during the blackout, he should have been there after the power returned, right?
Well, I believe so. There's no way he could have gone back and forth in that dark hallway.
Huh? Was Teru actually there during that time?
I sure was! I was there the whole damn time!
Is there a bit of Cajun in that?
Something like this shouldn't be decided by gut instinct. People's lives are at stake.
Damn right! You guys should have been deciding this on the spot with your hazy memories!
His accent is getting even worse! He's definitely lying! However, I am not sure. I believe that he was there, and I believe that he was not there.
Oh, is there any way we can decide?
Why don't we consult his memories?
His memories.
Yeah, don't be saying things like that.
There
Don't
we
make
go,
no sense.
definitely
Can
Cajun.
you even prove I wasn't in the dining hall? Probably can. Oh, you again!
not Teru Teru was in the dining hall during the blackout. In order to know for sure, I just need to throw that question at him. Oh.
I can prove it with this.
The fan service.
You're claiming that you were in the dining hall when the power came back. And you should know how Mikan was positioned at the time, right?
The why that this was evidence has revealed itself.
Whoa, what? Don't make me remember. It's so embarrassing.
No, this is a very important question. Well, Teru Teru, if you were really in the dining hall at that time, you should know the answer to that. Huh? It was a pretty clever way of tripping. There's no way you'd forget about it so easily.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I showed you something so unsightly. How about it? You can't answer, Teru Teru?
That's weird. Just slipped from my mind.
The lower part of his outline is like a dark brown, but up towards his hair is a purple. I mean, if you're going to do it, then make it part of the game. It should never feel that anything in the game is extraneous.
There's no way it would slip from your mind, especially not a pervert like you.
Even so... Nagito! Say something!
I guess you might have to give up now.
Wait, give up? What do you mean, give up?
Oh. Okay, yeah, that makes sense.
Teru Teru. I'm disappointed too, you know. It's lonely watching someone I admire reach the limits of their hope. It kind of feels like a broken dream.
Nagito, what are you doing? Why are you messing with the killer like that?
Hold on a sec. Don't go moving this along on your own like I really am the killer.
Huh? But it's already decided, right?
No, murder weapon hasn't been cleared up yet, Chef?
It's no use. I can't understand him anymore. It appears he's saying the murder weapon hasn't been cleared up yet. You understand him? But it's such a sad defense. This is too cruel.
Oh, you calling me the killer? Then where's the weapon?
Come on, Manumi! Enough with the whimpering and translate!
He said, if you're calling me the killer, then where's the weapon?
His accent isn't that thick.
Weapon, huh? It's not the knife, right?
Judging from Byakuya's wounds, it was a thin-edged tool that's roughly 5 millimeters in diameter.
Also, if they stabbed from under the floorboards, the weapon would need to be at least 50 centimeters in length.
After all this, who cares about the weapon?
Not good enough! Not good enough at all!
Okay, now it's getting thicker.
He said, not good enough. Not good enough at all.
Fine, I got it. Let's try thinking about what the weapon was.
Wanna do it?
Now he's just blurring it.
He said, try to do it.
What a confusing accent!
Iron skewer. Come on. Show me a K. There we go.
I got it!
Yeah.
That's it. The weapon must be the iron skewer.
Yeah, it's... What is it? It's... They usually use Okinawan if they want somebody to be sort of, backwoodsy or country folk for Japan. And when they translate it to English, they usually choose Southern. But since they made him a chef, the stereotype for a Southern chef is Cajun. If it was supposed to be a fancy chef, then they'd use French. Doesn't matter where they're from. Fancy chef is French. But Southern French, Southern chef gets to be Cajun.
Huh? The iron skewer?
Before the party, as Byakuya was confiscating all the dangerous items...
I mean, good cooking is good cooking, casemate. Doesn't matter whether it's, you know, some sort of uber fancy, you know, super presented high-class restaurant something, or, you know, home cooking from a roadside cart, or any combination thereof. Check the equipment list, and there seems to be one skewer missing.
So that missing iron skewer is the weapon?
An iron skewer would match up with the wounds perfectly. Hey, Teru, where'd you hide the iron skewer?
Avril Lavigne!
Avril Lavigne?
Okay.
Huh? Did he really just say that?
He's just saying random shit to fuck with us. You probably dumped it somewhere on the island, didn't you?
This school trip has a no littering rule. If he had violated it, the island sirens would be ringing non-stop.
Island sirens? Just for littering?
Also, I was on guard duty, and I never once saw Teru leave the old building.
Does he use the iron skewer to prop up his weird hair?
Which means he obviously hid it somewhere in the old building.
It's probably the kitchen again, right?
Teru, just man up and be straight with us.
Oh!
In the end, a cornered opponent will be surrounded by soul shields and simply will not listen. Probably pain you to condemn your classmate, but this is a class trial after all. Argue against your opponent and destroy their shields. A high-speed dispute battle where you beat down a panicked opponent's excuses and nonsense. That's the bullet time, sorry, the panic talk action. Okay, here's our replacement. We'll shorten it to PTA. Must destroy all your opponent's soul shields so that you can deliver your final strike. In order to do that, you must destroy the opponent's remarks while following the tempo of the song. Okay, same general. Button presses. Press the left and you'll be able to lock on. If you keep pressing it, you'll lock on to multiple. If you release left in time with the tempo marker, it will intercept the locked on remark and destroy it. By destroying remarks, you will be able to damage the soul shields and protecting the opponent. So it's like a press and hold and then release. Destroy all your opponent's shields, it'll start to give a final argument. Okay, then you have to put together a four-word phrase.
What the hell you even say, you vtuber cut a hit?
He said, oh, what the hell are you even saying, you stupid country hit? I guess we have no choice but to somehow find out for ourselves.
The iron skewer is the weapon, then hiding it in the kitchen would be the easiest way to slip it by. But Byakuya and I checked the kitchen pretty thoroughly. Which means, which means the weapon was already hidden somewhere we couldn't find it. That extra was at the beginning was throwing me off. Unexpected place. And you could put it in the giant chunk of meat.
He said, I'm not hiding anything.
Like, some of the phrases are like a thick accent, and that's an accent that I have trouble interpreting when it is somebody. It's like that's how they learn to speak. That's their native speech.
I'm hiding anything. I'm not hiding anything.
That's when you're passing out of accent into dialect, where it's so different. It would be cool if they did. I kind of doubt it.
Shut up! That's impossible! Nonsense! Unforgivable! I don't know! Paris Hilton! Shut up! That's impossible! Nonsense! Unforgivable! I don't know! Paris Hilton! Where would the weapon be?
Meat on bone.
Unforgivable! Shut up! That's impossible! Nonsense! Where would the weapon be?
Meat on the bone.
This is the end!
Yeah.
Could the iron skewer have been hidden inside the piece of meat on the bone?
It doesn't help that they're also doing the say names that sound vaguely like. I mean, that sounds like something he'd say, Emby. Hidden inside the piece of meat on the bone.
What are you saying? There's no way I'd hide anything. In a place like that?
That in a place like that is another that's close. That's a lighter accent touch.
That's clearly impossible. I mean, that's inside the food.
Impossible. That's what Byakuya and I thought. That's why we overlooked it.
I mean, ideally for this kind of thing, they would have gotten a native speaker and had them affect a different accent for when he is not, like when it drops, so that when it drops, he drops into native. That would be ideal, which means they, a studio would almost never do it. Yeah, he didn't check in the food.
But in fact, the only place you could hide the weapon was inside the food that couldn't be inspected. Out of all the dishes you prepared, the only one that could hide a weapon as long as an iron skewer is?
That's usually not the case, casemate. Often it's that they don't cast in that region. As in, they didn't have one on hand for the studio. Which is a more reasonable excuse when you're not dealing with a bigger studio. It generally means you shouldn't use that sort of accent then. Like, do something else. Or pick something else. Because otherwise it can really sound bad when it is somebody affecting an accent and it's really far off. And failing that, again, you consult. Like, get somebody to coach you or something like that. Because you want it to be authentic.
The meat on the bone.
What now?
I'm using my right to remain silent.
There's no way that exists here. We need to confirm this now! So if we eat that tasty-looking piece of meat and find the iron skewer inside, bullseye!
All right. Monokuma or Monami, one of you hurry and bring over that piece of meat.
One minute. Just give me 1 minute. I'll eat the whole thing!
Wait, hold on a second. Time out, time out.
What are you doing? Hurry up and bring it over!
About that.
Huh? Where did Monokuma go? I'm right here!
Munch, munch, munch.
I'm already eating it.
A bear that eats meat! Wait, now that I think about it, that's pretty normal.
Oh, nom. Oh, what is this? So yummy!
Damn it! That's my meat!
I've never eaten anything like it in my entire life!
This is bad! Seriously, this is really bad!
My! There's something inside the meat! Look what came out!
So the bone was it was a fake bone, or they just used the end of a bone to conceal the handle.
Is that an iron skewer? Check it out. The handle looks like it's made of bone. Pretty clever.
The sword of destruction, encased in bone and sheathed in meat. It brought catastrophe unto Byakuya.
That is an excellent line. It is both in character and just generally excellent.
As expected of Teru Teru. Such a fantastic weapon from the ultimate chef.
You're wrong! I'm not the killer! I'm not the kind of person who would kill someone! I got it. You all set me up. You guys set me up so you could blame this on me.
Jeez, what a disappointment. Such an unseemly defense for an ultimate like you. Can you really call that hope?
Hey, Nagito. I'm sorry, but can you just be quiet?
That's enough out of you, Nagito.
Lisa, you're all nothing but a bunch of poor, loudmouth, fast food eating hicks.
You don't need to translate anymore. Somehow I can tell what he's trying to say.
Let's just deal with Nagito later.
I guess we need to settle this. Once and for all. To do that, we need to go over the entire incident from beginning to end and make everything clear.
The entire incident, then I can prove Teruteru's crime. Right, if we don't do that, we can't end this no matter how much time passes.
So, we need to do it.
It's finally come to this. Rob is jesting. Every case has one last feature, the closing argument. Complete summary of the case. Reproduce the order of events in the form of a comic book. This reproduction is merely Hajime's imagination, so there will be gaps. Gaps are areas where a number of pieces are missing. It's up to you to complete the comic book using truth panels. Around 3 to 5 truth panels make up one set. Inside the one set, there will be correct panels placed amongst incorrect panels. Yep. You have various people are... The characters feel a little less one beat, you know? We'll see how some of them play out further. For those of you who played the previous game, you might hesitate at first, but it's basically the same. I appreciate that callback in both of these cases. In playing and solving the closing argument, there is a certain trick. If you move the reticle onto a gap on each screen, it will display hints. The type of hint will ask what kind of scene is drawn in that gap. If you move the reticle on a truth panel, it will display a hint as well. This hint explains the scene contained in that panel. That's a big deal, because there were problems in the last one where it was really vague what they were showing, and it wasn't until it animated it that you're like, oh, okay, that's what they were getting at. Very pixely. Everyone at the party is... He's already there in that one. Doesn't seem right. Let's try to place some of these. Okay, definitely different. We know where the fire door one goes. Got the tarp. Night vision goggles equipped. She hear it.
Here's everything that happened in
Okay,
this
this is very cool.
Let's try going over the whole incident, beginning with right after the party started.
I did like that mode. That was kind of cool. I think that's better than the original.
Yakuya had us gather in the dining hall of the old building near the hotel.
I still love the
He was
night vision
extra
goggles
cautious about a
equipped.
murder occurring that night because of a threatening letter he received. Therefore, he decided to throw a party so he could monitor us. Though one person didn't come, the rest of us assembled at the dining hall.
Nekumaro's
The party was
pose
underway.
there. Maximum clenched.
But at that time, the trap set by a certain someone was already in motion. They plugged 3 irons into the outlets in the storage room, which nearly capped the power usage. Additionally, they prepared something else that would activate at 11:30 p.m. The air conditioners in the office and dining hall. They had already set the timers for these. Thanks to the irons maxing out the power usage, the breaker was tripped when the air conditioners kicked on. Since the windows
Everybody,
in the old building were covered,
the whole
blackout
sudden
plunged the
heartbeat,
dining hall
like
into total
adrenaline
darkness.
kicks in. Akani's like, what? I'm eating.
But when that happened, Byakuya took out a specific item that he brought in his case. That item was the night vision goggles.
Oh, that panel is great.
Byakuya was so concerned about a murder occurring that he brought a variety of security equipment with him.
Like,
when he put on his night vision goggles, Byakuya witnessed a certain someone making a suspicious move. He saw Nagito guiding himself with the desk lamp's power cord so he could get under the table. That's right, everything up to that point was all part of Nagito's plan. The murder warning to Byakuya, the source of the blackout, it was all Nagito. While the blackout was happening, someone else, the real killer, began making their move in the kitchen. The killer probably already knew about Nagito's plan, so they knew a blackout was coming. That's why the killer prepared all the items they would need to commit their crime in the dark beforehand. They needed a light source, which was provided by the portable stove in the kitchen. They needed a weapon, too. This had also been hidden in the kitchen beforehand. The long iron skewer used in the churrasco dish. The killer hid that inside that meat with the bone in it. With the weapon and portable stove in hand, the killer stepped out into the hallway. First, they closed the fire door in the hallway so their light source wouldn't peek toward the dining hall. Then, guided by the light, the killer headed toward the storage room and grabbed a specific item. That's right, a tablecloth to block the blood splatter.
And to look cool doing it.
With this, the killer finished their preparations and snuck under the floorboards through the secret passage. They probably turned off the portable cooking stove at that point, or left it near the entrance of the door. The floor in the dining hall is full of gaps, so there's no way they could have safely held a light source. But thanks to the glowing mark they painted earlier, the killer was able to get beneath the table. Under the table, Byakuya found the knife that had been hidden there. If only he had retreated, he probably wouldn't have gotten killed, but he had to retrieve that knife. And at that moment, the killer lurking beneath the floorboard stabbed straight up with the iron skewer. The killer had been waiting in the dark for the moment when the glowing paint began to move. After they murdered Byakuya, the killer purposefully shouted from beneath the floorboards to make it seem like they were still in the dining hall. Afterward, they came out from underneath the floorboards and rushed back to the kitchen. And then, after hiding the murder weapon in the kitchen, they rejoined the group as if nothing had happened. There's only one person who would have been able to commit this crime. Especially if that person is someone who'd think of an unexpected way to hide a weapon inside food. Isn't that right, Teru Hanamura? That's what happened? How about it? Did I get anything wrong?
This is a mistake. A mistake, I tell you. I would never kill anyone. Would never.
It seems this is the end.
Well. I'll take it.
It looks like your argument has come to a close. Whoops! I lost control of my wild side for a second. Is that a side
Pretty much,
effect of the
casemate.
meat I just ate?
Thick Byakuya was a really strong character.
Well, putting that aside, let's move along to the nerve-wracking voting time! Now then, please pull the lever in front of you and cast your vote! Oh, just a reminder, make triple sure you vote for someone. If you don't vote, I'm gonna eat you up just like that meat from earlier!
Why did this happen?
Who will be chosen as the Blackened? Will you make the right choice or the dreadfully wrong one? Such heart-pounding excitement!
Oh, they went with the full character sprite versions for the logos this time, instead of the sort of cartoonish versions in the prior.
Correct!
Yoo-hoo!
This time, the Blackened responsible for killing Byakuya Togami is Teru Hanamura.
You
serious? Out of all these people, are you saying Ponce like him? Cute. Why did you kill him?
You've got it wrong.
It was a mistake. I'm telling you, it was just a mistake. I was only trying to save you guys.
Hey!
Trying to stop Nagito from murdering one of you. Huh? Trying to stop? What do you mean?
I
Spent all morning in the old building preparing the dishes for the party, and then I heard a weird laughter near the dining hall, and when I peeked over there, I saw him. Saw Nagito in the middle of cleaning duty putting the knife under the table. I had a bad feeling about it, so I continued to watch what he was doing. Saw him place the irons he brought in the storage room and mess with the air conditioner timers. Plus, he was grinning, just grinning by himself the whole time. So I questioned him.
When that
happened, he...
You caught me?
Oh, I've been caught.
What?
Caught?
Hey!
What are you doing? What are you scheming? I'm planning to kill someone, of course. Wow. Teru, just to let you know, it's pointless of you to stop me. If you stop me now, it doesn't matter. I'll never give up. Whether it's tomorrow, the day after tomorrow, or the days beyond that, I'll definitely start the killing.
Impossible!
Yeah, they're setting him up as being like the plant. The traitor character that's supposed to ensure that killing continues. Or how much you want to leave the island, that's just... I see, so that's what you think.
Well...
But that's not it at all. This isn't about my survival. I just want the killing to start.
What?
What are you saying? I love everyone here. That's why I want to be of good use to them. I love all the ultimates, and I admire them for being symbols of hope.
Amazing!
Right, in the... Wow. That's a... He's really into this statement. That's right. In the name of hope, I love everyone's talents from the bottom of my heart. That's why I don't want them to lose against something like killing. I want them to prove to me that hope will never lose, no matter how daunting the despair they face may seem. I want everyone to prove to me that hope will never lose to despair.
No.
Saying I don't understand at all. It's a nice little switch up. Isn't it typical that if you face a strong enemy, you'll become even stronger yourself? Which means the stronger the despair you face, the stronger everyone's hope will become, right? I want to see that brightness. In order to see it, I'm going to become everybody's stepping stone. I want to make your hope shine. It's as simple as that. I yearn for a powerful hope that can overcome any kind of despair. A great love, a kind love, a love that crushes like a mace.
You're kidding, right?
Don't tell me, you're actually serious.
Man.
You don't understand. That's fine. I don't really mind. I'm just an obsessed fanboy, so it's alright that this love of mine is unrequited. I suppose I can be called the ultimate fanatic.
No way!
There's something wrong with you. Really? Do you think so? Do you really think there's something wrong with me? But isn't that what love is? Oh dear. What is the meaning of this? Explain it to me. I don't understand anything about this story at all.
See,
if you have a favorite boxer, don't you want him to fight against a strong opponent and win?
Don't fuck with me!
Better not compare us to that.
what?
Am I wrong? It's a given that trials are necessary to become strong, and the harsher the trial, the stronger you become, no? It's kind of like, another one of those M. Night Shyamalan movies. The one where the villain was eventually was called Mr. Glass. Where it turns out the guy has a superpower and is only weakened when he's in water. Like, he can drown, but he's super strong and can find crimes. And the villain orchestrates all of the circumstances that led to this hero being revealed. He causes a train crash, all kinds of things. It's got that same vibe. Is he wants to discover the greatest hope, and to do that, he's going to put all of them through hell. For mere humans, killings are simply a tragedy, but for worthy humans, a trial such as this can elevate their status to an even higher level.
Amazing.
It's amazing to me that someone as untalented as myself can become that trial. There's no point in someone like me surviving. It's far more significant for me to die as everyone's trial.
Great.
There's no greater honor than becoming the foundation so that your values may ascend to brave new heights.
What's going on?
Not that you're seriously starting to piss me off.
What's going on?
I don't understand at all. Are you saying you basically wanted to commit murder for fun? It's not the same as someone killing for fun, but I guess it'd look the same in your eyes. No intention of surviving and leaving you all to die. Is that why you didn't mind when Teru discovered your plan?
That's wrong.
Or perhaps that was intentional too.
So...
Nagito wanted to involve us in the killing, plus it'd be better for him if the mystery was more complex. Is that why you blatantly revealed your plan to Teru? You expected to pique Teru's curiosity, and you looked forward to the mystery becoming more complex. Well, you're basically right. It's true I was looking forward to that. That's why I took the time to tell him about the secret passage I found while I was cleaning.
What?
That was your doing as well?
You're right.
I just casually mentioned, oh, it's dangerous if you fall, so don't get too close to it.
Hey!
He's seriously crazy. He's insane. That's right. That's why I tried to stop him, you know?
However...
But why did you kill Byakuya instead? I don't know. Because Nagito was the one who was supposed to take that knife. That's why I aimed and thrust the iron skewer there. But why is Byakuya the one who died? It was supposed to be Nagito. Byakuya probably tried to stop Nagito from grabbing the knife. And then in place of Nagito... No, I don't think that's it. Huh?
Perhaps...
Byakuya was probably trying to protect Nagito.
What?
See?
Because Byakuya said so, didn't he? Don't worry, as long as I'm the leader, I won't let anyone become a victim.
I will guide you all.
That much I promise. Could it be in order to keep that promise? As long as he was wearing night vision goggles, I'm sure he saw someone moving under the floorboards. And that someone was aiming for Nagito.
Why?
Ah, so that was the owl. He shoved him away. Byakuya gave his life to protect Nagito, even though he was trying to take the knife? I see. Byakuya is amazing. To keep his promise to protect everyone, he actually threw his own life away. And yet...
Despair.
Never expected an ending like this. What? But we shouldn't let him die in vain. I'm sure everyone will become even stronger by overcoming this despair.
No way.
Could it be you knew Byakuya would protect you, so you set him up to fail?
Someone like me?
Of course not. I'm not that good at calculating. I just took some precautionary measures. The results of that were going to be my fun for later. Just kidding.
How unexpected.
But I never expected it would turn out like this. I never thought I'd be the one to survive. But since it was my life that had been saved, I didn't want to just waste it. So that's why I decided to help Teru. Why? Well, because Teru decided to commit his crime because he also had strong hope, right? Which means his actions were motivated by hope. It's the sort of twisted love scenario, you know? If he was willing to go that far, I thought he might truly be the person whose existence I was waiting for. I thought he might be the hope that could defeat any type of despair. In order for me to confirm it, I decided to help Teru. You mean confirm? Just stop it already. Plus, I couldn't really help myself when I also empathized with Teru. We need that, 2 strong downbeats. After all, he wanted to kill me, but he ended up killing Byakuya instead, If I left him in that confused state, this trial might have been ruined, right?
Isn't that right?
But in order for our hope to grow, this trial was absolutely necessary. That's why I decided to help him. I told him I don't care if I die, so you should just focus on escaping this island.
Right?
Those were my exact words to him before the investigation. Isn't that right, Teru Teru?
Man.
He was manipulated, but they're still indicating that it's like, yeah, he saw a chance. Like, oh man, I should stop this guy. Like, hey, what are you doing? And it was less, oh, I did the stabbing. I did the stabbing in order to stop him. And it was more, this guy said it would be okay if I did it. Like, I don't need to stop him. I could get a kill, too. In the end, my help just wasn't enough, and this turned out to be a bad ending for Teru Teru. But you should be proud of yourself. You will not die in vain.
Great!
Become a splendid sacrifice for everyone else so their hopes can grow even more powerful.
Impossible!
Sacrifice?
Shut up! Shut up!
Sacrifice him too, my god! Stop it already. I'm gonna go crazy just listening to you.
Hey.
Is it really okay for us to just leave him alone like this?
Huh?
Isn't it better if we just kill him off? Yeah! Kill, he said. High school students are so violent these days. But the person who's gonna get killed now isn't Nagito, it's Teru Teru. Huh?
What's the matter?
You didn't forget, right? Because I told you already at the beginning, right? If the blackened killer loses, a fun punishment awaits them.
Wait.
Hold on.
No.
That was, how should I put it? An accident. Not an act of self-defense, not intentional. I feel it's possible it's not my fault.
Hey!
Doesn't matter if it's an accident, self-defense or intentional, a murder is still murder. If you kill someone, that's murder.
Hey!
Isn't there anything like sympathy judgments, extenuating circumstances, or even probation?
Impossible!
I don't accept any of those claims. That's not.
Hey!
Save me, you guys. I was only trying to stop Nagito, so...
Why you?
Be honest, after learning about Nagito's plan, you saw an opportunity, right? You probably thought nobody would find out if you killed him after messing up his plan, right? That's what you thought, right?
Wrong!
Because this is that marker. It's... The driving force is... It's not like, oh, if I kill and get away with it, I just get to leave. It's if you kill and get away with it, you're killing everyone else. And that's how they keep this as, yeah, they might justify it as kind of a gray zone, but you still made a choice that if it had worked out for you, all of the other people would die too. So even if he's like, oh, I was stopping Nagito, well, if you got away with it, they'd all be executed. So you didn't save them, you killed them. Or you were fine with them dying. No way a person who has no malice would kill someone like that. In truth, you were just desperate to kill Nagito and willing to sacrifice everyone else to survive, right? Just be honest already, at least in the end.
No.
That is...
Teru.
Why?
Only you didn't try to kill Nagito, Byakuya would still be alive. Why did you try to commit murder? Answer me. I just wanted to go home.
I needed to go back home no matter what!
Because she's waiting for me. Mama is waiting for me at home. She's waiting all by herself for the day I graduate Hope's Peak Academy and come home.
Okay, I'm going now. When I come back, I think we should talk again about opening an Aoyama and Azabu location.
Oh my, you're still talking about that?
Oh, I'm serious. The Academy guarantees success for its graduates, right? So, I know it's gonna be difficult by yourself, but wait for me until then, okay?
Yes, you're right. Then I'll just have to do my best to keep the Hanamura Diner from going out of business until then.
Mom, you don't have to work so hard. What if you collapse again while I'm gone?
But that's the thing. It's this kind of scenario should never feel like a character. The main character is always going to, but nobody else should ever feel like they have plot armor. And it's okay for characters to have elements of sympathy to them. But that it should also be possible that any of the characters could become corrupt or are already corrupt. Nagito being presented as, oh, I'm your best buddy, but in the background, they have this horrific motivation. Teru Teru, despite being a horrific sleaze and being the first to actually kill, has this really wholesome motivation to them. And this is the reason that they were desperate enough to kill to get back. And it's like, oh, that's very noble, but wait, the murder.
I'll be fine. Moms are
And I think
strong.
that's what should drive this kind of game.
I won't lose to some illness.
Oh man, there's an extra coating of pathos.
I know that already.
Not only is his mother being left alone to run the family business, losing her ultimate chef son, but additionally she apparently has an illness. Yeah, I hope the bomb is not some sort of like the game has to end by this time kind of thing. No, I hope the clock isn't a bomb that will just end the game if it doesn't like win. I wonder if it's you guys have to last this long. Like, if you can last this long, then it's okay. Yeah, that'll be a serious point, because if you don't win the game by this time the island explodes, that'll take away a lot of the quality. I promised her I'd become a full-fledged cook and save the Hanamura Diner. Mama is waiting for me to keep that promise. Even though she's sick and alone, she's still waiting for me.
That's why I need to go home!
Teru. But if we were told our memories were stolen and that several years had passed since our first day, then what happened to Hanamura Diner? What happened to my mom who's still waiting for me? Extra layer of pathos. So, you did believe what Monokuma said.
Damn it!
You were saying all along, it's okay, I'll never believe something like this. So why?
Wrong!
I still don't believe it. There's no way I can believe it. It has to be a lie.
I wanted to go home!
I wanted to go home and confirm it. I wanted to make sure it was all just a lie. I wanted to make sure that I still have a place to call home. Teru, you. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. It's not that Teru didn't believe it. He believed it more than anybody else here. That's why he kept denying it, because he believed it, he needed to deny it. If only I knew how he felt, something like this never would have happened. I wanted to confirm by any means necessary. I had to do something. That's when I heard Nagito's plan. I found out he was going to kill someone if I left him alone. That's why...
Fine.
So, you wanted the first kill?
I'm sorry. Doesn't
mean I wanted to sacrifice any of you, but it was the only thing I could do. I ended up killing Byakuya instead of Nagito. That's a bad trade. Like, you traded the powerful leadership character for the guy who wants you all to fight to the death to find the best hope figure.
I think I'm
I see.
the one who went crazy.
Teru. I see. Interesting, but as far as motives to kill are concerned, wanting to see your mom is boring. What?
So, yoo-hoo!
Seems there's no point in basking in the afterglow, so let's hurry up and begin the punishment.
You can't!
Jeez, get out of my way!
Ah, that was the drill punch again. Do something different.
Well now.
Can't do the same thing twice in a row, Monokuma. That annoying little sister has been dealt with. Let's get back to business.
Wait.
Hold on a sec. I'm not asking for forgiveness anymore, but at least...
Now then, I've prepared a very special punishment!
For Teru Hanamura, the ultimate cook.
Hey!
Call me chef. No, wait, that's not what I...
Please!
Tell me at least what happened to Hanamura Diner, to Mama.
Let's give it everything we've got! It's punishment time!
Lies! I won't believe this!
I won't believe it. Boop. I mean, he's not just gonna, like, missile him, is he? That'd be boring. Okay, he was covered in egg, and now he's been battered. I mean, the batter's not going to matter at that point. I mean, from the looks of it, he prepared a volcano full of boiling oil.
Extreme!
The adrenaline is rushing through me.
Damn it!
Are you serious?
How cruel.
Why did you do something so cruel? Didn't you learn when you were in elementary school? If you badmouth someone, the teacher writes it in a note and makes whoever you badmouth read it to you in front of the class.
No.
When that happens, only then do you think about how it feels to be badmouthed. I don't... Same applies to murder. You're the one who drove him to do it. So cruel. This is just too cruel. Nice. Well, it can't be helped. Rules are rules, and this is the killing rule, after all. What rule? You're the one who's breaking the rules. Huh? I just can't let that slide. What do you mean? When you mentioned the motive, didn't you also promise something? there's a catch. Tell me the catch is... Figured it out yet? Right, you guys have to kill each other. That's my bargaining point. You guys want to know, right? You want your school memories returned to you, right? Then you better start killing. A penny for your thoughts and a murder for your memories. Why didn't you tell Terror about his mom or his diner? He had a right to know.
You...
Yeah, us too. We all have a right to know.
Bastard!
Hurry up and tell us, what did you mean earlier when you mentioned our school memories? Oh yeah, I did promise to return your memories after the killing began. You're gonna do it, but telling them is kind of... Never told you guys that I'd tell you right away.
What?
Have to... Oh. Just a second here. Boop. Come on, camera. We'll switch to this one. What?
Not fair.
It's not fair. I'll keep my promise to return your memories someday. But it's still not clear when that someday will actually be. Loophole. I must excuse myself as well. There's something I need to do.
Huh?
What the?
So
That's not fair. They both ran away.
then...
Monokuma had us wrapped around his finger after all.
Stupid.
Teru, you stupid.
Such despair.
An ending like this is just full of despair. A seriously tragic despair. But still, at times like this, it's the symbols of hope. You guys need to keep doing your best.
You.
Why are you smiling? How can you smile in a situation like this, you creep?
Nope.
Ah, see. This makes him a very powerful plant if he is the traitor. Because he'll either do a killing and force it to kick off, or he'll get somebody else to do it. And if everybody knows he's a potential killer, then he's always a threat. Because if you guess him and he didn't do it, then everybody dies. But you always have to be on your guard, because if the killings aren't happening, he'll start it again. I'm sad too, you know. Didn't I tell you? From the bottom of my heart, I truly love you all. The ultimates who inspire hope and your splendid talents. There's no way I can be happy when we've lost such a talented individual, two of them.
Don't fuck with me!
Go saying creepy stuff? I'll kill you. Please, kill me anytime.
What?
Huh? If you hate me, I don't mind you killing me. I've already prepared myself to become your stepping stone.
Someone like me.
If absolute hope can be born from that, then my life is nothing special. How messed up are you? However, if you're going to kill me, make sure you discuss it with me beforehand, okay? You see, if you do that, then I can cooperate with the killer. Yeah. He is a game motivator, isn't he? Are you seriously intending to help the killer? It's really not that big of a deal. If you're students of Hope's Peak Academy, if you're the symbols of hope who possess the chosen talents, then it shouldn't matter to you guys at all if I cooperate with the killer, right?
You fiend.
Declaring so confidently that you'll side with the killer.
Hey!
Maybe this was his plan all along. Since he's willing to work with the killer, he wants us to think it's better for us not to kill him. Well, I don't mind what you think of me. It's actually thanks to Byakuya I'm starting to feel a small desire to live.
This is exciting!
Mostly I just want to watch everybody destroy all the despair that comes for you, one after the other. Just kidding.
Pissed me off.
Hey, can I punch you? I just won't be satisfied till I punch you. Fine, let's stop this already. It's just going to be a waste of time. We'll keep it if we keep dealing with him. Yeah. But the incapacitate the troublemaker doesn't seem to be an option that they'll consider.
What?
Even Hajime hates me now.
How unfortunate.
That stings. I felt you and I were quite similar. What does that?
Isn't that right?
You hold a special feeling towards Hope's Peak Academy, just like me. Put me in the same category as you.
Hey.
Then how can you say you're not? Monokuma said it himself. We don't know anything about each other's true nature. Now, if it's true that our school memories were stolen, it's the same as not knowing our true selves, too. Especially for you, right? We covered this previously, that's irrelevant. If you don't have the memories of that time period that would make you different, then that's a different you. Like, you are the you that you are right now. If stolen memories change that you, then you're still the you that you are right now. And the you that you had before you lost those memories was a different you. It's why things like dementia can be so tragic. Someone who can't even remember what his talent is. Akane, please feel free to punch him. Will do. Excellent, Hajime. Excellent. Let's go.
Wait.
Hold on.
Please stop!
Don't spoil this for us, Sonia. Nothing will come from fighting like this. There's something else we must do.
Huh?
Please listen.
Was that an Adam Sandler vehicle, casemate? We must not argue with each other in a place like this. Something more important we must do.
Let me ask.
Which is... do our best.
You fiend.
Huh?
Well?
We must first leave here and get some rest. And then we shall all work together and do our best. Do our best so that we never have to come back here again.
Perhaps.
If I recall, that was one of his more serious roles. Not that he wasn't, a bit goofy during it at times, but that the tone of it was different. Like, is it Robin Williams in What Dreams May Come and like 24-Hour Photo or something like that, where they showed that they could act, that they could be more than just like their repeated comedy character.
I am sorry.
If only I was a better motivational speaker. No, that really touched my heart. You're totally right. What we need to do right now is do our best. If we do our best, it's definitely going to pay off, right?
Yes.
That's right.
Like...
But what do we have to work hard at? I do not know, but we must do our best. Yes, something. We'll figure it out. As long as we work really hard at it, that's good, right? We'll just pick something.
Well?
What matters is that you hold on to the feeling that you have to do your best.
Right?
So let's do our best, and let's make sure a killing like this never happens again.
But...
It's scary, but doing our best is our only option. There's no way I'm going I'm doing what Nagito said. I don't know what you're all talking about, but let's do our best for now.
Fine.
Even if we're not able to change the future, I guess we should at least change. I should at least change my tomorrow. None of this means that you can't beat Nagito into senselessness. You just gotta avoid any internal organs. You gotta avoid the head. Just general beating. You know, just keep it light. They have a trained medical professional. They have the ultimate nurse. So, they just have to set some bones wrong. Let him heal up. He would essentially be a human pretzel. Feeding tube. We can make this really morbid. We can... It'll work. I won't give up until the very end. I won't die in vain. Oh, you're gonna die in vain then, huh, bud? My entire existence, my entire power, my entire body and soul, and fight to the very end. Let's definitely work together and leave this island. Go team! Do our best. We kept using that phrase over and over again. Even though we knew they were just cheap, meaningless, empty words. Regardless, we still said it. And we continued to say it over and over again without stopping. Yes. Yeah. It took me a moment to parse that, but yes. Flipping the bee. Which sounds like a euphemism now that I think about it. Thus, the curtain had fallen upon the class trial where Byakuya and Teru were sacrificed. Afterwards, we left the trial grounds and returned to the mainland of Jabberwock Island. For the time being, we decided to go back to our cottages. After experiencing something like that, there's no way I could fall asleep. I gave up, got out of bed, and began walking around the hotel grounds for no real reason. After not doing much of anything, I dully looked up at the sky. And there, just like before, there it was. The night sky brimming with stars. Stars that looked like they were about to fall into my hands like fluttering snow. As I looked up at such a beautiful night sky, I can go anywhere. That thought crossed my mind for some reason. The sky is connected to anywhere, even into my daily life. That's why I might be able to go home. That's right, I'm definitely going to go home. That's when it happened. As I stared up at the night sky, I felt a strange convergence of sensation. And then, while I continued to stare up at the night sky, I felt my entire body stiffen with that sensation. Isn't this?
Is someone watching me?
I don't... They're more consistent with the use of the pink. And the last one, there was red over the funeral pictures as well. And now they're consistently using the pink. A 3-star badge. A stick. It's a stick.
For a long time, humans have been taught that if you try hard enough, you can accomplish anything.
But we're going to find out more about that next time. It could be a countdown till they get their memories back. Maybe a countdown until the game ends. Like, if they can last this long, it could be the bad answer, and that it's a countdown until the island explodes. You know, the disappointing option. We'll have to see. It is currently a compelling question. But yeah, folks, Danganronpa. We only ran very over, but I think it was worth it. I do like the new trial mechanics. Some of the irritating ones have gotten better. Now, hopefully, the extra mechanics that they inevitably add towards the end will not be tiresome. But so far, I do like how they've changed things. Pretty much, casemate. But Danganronpa tends to merit running long. I think it's one of those where you can kind of ride the wave for a while. But yeah. I do hope everybody had a good time. Now, hypothetically, I will put out a schedule tomorrow or Monday morning, and that will tell us what the week has to bring. We will be starting up Monday if everything goes according to plan. We'll be having our next stream the same time on Monday. So yeah, I hope to see you then. In the interim, everybody, have a good night.